7, 8, all up for grabs still. So let's hear from the managers who are in the mix for European places, starting with Ange Postecoglou.
And then we need to win Sunday. to beat Bournemouth. Yes. Maybe next one. I cannot confirm.
I was going to say Brian's leaving, Adrian's leaving, Emma's leaving.
That is the next news.
Top 6. With your hands, top 6.
No, I think it's really important for us to finish in the way that we are doing now, and I think with the confidence and in the way that we were playing in the last few months, and I think it's really important for the team, it's really important for the players, for the club to be close to achieve, one of the objectives that was to play in Europe next season.
And it could go your way in terms of results elsewhere as well, even potentially top 5.
I think the most important now is to continue to perform and to try to beat, to be sure that we are going to compete in the best way. Again, Bournemouth is going to be a really tough game because they are doing so well. Raola is doing a fantastic job. And yes, it's tough, but I think the most important is to finish well and see after if we have the chances to get the place. Being fifth, I think will be amazing for us.
Will you, for once, be hoping that Spurs lose?
No, not really. We need to do our job and to after see what is going on. But I never wish bad things to the opponent. Always is about to deserve to win or hope that we can take advantage of the maybe a situation or a result that can give us the possibility to be in a better place.
I think that we once at home this year, nice big end at home, the honest kind of thing as well. Do you expect to feel a little bit of love at the end of the game? Have you spent the time for the season?
Look, I don't expect nothing. If after it's natural things happen, will come. But if not, it's not a problem. I'm always going to care about the fans, and always I'm going to show my respect. That is the most important thing. The relationship is. We always try to be very respectful, and we are very respectful. We understand very well this business that in football, the fans are the best thing that can have, a football club, and that is why they are entitled to give their opinion in different way. You need to respect them, like a coach needs to respect because we are here because of them.
The majority of fans, we know that social media is very noisy and
Yeah, but even the social media now is being nice with us.
they can really see, most fans see it beginning to happen here.
Yeah, but it's not a revenge. It's not nothing wrong. No bad feelings. Because the most important is that we are working for the club. We are working for them. For the owner, for the player, for the club, for the fans. The most important is to make happy them, because that is in the business that we are, and we play for them, and we want to win for them, and we want to achieve the things that they want also. But it's normal. I think we need to understand and we need to respect our fans, their opinion, and it's in us to change these feelings and build a relationship. Always is tough, even when you have a history. And of course, they need to trust in us, and in the only way that they can trust in us is through the result. No, because the process and the work that we are doing here inside, and it's difficult for them to really not to pay attention, but yes, to analyze or to judge, because they don't know what we are doing every single day. That is why sometimes, the coaches we show in front of you in a different way, because only we know in the way that we work, and sometimes when the result not arrive, it's like we are disappointed and frustrated. But look, that is in the way that we wanted to change the view and the opinion, and happy that the team is showing that the fans can trust in the team. You're welcome.
John, BBC.
Hello.
You mentioned the owner there. I saw some quotes from Tom Brady saying that there needs to be patience, which was
Yes, always. You know, it's important to have the back of the owners. On the end, they are the bosses, and of course, because it's the best for the club and it's best for the player and for the fans. And then we know very well that coaches always we are judged about the result, about in a very short period, you know. But yes, I think it's important to feel, you know, the back of the owner.
What would you say needs to be done over the summer to take that next step forward?
That is a subject to talk between the sporting director and of course the owner or the part of involved. I'm trying to see how we can, you know, football is a very dynamic sport and always is about the thing can change and yes, we are working to plan, you know, the strategy for summer and then for the pre-season and then to start the season in the best condition.
Hi Eric. How have the team recovered from yesterday and is there anyone back? Are you expecting anyone back for Sunday?
I can't say in this moment, but we're working on to bring players back. We have seen yesterday Licha Martinez. He had a good session now as well. There were also others on the pitch, like Rafa Varane, Victor Lindelof. They returned on the pitch, and yeah, we have to see how far they are, how far they are on Sunday. Tomorrow we have off. Saturday we have a training, and then we will see what we have.
You've obviously got the FA Cup looming large, and before that, the England squad announcements made on Tuesday. We've not seen Harry Maguire for a while. We've not seen Luke Shaw for even longer. What's the situation there? Are they going to be available for the Cup final? Are they going to be available for England at the Euros?
For England, I can't say. It's not up to me. But for the Cup final, we're working on. And I think Harry Maguire, I think it's a fair chance that he will be available. We plan him. Luke is more complicated. That is, in this moment, I don't think it's, let's say, it's a less chance that he will make it, but there is still a very small, reduced chance.
Are you able to elaborate on the setback? You're able to elaborate on the setback that you said he had recently?
Yeah, he had the setback, and now we have to find out how far he is.
Eric, the last two games, have Sofian Amrabat and Ahmad given you a selection problem for the FA Cup final? Because they've come from nowhere and both produced two really good performances.
Right, it's internal competition, and I think they performed well first. I think they're progressing across the season is very good from both, and now they deserve the chance. They took the chance, and yeah, that's a luxury problem, which is good, and that is actually what I need, what I was waiting for so long. Actually, I was waiting for a whole season. So it's a luxury problem, and we need a squad to win both games.
Yesterday, Wolves released a statement about VAR saying they want to scrap it, and the Premier League are obviously going to vote on it. What is your view? Can you see a world without VAR, or do you think we're stuck with it and we've just got to try and make it better?
I don't think there is a way back, and so in principle it makes the football more fair. But there are some problems, and I think we have to find solutions for those problems. So we have to make improvements.
Hi, Eric. You mentioned the amount of potential you see in the squad. I wonder going forward, especially in the summer, what do you think you need to change or add for the squad to reach that potential?
I know I have this in my back head, and my focus is we have 10 days, two very important games. So now the focus is on and the 2 games.
Wayne Rooney was quite critical yesterday after the game about the squad in general, saying there needs to be an overhaul, you need to build around Bruno and the young players. Do you think that's quite unfair, especially considering the injuries you've had?
No, as I say, I look at the 2 games. That's important, and other issues will only distract us. We know what we are building on, and we have to keep this process going. But at the same time, we have to win games, and 2 very important games. And so all the focus, for me, from the team, has to be on those 2 games.
Eric, what do you make of Brighton specifically, and how important is a big finish to this Premier League campaign, especially in advance of this FA Cup final?
Most important is our game, and of course, again, it's a typical style of play. Brighton, I admired the way they approach the game, and it's a real challenge. So we're really looking forward. But it's up to us. It's up to us to get the right plan, to get the right execution. So to prepare the team in the best way we can, and then it's about the players to get the win.
No doubt about it, an up and down campaign for yourselves. What lessons have you specifically learned about yourself during this campaign?
I think also that I don't go into a reflection in this moment. My focus is, and that is the main, I win those 2 games. And I think that is all the energy I have now has to be in those 2 games.
Neil. Eric, was the last 2 games, I know you lost against Arsenal, but still the performance was there. Did it give you, or did it show the belief that the players are still playing for you? Because often when there's a run of bad results, they say, oh, he's not playing for the manager, but that was an example that they were.
There was only 1 very poor performance, and so all the others, there was always a very good spirit. I would also almost say across the season, across all the problems we had, and I don't think I have to sum them up again, but we have had them. But the spirit in the team, the fighting spirit was always there, the dynamic was always there, and I think we had also some good performances, even when the best players were not available. And sometimes, but you know, when all the best players are not available and you have to change so many things, the patterns are not there, and the routines are not there. Now lately, in the last 2 games, we are returning some players who progressed very well, came in the team, and the performance, as you say, we are good in the last 2 games.
Ange, final on the season, how are you?
Good. Yeah.
Good. How's the squad looking?
The only one that's out is Gio. Also, he got a bit of a knock when he came on. Didn't train today. We've got training tomorrow, obviously. Everyone else still a little bit sort of recovering from the game, but nothing that I think will keep anyone out. So kind of a similar squad to last game.
Okay, probably want a time to move on now, but just final reflection on Tuesday night. Have those inside issues been addressed for you?
No, not in 2 days, mate. No. No, I think, as I said at the time, we've got some work to do, and that's clear and evident, and that's what we need to focus on.
Has this week made you even more determined to turn this football club into winners?
No, mate, I've been determined from day one. Nothing's changed. I haven't been deterred, if that's what people are worried about. Certainly not. It's. I think when you accept the role, you accept the challenge of that role, and nothing that's happened in the last 2 weeks has changed my view on, how we go about that. So, but I also believe that you have to know where you're at. There's no point sort of kidding yourself that you're somewhere you're not, because then you can't improve.
It's been quite a season. So many ups, some downs as well, which you've mentioned. How do you expect the club and the players, the club in general, to look in maybe 12 months' time?
Look, it's hard to say, because as I said the other night, I think we've made progress, but there's obviously still a long way to go in sort of believing that progress is entrenched in the team we're going to be next year. But the flip side of that is that, you know, I've said recently that there's a part of me that thinks it's pretty exciting as well, because for a lot of these guys, you know, they've set a pretty decent level of performance in their first or second year with us, and you know, if there's growth there, then I think it'll make us a better football club next year. And I certainly feel like, you know, we'll be starting well ahead of where we were at the start of this year for sure. Where that takes us next year will be dependent on how we deal again with whatever challenge we have.
I know you want to bring trophies to this club. One of your former clubs, Celtic, sealing the title this week. Just a quick word on them.
No, I love it, mate. Yeah, brilliant. Great people, great manager, great staff, great footballers, unbelievable club. And I watched the game and just I know, because I've experienced how they would have felt at that final whistle, and then going back to Celtic Park late at night. It's a pretty special place, and credit to them. It was a difficult year for sure for Brendan and the guys, but when it mattered, when it counted, they stood up, and couldn't be happier for everyone there.
Been a pleasure. Speak to you in August.
Thank you, buddy. Charlie.
Hi, Ange. I interviewed Dejan Kulusevski yesterday, and he said, yes, the players are hurting because, you know, you haven't been able to qualify for the Champions League. But he said, nothing great is created in one season, and there'll be plenty of positives to take away into the summer. How does it make you feel when you're hearing that kind of review from one of your players?
Look, I guess it's important that obviously the players are the most important component in all this, you know, irrespective of kind of my ideas or what I feel, you know, needs to improve. It does need buy-in by the players. I think we've had that for the most part. I guess my sort of assessment at this point is that, you know, a lot of it I still don't feel is embedded in, you know, in everything we do. And until it is, it's very hard then to kind of think about how do we get to the next level until, you know, I'm reticent to move on, you know, from where we are now in terms of what we're trying to build, unless I really feel that, you know, players, staff, everybody is kind of really firmly on board with the way we want to play and the way we want to sort of train. So, but it does need, you know, buy-in from the players. And the one thing I will say about, you know, the whole playing squad is that it hasn't been through a lack of effort or trying. You know, they've given their all this year. We have, you know, tangible physical data that shows us that. You know, there isn't a game where they haven't spent it all out there. It's just that sometimes, we haven't got reward for it.
Obviously, it's been such a busy season. You've got this game on Sunday, and then, of course, you go to Australia next week. But for yourself, you know, your first season managing in the Premier League, when will you have the time to really reflect on how the season has gone for you, and how would you reflect on it?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, you kind of start that process towards the end of the season. You know, there's various sort of meetings I'm having this week. Obviously, we've still got a game to go, which is very important for us. But, yeah, trying to get sort of as much information as I can before I start sort of really reflecting, because, you know, you to get a real sort of accurate picture of where we're at, you've got to go right back to the start, and sometimes some of that's a bit hazy, so it's important you get all the right information, talk to the people who've been there since the beginning, coaches, staff members, players, and sort of, you know, collate all that, and then, you know, when the season's done, sort of take my own time to sort of go through it methodically and sort of give myself an accurate picture of where we're at, so that, you know, when we come back for pre-season, we're in a space where we can, you know, hit the ground running.
Yeah, it's a big last day for us. There's no denying that. I think we go into the game against Brentford knowing we have to do our part, which is try and win the game. That's no mean feat. That's going to be a tough game for us. And then we're in the hands of other clubs.
Okay, so the permutation, 6th will qualify for Europa League if Man City wins the FA Cup. Or the Conference League.
When
did
you say? When? Sorry, it sounded like you said when. It will be when they win it.
If Man United wins the FA Cup, it will go into...
Actually, I can predict the future. I can actually predict Manchester City 3,
Manchester United now.
Clip that up.
Can I have the lottery numbers as well, while you're at it?
Can we talk about Chelsea? Because they will be guaranteed European football if they win or draw. It's all in their hands. And their turnaround has been remarkable.
Well, yes and no. I've always been of the opinion, having covered teams that Mauricio Pochettino has managed, that they would come good. There has always been a team in there, and you could always see what he's been trying to do.
Espanyol?
Espanyol, he was fantastic
No, they went
defensively.
redicated, weren't they?
That was the unbelievable bit.
That was yeah, quite exactly. But you see, what the reason why Rupert Lowe took him from Espanyol to Southampton was because even though they didn't have the resource to stay in the Liga, the way that he played his football, building from the back, he was an accomplished defender himself, gave him it convinced him that he could do it at Southampton. And when he did go to Southampton, they were the best defensive team in the country. Then he goes to Spurs, joint best defensive record with Man United the first season, second season best defensive record outright. And I think with this side, the buying policy of the club has hamstrung them. But if you look at the recent record, they've had 7 wins from their last 8 at home, and only City and Arsenal have picked up more points in this calendar year than they have done.
Not Liverpool as well?
No.
Oh, okay,
Liverpool
wow.
dropped a hell of a lot of points in this calendar year.
So you think Tottenham then?
That's what it sounds like.
They're playing Sheffield United.
Exactly. The unfortunate thing for Chelsea is that the run began slightly too late.
Yeah.
Had it begun sooner, I think they'd have done it.
You mentioned Cole Palmer. Let's talk more about him because he has been phenomenal. One of the standout signings of the season, incredible player of the season, 33 appearances, 22 goals, 10 assists.
He's been the most important player for Chelsea, the most influential player for Chelsea. Going there for £40-ish million without having that much Premier League experience of playing for City, I was a little bit dubious at first because I wasn't sure if he'll be able to live up to that price tag. It's a big price tag for somebody that's not really played that often. Watching him in his first 5 or so games, I was impressed. I was really impressed by how he's just taking it all on board. And Chelsea is one of those places, one of those clubs that is relatively unforgiving because of the quality of player they've had in the past, especially players that play in his position. The expectation is if you're coming to our club and you're worth and we're paying this much money for you, you've got to deliver. He's done that and more. I think the biggest thing for me was when he missed the Arsenal game, watching how Chelsea played in that game, they were a shadow. Now, don't get me wrong, they haven't been fantastic all season by any stretch. However, in that game, just reiterated the importance of him in that team. He draws 2 defenders out, which means there's going to be somebody else, somewhere else on the pitch that's free. He finds that player, or he drifts into an area where he's able to put the ball in the back of the net from edge of the 18-yard box, or find himself in the middle of the 6-yard box.
It's weird, isn't it?
Because brilliant.
He's not as technical as Bergkamp. He's almost like there's a contemptuous, arrogant way about you can swing
he can left-footed type.
Swing a lazy boot at something, but thread it through to wherever it needs to be. Even the way he took that header on the run, directing it in the right place. There's just something very naturally gifted about the way that he plays his football that makes it beautiful to watch. I liken him to Berbatov. I loved watching Berbatov play, and I think
he gets through a bit more work than Berbatov.
I mean, just a little bit.
But he's a talent and good for England, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got some
play him on the right or Saka.
Oh, Saka without doubt. He's my favourite.
Because he's Arsenal.
He's player of the year last year. He's the best player in the World Cup. You know what I mean?
But now, come on,
I think at some stage I'm waiting for Saka to hit a brick wall, to be honest with you. He's been so good for so long. You know, he carried the team in early days with Arsenal. He carried the team, you know, when they were kind of mid-table and stuff. He grabbed them up and then last year he was phenomenal. A little bit loft. And you don't forget, Mark, if he's got one criticism on Arteta, he plays him every single game. You don't give him no rest periods whatsoever, because maybe you don't trust what's coming through underneath him, but he's playing bump, 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 bump. And if he was like Grealish or he was playing for Man City, Saka would be right up there.
He's robust, isn't he?
Yeah.
So what do you think, Tony? Spurs 5th, they beat Sheffield United and then Chelsea just behind them?
I think so. I think it looks. I don't think they're going to slip up against Sheffield United. I think they're too good, and the way they played against City, I thought was, like I say, the professionalism was first class. And for an Arsenal man to say that about Tottenham, like, should we move on? Should we
We're
ask that?
pretty shook here, yeah.
Yeah.
And then just below them is Newcastle, Man United. What chance do you give them? And Man United, as you're already saying, when they lose the FA Cup, but they could still qualify by winning.
To finish where?
I don't think Man United
To
deserve
qualify.
anything this year, to be honest with you. They've been
So
really poor.
Darren and I have had this conversation many times about Manchester United, right? They rely on individual moments of brilliance. They're not a fantastic footballing side. They don't break teams down.
No ideas.
No ideas at all. And it's, for me, that comes from upstairs. You know what it's like. As soon as you get a new manager in, within the first 2 weeks, you know exactly what the manager wants you to do. You know how he wants you to play. You know the intensity that he wants you to play at. Manchester United don't have that. They have Garnacho, who does individual moments. Great talent for the future. Bruno Fernandes.
I don't think any of them moving forward.
He's got potential, hasn't he?
Are they moving forward in that?
Well, this is the other side of it. You normally see players improving under managers. I don't see any. Kobe Mainu, the young boy
Yes,
through the
the
middle.
only one
And then
that did himself when he did, yeah.
who was the young boy that came off the right as well? You know that. Ahmad.
Yeah.
Diallo.
Yeah.
So apart from those two, everybody else is kind of like, they've stagnated. They're not improving. And for me, you need a team. If you've got a manager, a good manager, your team has to improve. The individuals have to improve, and we've not seen enough of that. So I can't see Manchester United finishing above any of those sides.
What do you think?
I'm with.
Yeah, don't deserve anything.
And you don't think they could pull off something on the final?
No. I think, and you know, sometimes I sit at home and watch shows like this, and the person sitting.
I always watch this, Darren.
Sometimes. Do you mean sometimes?
You're on it all the time, though. How can you watch it? You're in reruns of yourself.
Sometimes.
I've heard about your singing.
See where he can improve.
So right.
Analysing my performance today. Nothing like Man United.
My energy levels are depleting.
But no, it's true, and I was right. Man United, they're just so inconsistent. And many times I've been on here, you've asked me about, could this be that they've turned a corner? And I'll say to you what I said to you then. They are just too unreliable. They've become a team during Fergie time when you never gave up on them, because right up until the last minute, the last second of injury time, they could score a goal. Now they've become the complete opposite. They are a team you simply cannot trust.
Manchester United in 8th place. There are 6 points left to play for both United, Chelsea and for Newcastle as they chase down that place. If Manchester City win the FA Cup, then the Europa League will go to 6th spot, and then 7th will be the Europa Conference League. If Manchester United win it and finish outside of those places, as seems likely at the moment, then it will be 5th place for Europa League, 6th place for Europa Conference. So lots to play for as far as Newcastle, Chelsea and Manchester United are concerned. And as we said, all the teams in European contention have got midweek fixtures. So Tottenham at home to Manchester City. It's Brighton against Chelsea, Manchester United against Newcastle on Wednesday. And remember that Aston Villa in action against Liverpool this evening as well. So there's lots to play for. Lots still to be decided. And this is incredibly close at this stage of the season. But Can we count Manchester United out of it just yet?
I've heard Manchester United ex-players and fans say that they can't see them winning another game. And watching their last couple of games especially, they're massively out of sorts in what they're trying to do, especially creativity and trying to win games. I can't see the last couple of games them winning them. So I can't see it for Manchester United.
It's interesting. I was listening to Wayne Rooney talk about it yesterday, and he said when David Moyes was there, he said we finished in 7th place, but it never felt as bad as this. And I think that was almost more damning. Did you hear the comments that he made? I thought that was almost more damning than the results or equaling the record number of defeats at Old Trafford or all the statistics you can put in it, was this sense that the ex-players and really successful ex-players have gone, this feels as bad as it has done.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought exactly the same. They can't even get to 64 points, which was Moyes got in that season, to finish 7th. 8th would be the lowest ever in the Premier League, of course. You said 9 defeats already at home in all competitions, the lowest ever. They had 2 seasons in the 20s, one in the 60s, one in the 70s when they got 9. And if they lose to Newcastle on Wednesday, that would be 10, which would be the most ever. It's just that bad. And I think We can debate if Erik ten Hag should be there next season or not. Obviously, new people in charge. For me, you can't reward mediocrity like that with another season. It's not. It's just at a club like United, it's not possible. You can argue there's injuries, there's this, there's that. You can try to find excuses. This is one of your worst seasons ever. You can't get another year. It's not possible because again, that would reward how bad you've been, and this is not the idea here.
You know, I was reading Sir Jim Ratcliffe was saying that they want to bring in a structure like Ajax's structure all the way through, so then you can just put the coach in and he can just coach. Maybe that's come a little bit too late for Erik ten Hag, but that's probably the future where Manchester United are going.
Isn't that what they were supposed to do under Ralph Rangnick, though? Isn't that the kind of... He came in as manager as a stopgap, and then that was supposed to be his job, and then he left.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
And that would take a long time
to
put that in place. It's a great idea, and a lot of people have tried to copy that, obviously. But imagine how long it will take to get all of that together, to organise it, to get the right people in the right place. I don't think they have the time.
No,
because
and Ajax have been doing it for decades, so then, you know, I can understand that model.
It's not United's DNA at all.
No, but then Manchester City came in and with the right amount of investment were able to kind of build that DNA throughout the side. But like you said, that there is going to be no patience because they're coming from a different position than City were in when Pep Guardiola joined and when they started to set up that board behind him.
Yeah, I do agree, but I think first Man United have to find a philosophy of how they actually want to play football, because that is where the younger age group has to start with. That's what they all have to follow that regime. And I think we sit there and watch the first team, and we've been watching them for a year and a half, 2 years, and we still don't know how they're trying to play football, whether it's counter-attack, whether it's possessive, or whether it's just sit deep and park the bus. But nobody knows, and I think to get to, like you said, the Man City's academies and stuff like that, you have to have a philosophy and an identity behind that club.
We could do a special on Manchester United and what needs to change there, but we know they've got the new investment in, and we know they're going to be looking not just at the football side of things, but the infrastructure, and we saw what happened at the stadium there, which is what Manchester United fans at Old Trafford have been saying for a number of years now, that there are leaks and that it is sort of starting to fall apart a little bit. And so obviously that's going to be very much on their agenda, as well as sorting out the footballing side of things. One team who do seem to be sorting out the footballing side of things is Chelsea. Where's this come from?
Well, I think that it's come from Poch. You know that at some stage Poch is going he's going to get it. He's going to get it right. I think the main problem here and the main worry was, is he going to have the time? Because there was some games and some results that they had where you thought that someone's going to maybe hit the button, but like they didn't. And let's face it, you're starting to see the performances from players, and it's still, let's face it, it's still like it's not there completely, but the capability. And then you're looking at a lot of players with a lot of ability, with confidence, Kels, then it comes back. Because I think, like, what's that now? I think they've not lost. That's one. What's their record?
3 wins in a row.
3 wins in a row. Yeah.
Defeat Arsenal, which was the big.
Yeah. But like the way that he's got them playing, they've got great pace up front. You're starting to see it with Caicedo. You're starting to see it, but the problem he's always going to have is his price tag's always going to, supersede him. So you're feeling like once he can just focus on doing what he's doing, we're starting to see it. You're starting to see what he's capable of. Same with Nicholas Jackson, even though he can miss chances. I saw him against Arsenal. I saw him tear down the left there with Saliba. I'm thinking he is another one that's got something. Mudryk, we know, has got something. Madueke. So you're looking at a team that have definitely got something, and he's starting to get it right.
Dad, with Caicedo, I think the problem he's always had, he never seems to play that well when Enzo's playing beside him.
Yeah, I agree.
If Gallagher's there and Cucurella's left back, Gallagher kind of pushes on and Cucurella tucks in, so he's always got a pass, so it kind of emulates what he had at Brighton, where there was always a pass for him, there was always a pattern there for him. And I think that's helped Chelsea progressively, especially going forward, because they're overloading the midfield. You see Cucurella in centre circle picking up the balls, that's allowing Connor to get in the box. Cole Palmer can do what he wants, and Madueke's picked up form, and I think even Mudryk, for me, he's been playing quite well, and Jackson's always going to get chances. And when you see Reece James coming back the way he come back and that ball he put in, it's harder to miss
Suddenly
that.
You look at Jackson and you think, well, if he's getting that delivery, then he might well get more goals.
I mean, I think you just hope now someone like Reece James coming back, and you just hope that he can have a sustained period of playing. He's been so unlucky. He's such a great player. So him coming back is what will help, will strengthen the team. They're probably going to have to make some changes, and they're going to need some more experience in that Chelsea side.
Yeah, for sure.
They're going to need some more experience, so it's going to be an interesting summer. I don't know how they're going to make that work, but they are a team that's definitely on its way back by the way they're playing.
There's also, I know Reece James came on later on in the game, but there's also he's been able to pick consistent starting 11s, and that was, I think it's only the third time this season that they'd named an unchanged 11 for this game. But the consistency's been broader than that over the last few games, and it looks like Pochettino is finally starting to get what he wants on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he's had injuries, to be fair. Again, we'll go back to injury that I think maybe slowed down the process a little bit. Sean is right. No Enzo, I think, made a difference. As good as Enzo is on the ball, especially, it was just not that three of Caicedo, Enzo, and Gallagher just didn't work out, and also that meant no Mudryk or no Madueke and Cole Palmer wide. Now the front four of Jackson, Madueke, Mudryk, and Cole Palmer works really well, and behind them the two, like Sean rightly explained earlier, and I suspect they will play like that again in midweek and again at the weekend. And then if it's a positive end, I think they will keep Pochettino, and maybe with the right investment again in the summer. And again, we're not talking just spend money for the sake of spending. Some players will have to be sold and they will have to be replaced by the right profiles. And if they get that, I think next season they could be very interesting.
Yeah, and you just look at the teams who've got more points at them since the turn of the year. And Liverpool's title challenge has dropped off. Arsenal and Manchester City obviously going head-to-head. There is no room for error for them, as we saw Arsenal with the only one defeat between those two sides since the turn of the year. But Chelsea with the fourth most points in 2024.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you?
It has, yeah, especially when you look at them a couple of months ago and it was all over the place. You're feeling like, you felt for Poch, you're feeling like you're in that place, Kels, where you're thinking he could go. He could, every weekend you think the way they were playing, he could go, but they stuck with him, and you have to give them credit for that. And he's slowly getting it right. There's obviously a lot of work going on the training ground now, in the way that they're playing, because it seems very formed. It seems they're very muscle memory in what they're doing. And you're seeing Mudryk now. He's as quick as he is, and you're seeing him. He's slowing himself down. Then he's going. He's starting to do things. And same with Jackson. They're doing things where they've obviously paid attention to what's needed. Madueke's getting on with it. Cole Palmer can, like you mentioned, go anywhere. And so once they tighten everything else up, there's a dangerous team there.
So what do we think then in terms of the top four? We talked about them a little bit earlier on.
I think Chelsea
that fourth spot you think no, but the fourth spot you think is going to Villa because it's too much for
I'm
Tottenham
going to go with Tottenham.
Although, do you know,
they're going for Tottenham for the fourth.
Villa have got Liverpool and then they're at Palace as well. I mean, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, but then, Kels, we're talking about going for a full spot. You have to play top team. You have to beat those teams to prove why you're going for.
So then, in that case, it's either Villa or Spurs in fifth.
Yeah.
So it's all about Newcastle, Chelsea, or Man United for sixth place. I think you've all written off Manchester United for that. So then it's a straight shootout between Newcastle and Chelsea. And
I think Chelsea might pip them.
Do you?
The goal difference is +10 though.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Yeah, but I think Chelsea in the form, I think I could see Chelsea winning their games.
Yeah?
Yeah, I could. They just hit the form at the right time for them, and they could just go, boom, just sneak in. They could sneak in. I think Chelsea could do it.
The thing is, Chelsea's life was made a little bit easier by some of the finishing on display by Nottingham Forest on Saturday evening, wasn't it? This is Chris Wood, who up until the game where he scored a really good goal and then missed it.
I saw him score a great hat-trick.
At that point, he had the best conversion rate in the Premier League, and since then he hasn't scored.
Yeah, but again, you see this finish, like I was saying with the two defenders, he doesn't sort his feet out. He's 2 yards out.
Yeah.
Not even,
he don't move his feet.
He doesn't move his feet.
Instead of like
you have to move. He's got enough time. The ball's not even coming fast at him. It's looped back at him. Those are the things I'm talking about. You have to work. That's why them two defenders and the way they finished, like strikers, was composed and calm. You see him. He looked like his back was hurting him or something when he's trying to.
I do feel bad that it seems like Chris Wood features quite heavily when we look at our misses of the.
I feel for him, but he's too close to the goal. He's so close.
But the reason we have misses elsewhere is to try and make players feel better when they're kind of in the midst of their career, because even great finishers and great strikers sometimes get it wrong, as you said.
Have you found one?
Well, let's have a look.
No. Oh my gosh, I remember this one. I remember this one.
Who is this?
It bounces up there, look.
Terrible. He doesn't throw his feet out. You see his feet? You have to move your feet.
He needs to
move
slow,
your feet.
Jules, he needs to slow down and breathe. That's what he
I go cold.
Hang on a minute, who's this? What's this? Let me see.
Who's this?
Surely not.
Oh! Wait. Wow. Let me see again. Wow.
Hang on.
See my guy.
Yeah, I tried to take it first time. I haven't got any excuse here. I tried to cut across it and it just went all wrong.
Yeah.
He's thinking Daddy's going to roast me.
No.
Daddy's going to go in.
Yes. That was nearly a throw. I love
when
that
a
miss.
shot goal goes out for a throw-in, it's always one of the great moments. It's one of the great moments in football.
The fixtures in the Premier League. It all kicks off 4 p.m. here in the UK on Sunday. Arsenal, Everton, Man City, West Ham, and of course all eyes on Liverpool Wolves as well with Jurgen Klopp's last match. Now, we've asked the gentlemen alongside me to show us their teams of the season. Tony Adams, making his debut on Team Talks, is going first. Who makes your starting 11?
Well, you can see it there. You know, Martinez, I said earlier about Aston Villa and how defensively there was, and you know, I was debating whether to put Torres in as well. Aston Villa centre back, but the partnership of Saliba and Gabriel, I thought it just wins it for me. And Walker as captain of Man City, and we've all, I think you'll see the other guys' teams, and we've all kind of agreed with the midfield three, and Rodri is incredible. I've spoke about Declan Rice and Odegaard. Saka, I've gone for one Watkins, I don't know, just to be a little bit different there. And football writers, I think they got it right last night in getting Foden as the player of the season. So, yeah, that's my 11. I think they're quite good. Yeah.
Quite good indeed. Darren, let's look at your team and how it differs. Let's start with the formation.
Well, I've gone with the 3-4-3 because I think there have been so many impressive attackers so far this season. De Bruyne has only played half a season, but he's made a real impact in that half of the season. I've gone for Haaland instead of Watkins because Haaland has scored 27 goals. Now, when you consider Harry Kane won the Golden Boot with 23, that's quite some doing. And lots of people say he's had a bad season. He missed 6 weeks between the end of December and the end of January. He missed another 3 weeks during the knockout stage of the Champions League, and they still got 27 goals. So I think it's...
Okay, we'll let you off. It's okay.
That was only to give everyone else a chance, wasn't it?
We're mixing things up a bit.
Just one last point before we go to Jermaine.
Well, it's a bit
gone there already. But I've gone for the 2 Arsenal centre-backs because it is about partnerships, and they've had a great season.
We've all gone for the 2 Arsenal centre-backs because of that exact same reason. I've gone for Ben White as well. I feel like he's been absolutely phenomenal as a right-back. Somebody that's a natural centre-half.
Stop with your goalkeeper, though.
Well done. Well done. We're all quiet here, aren't we? Well done. Well said. Well picked up on.
Without Jordan Pickford in goal for Everton.
Oh, it's Everton. That's the connection.
No. Everton will be gone. And he's kept, what is it, the second most clean sheets in the Premier League as well.
Behind David Raya, who no one has chosen.
In itself is an incredible statistic. I've gone for your doggy left back because I really like him. I like the energy. I like that he's offered Spurs something completely different, something new. Granted, he's been a little bit off the boil since his injuries, but he's been brilliant.
I can't have a Spurs player.
I know. But you would have picked him if you could. I get it. The midfield obviously it picks itself. Palmer, Haaland, Foden, outrageous forward. I'll be honest, we're winning the Premier League, Champions League, and everything else at canter. We're not even getting out of second gear with that team. So you're welcome. Thank you very much for watching.
He's literally just had a go at your guys' teams.
We've agreed there. We've got a lot of similar players.
No, only the goalkeeper, but...
All right. Do you agree on manager of the season? Who's your pick?
Emery for me. Fantastic season.
I'm with you.
Took an ailing side, breathed life into it, got them into the Champions League.
Very unusual for me not to obviously go and want the one that wins the title, you know, and Pep does well handling that group of players.
Yes.
And Mikel's improved from last year. I wanted to pick, you know, I'm sitting here kind of saying, should have done that, should have done that. He's done everything right for me this year. He's really improved on last year, the amount of rotation he's done, and he went up to Man City and everyone went, and he went there and got a point, 0-0, and it was boring. I was the only one that was cheering. Well done, Mikel. Well done. You put pressure on him. I can't fault him, but Emery's the man.
For you as well?
For the exact same reasons as Tony, for the exact same reasons as Darren. I think Emery has been phenomenal since he's taken over from Stevie G. He just improved that team, and it was a team that you didn't think would be able to get to the Champions League, and he's been able to do that, and they look fantastic as well. So yeah, Emery.
So who gets your vote for player of the season?
Do you know what? Cole Palmer has been incredible. As I mentioned before, his influence and impact on Chelsea has been outrageous. However, it's got to be Mr. Foden. It's got to be Phil Foden. He, for me, is the game changer.
I've got a scenario for you. Man City draw, actually, Sunday.
Yep.
Arsenal 0-0, 1 minute to go. Saliba bangs through, smacks it in the back of the net, wins the league. Saliba's my man of the season. There you go.
Yep. And then Arsenal sign Foden. He wants to go to Champions, huh?
So is Saliba
Keep believing.
Is Saliba only your player of the season if that happens, or who gets
no,
your
I'll
vote
give
right
him
now?
it now. I'll give him it now. Yeah, I think he's. Well, to be honest with you, Declan Rice is my man. To be honest, he's made a huge difference to Arsenal Football Club, and he's got us closer to City again. So I'd personally give it to. I was being funny. That's Friday night, funny night, isn't it?
We enjoyed it. We thought it was funny. Yeah.
Declan Rice is my player of the season.
Who's your player of the season?
Well, listen, honourable mention to Declan Rice because he has been phenomenal and Saliba's been the mainstay of the Arsenal defence. I seem to remember that scenario of a defender bursting through. It's happening.
I said it, Darren.
Well, I know.
A bit slow here.
Giving you. Sorry.
Keep up, Darren. Man's got 4 titles.
I will. by catching strikers like me.
Player of the season.
Phil Foden. Only because when De Bruyne was out, when Haaland was out, it was Foden's goals that kept City competitive and ultimately decided the title race.
Yeah, unreal has Phil Foden been this season, but who is your, and let's stick with you, signing of the season?
Right, now I'm glad you've done signing as opposed to player because signing definitely Cole Palmer. For all the reasons that Jermaine said, big price tag on his shoulders, particularly at a club like Chelsea where we've seen so many players, Crespo, Sutton. Remember when he was £5 million and he struggled as a striker? I think as far as Palmer's been concerned, he hasn't just scored goals. Only Lampard and Drogba have scored more goals at Stamford Bridge than his 16 from his 22 appearances, 22 goals so far this season. That's record-breaking stuff. He's a fabulous player, like I said, and £45 million is looking like a bargain. If City have got a buyback clause, I'd be exercising.
How much was Havertz? How much was
60 million down the drain. I have the scores
Down
again.
the drain.
It's my boy's favourite song, that is.
Yeah.
We're not going to sing that, are we?
No.
Not
yet.
Exactly.
I thought I just did a player of the season in agreement.
I wish I could choose somebody different, but Cole Palmer has been
Signing of the season.
signing of the season.
Why do you
Sorry,
wish you could find someone different? You don't like Chelsea?
because I feel like I was an Arsenal fan growing up.
There you
so,
go, perfect.
But
Declan
he-
Rice then. Declan Rice, I know 100 million, but it's not about the money, is it? It's about the
influence.
And Havertz, you know, it's been phenomenal.
If you had to only have one of the two, which one would you have? Because Havertz have been.
That's the way it works, doesn't it? You just say something different.
Who's your shock of the season, Tony?
Shock?
What was your shock of the season? Team,
Wow.
player?
Go one of them first.
You've got to start everyone from the top. Are you ready?
You put me on the spot.
I think my one has got to be Bournemouth when they went on that little run just over the Christmas period and they ended up beating Man United away 3-0. I think, did they go 6 or 7 games unbeaten? I think it would be them in that phase.
I'd go Man United. They were bad, but I didn't think they would plumb the depths as they have so far this season. Worst defensive run, worst number of clean games.
They've broken
To be fair,
all terrible
it's not an
records,
actual shock nowadays. That's the sad thing about United. I've got a lot of pals that are Man United fans, and it's been going on for a while now.
Yes.
Their recruitment has been absolutely shocking. You know, so to be fair, it's not been a shock.
No, and I take that
It's
point.
sad.
They're almost
Sad
like
to
one of those
see.
nightclubs you used to go to years ago. You drive past, it's all boarded up kind of thing, and because it's terrible. Probably shouldn't say
I've
that.
not been for a long time.
What type of...
I still do the club classics every Friday night, to be honest with you. I'll put my little dab of tomato juice and I've got my club classics on, I'll be dancing. Anyway, that'd be a shock. That'd be a shock.
No, I'm not quite ready to move on.
We could have a dance on a Friday night. No.
Who's been your, because you guys basically talked about underachiever, who's been your overachiever of the season then?
Well, I think Havertz comes to mind again, to be honest with you. I think no one expected him to play at the level he has done, you know, hence the song and stuff. But Jesus is not going to get a look in now, and he's been playing like the fake number 9, as you call it, and he's been phenomenal. And confidence level, he's so confident at the moment. You know, he's like a different player to the one he was at Chelsea.
Yeah.
You know, he's only a gamble at the end of the day. You know, an agent, I could imagine, phoned Arteta and gone, "Do you fancy Havertz?" And they've kind of go, "Oh, we'll give him a go." You never know. Like Willan and all these players that have come in the past, and it's just taken off for him. Absolutely taken off.
We actually have to get to predictions, which is our favourite part of the show.
Yes.
And for that, this week, since it's the last week of the season, we're doing it a little bit differently, and we are doing the Team Talks predictions for the title, 5th, 6th and 7th, and the FA Cup winners.
Oh, dear.
Before we get to them, we were supposed to do this at the end to not make them low on confidence. But these are the official results. Excuse us, please, Tony.
No,
this
it's
battle has been
indulged.
going on the
Go for
whole
it.
season. 48.4%
I mean, that's not bad.
of your results have been correct.
That is
This
not
is like
bad.
the title race, yeah?
50-50. You might as well have done heads or tails. We did.
Unreal.
That's not an expert. We did. That's not an expert.
Somebody has 4.2% of a correct score, and it looks pretty close to Darren, but I can confirm that is one correct scoreline.
I'm sorry, it's more than Darren. I mean...
No, Darren had 99 matches that he had to predict. So you beat him, but
So
you
you
got
got that
one
many wrong.
scoreline correct. Okay, we have less than a minute left, and I
Right.
think I'm only going to ask you one thing. Who is winning
Arsenal.
the title? Oh. Tony Adams, everybody.
Come on, believe in miracles. We can do
I
it.
want Arsenal to win it.
But who's going to win it on Sunday?
I think City. I think City, but I want Arsenal.
City, and City all day long.
But first, the destination of the Premier League title will be decided on the last day of the season for only the 10th time in the competition's history. Leaders Manchester City host West Ham, while second place Arsenal face Everton. And our reporters Melissa Reddy and Gail Davies are at the Etihad and the Emirates respectively. Good morning to you both. Melissa, I'm going to start with you. City looking to make history this afternoon. So what's Pep told you about their mindset going into today?
Well, while everyone in the world not of an Arsenal persuasion thinks that it is a done deal, a foregone conclusion that Manchester City will make it a 6th title in 7 seasons and an unprecedented 4 on the spin, Pep Guardiola has been the opposite. He told me he's heard all those comments and he disagrees. He feels that City could lose or draw against West Ham, and so he's been impressing on his players that what they've done previously counts for nothing going into today. He wants them to be prepared for and fight against the worst case scenario. And he's actually not spent any time thinking about City lifting the title. He's been so preoccupied with all the ways West Ham can hurt them, and actually what he's imagined is Arsenal as champions. So it's quite clear that with that finish line in sight, Pep is keeping himself on his toes and his players' heads in the game. And as for us, we'll be strapped in for any potential twists and turns as that title race enters its last stride.
Yeah, it's going to be brilliant, isn't it? Gail, as Melissa was saying, that Arsenal need a huge favour, don't they, from West Ham? But Arteta's telling everyone the dream is still very much alive, isn't he?
He really is, Vicky, and they've made it this far. They've earned the right to do something very, very special on the final day. And why does Arteta believe it? Well, because he's lived and breathed what's been an amazing Arsenal season up until today. And he's watched a club win more games than ever before in the Premier League in terms of Arsenal score more goals in 89. Defensively, they've been a rock. They've taken 4 points off City. They're on course for a huge points total in 89, and that's why he believes. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because we know that somebody's going to have to do him a favour today. And it's two men that have shaped him as a player and a manager in David Moyes and Pep Guardiola that hold his future, I guess, destiny in their hands. Didn't speak to Moyes this week, but is certainly hoping something very, very, very special. He says it's not a miracle, it's doable, and that is what he's instilling in his players today.
Thank you very much, Gail and Melissa, before. It's really interesting. I love that comment about, you know, it's Moyes and Pep. You couldn't have written this script, could you, at all? How much credit do you think, Jonathan, Arsenal actually deserve pushing City all the way to this final day?
Immense. I mean, if you think of last season, Vicky, they stumbled and in fact blew up really in the run-in. And the questions then were, you know, can they really regroup from this? Was this season a one-off? Questions about Arteta, questions about the squad. And this season, they've gone a lot better. They're there on the final day. He's improved players. I think he's improved as a coach himself. There's a lot more variation there. His motivating skills are better. His behaviour's even starting to improve on the touchline. And it's interesting how, even now, even when it looks impossible to the rest of us, his eyes are still on the prize. And he's managed to project that into the club. And I think the impression you get from Arsenal, whatever happens today, is that they're still moving forward and they'll be there again next season. And this is a huge statement, what they've done this season.
It's fascinating, the difference between Pep and Mikel Arteta, and yet, you know, he was his prodigy, wasn't he? And yet the way that they're approaching this game is very much Arteta saying, we believe, and Pep almost saying, we don't believe. It's bizarre, really.
It is a bit, but I think Pep's fascinating as well, because we always talk about the tactical side, the genius side, but when you sit through press conference after press conference with Pep, the biggest thing he talks about is motivation. The biggest thing he talks about is character. And there's nobody better at the moment, maybe Klopp, but in terms of keeping a squad in the palm of his hand, fully motivated. I'll take you back to December the 10th. Man City are at Luton. They're 1-0 down after an hour. And at that point, they're 7 points off the top. They're closer to West Ham in 9th than they are to Liverpool in 1st at that point. And we're almost halfway through the season. And they dig out that game, and afterwards Pep Guardiola says, our task now is to prove everybody wrong, prove all the doubters wrong. As if there are doubters about Man City, but he's like Fergie. He'll create this atmosphere of us against the world, even when he's in the position of having the best team. And he's kept them going, and it's typical him today to say, we could lose this. You know, we've got to fight against something again, and that's part of his genius.
Yeah, it is. Did the win against Spurs on Tuesday feel like a defining moment of the season, Darren?
No, in a word, because I think there have been plenty of other wins for City that have been defining. I think the win over Spurs was more ominous than anything else, because I think as far as City are concerned, Guardiola, for our racing fans watching, he should be a racehorse trainer. He knows how to train a team to come good just at the right time. And that's what the very best racehorse trainers do. And we ask so many questions of this City side and other iterations of it. But the City culture is that they can tough it out if you want to slug it out. They can win easily and show their class when the occasion demands it. They've got the character and the culture at the club to know how to win. There is a bar they set themselves and they don't fall below it. And when one player doesn't do what he should do, he's out of the team and someone else is ready to come in and take their place, whether it's another senior player, whether it's a younger player like a Rico Lewis or an Oscar Bob or a Phil Foden, who's now coming of age in a City shirt. They have a standard they set themselves. And we'll talk later about the money and what, because people say, well, they've got all the money, but there is so much more to City than the money. And this is the reason why they are on the verge of yet another title.
Is there so much more to this game as well? Because I think a lot of people think that it is just a formality, but West Ham have shown actually that they can do it against the big teams. They beat Arsenal, didn't they, earlier on in the season? Back in December, I know, and they've been a different team since then. But they can cause an upset. They've got it in them, West Ham. They
do. I mean, they counter-attack as well as anybody, and that's what you have to do against Man City. They're brilliant at set pieces. They can always steal a goal there. They know David Moyes is leaving, and that's actually injected a bit into their performances. and they've got nothing to lose, but they've got big players who like the big stage. Paqueta will enjoy himself today. Jared Bowen's looking to get in the England squad. Kudus always turns up. So it's, you know, they're not easy meat for Manchester City, but David Moyes has not beaten Pep Guardiola. West Ham haven't won there for a long time, and history tells you that Man City get the job done.
Go even further than that. Nobody's won there for a long time.
They
haven't lost at the Etihad since November 2022. West Ham, of course, have lost on their last 2 away games by 5 goals on each occasion. So the numbers don't go in West Ham's favour. But like you say, John, Paqueta, some people say he's auditioning maybe for the old City shirt. Who knows? Kudus is a wonderful player who could do even bigger things than he's done so far. And West Ham are playing with a handbrake off David Moyes. It's his last game. There'll be questions about that one because I think he's done a lot for that club, but that's a different story. But I think in general terms, West Ham go there with a bit of freedom, a bit of abandon. Who knows?
We always talk, you know, I mean, we're quite proud, I think, of the Premier League and we get to work in it. We're quite lucky. But should we be really proud, in fact? Because this is quite rare, isn't it, that we've seen this, you know, going toe-to-toe until the end of the season for leagues around Europe.
Yeah, and I've got a little bit of a bee in my bonnet about that because, listen, we will talk about the 115 charge. For all the people who are watching, we know what television's like now. If I'm sitting at home, or people are sitting at home or watching on, and they're going on to tweet, you know, no one's talking about the 115 charges. We will talk about those on the show because they are relevant.
Yeah.
But I think in a football context, you've got to look at the competitiveness of this race. Some people say it's soul-destroying, that City are going to win it again. And the argument, the counter-argument to that is that we have the most competitive league of the major big 5 Europe's big 5 domestic leagues. And I was looking at the numbers around some of the other leagues going into this weekend. The distance, for example, in Spain, Real Madrid have won the title by 14 points. Leverkusen, they've won the German Bundesliga by 17 points. Inter, 18 points clear with 2 games to go in Italy. In France, PSG have won 8 of the last 10 titles, and they are 9 points clear at the moment.
Wow.
And then, and I want to refer to Martin Samuel in the Sunday Times today. He says City's past 3 titles have been won by a combined total of 7 points. 5, 1, and 1. But the most they could win by today is 5 again. It is more likely to be 2. City are frequently taken to the last day and sometimes even the last kick.
I mean, a couple of weeks ago we were talking about this being one of the greatest races ever, 3 teams in it. If Son scores when he goes through on goal on Tuesday night,
Which I still don't get that. It's like the anomaly of the season. Son not scoring.
And that image of Pep Guardiola on his back on the touchline.
Very Louis van Gaal, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, Jeremy Doku boots Alexis McAllister in the chest in the stoppage time at Anfield. If that's given as a penalty, still not sure why it wasn't, then it's a very different league. So I think we're guilty sometimes, just generally as an industry, of trying to make big judgments. This could have gone the other way. Other titles, as Dan's alluded to, could have gone the other way. We do have a phenomenal trophy-winning machine in Pep Guardiola and Manchester City, but they have been pushed.
Yeah, they have been pushed, which has been great. I suspect the papers have got a little bit to say about this.
So much. Today, where on earth do you start? I'll start with the Telegraph. Take a look at this. This is Mike McGrath's piece. Pep Guardiola saying, 4 in a row will not happen again in my life. And he's told his City players to go out today and enjoy their attempt at a 4th straight Premier League title because, as the headline suggests, it's not going to happen again. Going to quote him from that. He says, they'll be so focused. Everyone knows what we're playing for. None of us will get the chance to win 4 in a row again. It is impossible. It won't happen again in our life. We've got to win it. We have to enjoy it and think about what you have to do during the 95, 96, 97 minutes. And one other very significant line in that piece that Mike's done, he's confirmed that he will be at City next season, regardless of the outcome of today. And that must crush hearts as much as anything else in North London.
And I was going to say, Darren, 4 in a row probably won't happen again, but 5 in a row could easily happen next season.
Absolutely it could. And why is that? Because the side are so young, the squad is so young, the conveyor belt of talent is coming through. Because Oscar Bob looks a terrific talent, Rico Lewis and so many others.
They could sign a left back. You know, it's not the perfect team though, is it? And as you say, there's younger players that are improving. Phil Foden's just been crowned Player of the Year, and he's got so much capacity to get better. So there's reasons that the City might improve, will improve.
I'm going to show you one other one, the Sunday Times. Someone very close to home has done this piece.
Oh, yes.
So I'm going to let them talk you through it. But before he does, I'll just give you a couple of numbers in relation to Arsenal, because as you were saying, Johnny, they've set a club record, 27 Premier League wins this season. Only twice have they fared better, 71 and 1931. That's how far back you've got to go. They've also kept 18 Premier League clean sheets so far this season. Their most since 1998-99. So this puts your piece about how they can get to the next level into even more context.
Yeah, I mean, and they're pretty much on course to have the same points as the Invincibles. That's how good they've been. But as I say in this piece, they're in the position that Liverpool were in 2019, where they've been almost perfect. They've broken all records, and yet Manchester City have pipped them, probably are going to pip them. So that's what faces Arsenal now. As part of this piece, I spoke to David Raya, and he had this great phrase about how you've just got to keep hitting and hitting at the wall until the wall comes down. And that is the mindset at Arsenal. It hasn't been a perfect season for them either, so they have those little bits that they could improve. They could sign a left back, you know, they don't have one either. I think when they reflect, they might look at that period before, just after Christmas, when Fulham beat them at Craven Cottage, and a few days before they've lost to West Ham. And I think that Fulham performance kind of stands alone as the one time that Arteta was angry with his team.
Yeah.
The one time that they maybe didn't believe that they could do this, and they threw a game away. And the lesson that Manchester City teach you is that one bad game can be enough, because they are so relentless. So next season they've just got to, you know, they've got to hit the wall harder and be even better. But the mindset is there. They're young. The manager's there, and they can take heart from this season.
I think it's such a key point, because I was just looking at that December run. They only won one of their 5 Premier League games that month. They lost to Villa, they beat Brighton, they drew Liverpool, they lost at home to West Ham, and they lost away to Fulham. If they'd won just 2 more of those games, then they would be masters of their own destiny today. So as you rightly say, what Pep Guardiola's done and his City side have done is they've raised the bar, they've raised the demands of what you have to achieve in a season if you're going to beat them to the title. But also they've shattered this idea that it's very easy to come up with, that they steamroller everybody and nobody has a chance. Arsenal had it in their hands. They lost at home to Aston Villa, as we know. Yeah. And Liverpool had it
I
in their
think
hands
that's
as
a
well.
telling thing at the moment. I speak to a lot of Arsenal fans, no more so than my postie Mark, and he tells me all the time that we threw it away. He doesn't say City have done this. He said we had our moments to win this title and we threw it away.
And he thinks it's a Villa game, is he? Or?
Yeah, he was blaming the Villa game.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few others. He did mention the Fulham as well.
Jurgen Klopp's time at Liverpool has come to an end, but how will he be remembered? Will he be remembered as one of the all-time greats, or does he rank a little bit lower than that? That's what we're going to discuss right now. We're going to kick off with this question. Does Pep winning a 4th title in a row take away from Klopp's legacy? Kim?
I think it depends on how you define legacy. I think because it's been an interesting battle between Klopp and Pep, and it's created a very, very interesting narrative of who's the better manager. Is it Pep versus Klopp? Well, Pep's won more, but maybe Klopp's developed younger players. If I'm being completely honest, I don't think that there should be a debate. I think Pep is head and shoulders above Klopp. I think what Klopp's done at Liverpool is incredible. I think the legacy that he has at Liverpool is amazing, and I think he will probably go down as their best ever manager, from what he took them from to what he took them to, winning the Champions League, regularly competing in the Premier League. It can't be diminished in any way, shape or form, but I think really, when you look at just the Premier League and just the Premier League era here, you've had a villain in Pep Guardiola and Manchester City, and you've had the hero in Jurgen Klopp, and that's the narrative and that's the way that it's been. But the thing is, Klopp has won 1 Premier League in 9, and Pep's on course to win his 6th. I feel like the debate has been forced a little bit, and I feel like Pep just winning more and more trophies does make you look back on the Jurgen Klopp era and think, okay, he hasn't been very successful in the Premier League. Yes, he's played heavy metal football that everyone loves, but what exactly is it that would make him a Premier League great when he's come up against a foe that he can't get the better of?
I think the difficulty here is that I remember, I would say probably about 2 years ago maybe, I think it was when Liverpool were going for the quadruple at one point. I remember having a conversation going, oh, it's done, isn't it? Like, Klopp, especially for what Klopp's done with the amount that he's spent and the players that he's had and how he's developed, getting Robertson from Hull and different players from different places. This debate of sort of being great or being the better manager, I remember at that time the conversation was quite calmly, oh, actually Klopp is better than Guardiola, but it was going into that run-in and they didn't win that title that year. So that murky ground of, despite winning it all, not getting over the line at times, does that take away from him as a manager?
I don't think it should, because I think part of a manager's legacy is how he makes the supporters feel as well. And I would argue that Klopp has a better relationship with the Liverpool fans than Pep Guardiola has with the Manchester City fans. Now, I know you might disagree with that, but looking at it from the outside in, I can see a connection there. I can see someone that's really connected with a football club. And that's not to take away from Pep, but it's highlighting some of the good things that Klopp has done and managed that maybe don't always get the coverage that they deserve. I think if you look at where Klopp picked up Liverpool from in comparison to where Pep Guardiola picked up Manchester City from, it's completely understandable that he didn't win a title for a few years, because there was so much more work to be done. There was so much more that needed to happen. I think that Pep Guardiola has been better resourced at Manchester City. Again, that's something that works against Jurgen Klopp. He's working under an ownership group that have at times been criticised by Liverpool fans for not wanting to go that extra mile in terms of finances. They were smart in the way they did things, and that obviously levelled the playing field for a while. But I don't think the number of Premier Leagues that he's won should take him out of the conversation for the Premier League's best managers. But I accept that he can't be the number one with that number of titles.
What I will say is, like, okay, the point about Jurgen Klopp's relationship with the Liverpool fans is fine, and I agree with that, and that makes him a Liverpool great, or it makes him a Liverpool legend. It doesn't make him a Premier League great, and it doesn't make him a Premier League legend. And I think the Jurgen Klopp thing is that I think a lot of people have really fallen in love with him as a person, what he's done with Liverpool and the football that he's played. And I think the narrative shifted a little bit into becoming untruth. I mean, he's bought the most expensive goalkeeper at the time, he's bought the most expensive defender at the time. People talk about net spend being a huge factor, but Jurgen Klopp didn't decide that Barcelona were going to spend £150 million on a faded Coutinho. And those things make the stats and the net spend look a little bit better. But it's not like he hasn't spent, and it's not like he hasn't been backed. Of course, not to the same level of Guardiola, but I personally think that if Klopp was as good as maybe people are purporting him to be, putting him in the conversation with Guardiola and Alex Ferguson and people like that, then he would have won more than 1 in 9 years.
I think it's a incredibly fine line, in the sense of, again, we've just done a video talking about Arteta. If this Man City side, which is not old, is it? I think you got De Bruyne, you got to get past, but you got Foden sort of starting to shine now. The rest of that squad is still very young and it's got a long time. There's every possibility that someone like Arteta could have exactly the same record as Klopp.
Yeah.
When they get to the same sort of distance, and having spent a solid amount of money as well. I'm not really bothered about the money too much. I think in this conversation that we're having, I think as a broad Premier League great, in terms of personalities, I think Jurgen Klopp will be one of the first names that kind of come off your tongue.
But is that what it should be rated on? Should it be rated on personality?
No, I don't. I don't think, if we're making a list, he's not top. I don't think he's top 3 personally. If we're talking about trophies, because I think he's been phenomenal. I get it, but I think all these things are always so murky, because you've got the mix of getting the trophy. Leicester City won a trophy.
Yeah.
Won the title. But the points they got wasn't the same as Liverpool for the last however many years when they've been right at the top there. Same with Arsenal the last couple of years. Arsenal were invincibles, but they drew 12 games, so that doesn't mean anything anymore. Like it's a very difficult thing to kind of go through. I think all you can go with is your opinion on how you see that kind of greatness, and I think there's been so much conversation about this. I think it is only right that Pep and Ferguson are quite clearly above Klopp for the amount that they won. Because at the end of the day, that does matter. I think you can then have a conversation. You've got him, Mourinho, and Wenger then for me, and I think that I find that really difficult to kind of go through it all, because in terms of sort of those titles, obviously Mourinho's got those titles. In terms of sort of a purity and a revolution of football, I think Wenger wins that argument. But I think for an overall brilliance, I was kind of lean towards Klopp. So it makes it really, really difficult. In terms of the Klopp-Mourinho thing, in terms of Prem stats, so Klopp stats are 333 matches, 208 wins, 78 draws, 47 losses, 712 goals scored, 333 against. Mourinho, 363 matches, only a few more, 217 wins, 84 draws, 62 losses, 625 goals for 305 against. So nearly, in less games, nearly 100 more goals. So I think in terms of all the little aspects around the trophy, I think Klopp is a Premier League great. But I think these lists come down to that. Yeah. And therefore he's not. And that's how I feel.
I agree. I think in terms of the intangibles and the feeling that Klopp has given the Premier League,
the Dortmund night, the Barcelona night,
and what he's given Liverpool fans, of course they're going to think he's a great. And let's be honest, like the rivalry, if you want to call it that, although I'm pretty sure it's very respectful between the two men in Guardiola and Klopp, has been incredibly entertaining viewing for the last 5 or 6 years. It's been absolutely fantastic, and I think any Premier League fan, if you took off your supporters hat of the club you supported, you would look at that and you'd think Klopp has made the Premier League a much richer place. He certainly has, and he will be missed. But I can't call him a Premier League great when I think he's had a good enough amount of resources and a good enough amount of time and the support of the Liverpool fans to do more than one Premier League in 9 years.
So stop, you can't call him a Premier League great, or you can't put him in. Or you can't make him the greatest.
I don't think I can put him.
I wouldn't put him the greatest.
I don't think I can put him.
Great though.
I don't think I can put him in the top 4. I think he comes 5th for me. I mean, you finish 8th, 4th, 4th, 2nd. Then they won the league, 3rd, 2nd, 5th, and then 3rd again. That's not great.
Doesn't sound good.
That's not great.
It doesn't. But I think you're ignoring the fact of what he's been up against. He needed time to come in at Liverpool and fix Liverpool, because it was a broken football club that hadn't won the league for 30 years. I say broken by Liverpool's standards that they've set in history, because they've been incredibly successful. But he's come in and he's needed time to get them to that point. The difference between him and Arteta, for example, and when we're talking about projects, is that Klopp was winning things along the way.
Aside from Premier League, there's a lot of trophies around that, isn't there?
There's trophies. There's a Champions League, which is obviously massive, right? So he's managed all of that. Then he's come up against arguably the best side the Premier League has ever seen in Manchester City. And so just because he hasn't been able to topple them more than once doesn't mean that he wasn't on the level of some of the other managers that were successful, because the competition at the time wasn't as great.
And when you have those rivalries, you have the winner and you have the loser. Despite both being great and up here, you know, Wenger and Fergie, they were so clear, but Fergie won more. And so Wenger comes here. So then when you mix that up with other rivalries, then he starts to drop down a little bit. But I personally believe he is a Premier League great. And I just think when it comes to that overall list, which is so elite, I think he's struggling when it comes to that, because that's what you come back to, is the trophies and the winning, especially when it is exclusively to the Premier League. But what do you guys think? Let us know in the comments down below.
Saturday Social, brought to you by EA Sports FC with PlayStation 5. We want to reflect on some of the best players, don't we? So we've got a lot of magnets there. The Saturday social whiteboard's out. What's the plan, big man?
Yeah, so big.
Looking good in the shirt, mate.
Thanks, mate. Yeah.
Looking good in the shirt.
So we asked the guys to come up with their 10 best Premier League players this season. Now there is a bit of disagreement within this list. There's 14 magnets, 14 players cropped up in the discussion for just the 10 spaces. You guys are going to have to come together in agreement of the 10 best Premier League players this season. Now we've got a City and an Arsenal fan on the show. There is quite a lot of City and Arsenal.
There's a lot of bias, isn't there?
So Spencer, you're going to have the casting, the decision-making votes.
The voice of reason.
Exactly.
We basically thought you're the most sensible, least biased in this debate.
It's really easy to be sensible when your team's nowhere near the title race. It's really easy.
Yeah, you never know. Should we start at 10?
Yeah, so let's come to an agreement on who you think.
In order, reverse order. So one is the best.
We'll start and then we'll see. We might have to do some moves.
So who do you think has been the 10th best player in the Premier League this season?
Well, personally, on my list, I went Isaac. I mean, it's hard to contextualise until you see the full list, right? But I think he's got to be in the conversation to be up in that top 10. Really good year. Just very reliable for Newcastle in a quite injury-ravaged season for Newcastle, really, and they've relied on him for a lot of goals.
Yeah, 20 Premier League goals, 24 in all comps, most goals by a Newcastle player in a Premier League season since Alan Shearer.
Boovy, you didn't have him in your 10?
Just because they fell off a little bit. Obviously, the Champions League campaign was a little bit underwhelming. Nothing that he did. And I think he'll be looking in the summer for a big move. I see him at Arsenal, actually. I think Arsenal could absolutely use someone like
This
Isaac.
summer, you see that happening?
I don't know about... I know it'd be a lot of money to get him out of the club, of course, and Newcastle are an interesting project, but I think he's that good. He should be looking for a move early in his career and trying to go to an Arsenal. I think he'd fit Arsenal perfectly.
Stay in the Champions League as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Take him at Arsenal?
No, in a heartbeat.
Would you take him? Yeah,
he was my number 10 as well, and I think he's had a brilliant season.
He could play for.
Yeah. I'd love him at Arsenal. I don't think Newcastle will sell him. I think they'd be crazy to sell him.
Yeah.
But if they did, I think we should be trying to get a player like that. And 20 goals is impressive.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of his. I agree. He could. Newcastle fans won't want to hear that, though.
No.
OK.
Stick him there for now and then...
Stick him there for now. Coming in at number 9.
Right, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put my list together. You guys can argue me, tell me I'm wrong. So in 9th, I had... Where is he? William Saliba. I had in 9th.
Is he 9th?
Well, you tell me why he should be higher.
Where should he be for you?
He's the best defender in the league.
OK, but is he the more than 9th best player in the league?
Yeah.
Where is he for
Just
you?
because the player's a defender doesn't mean they can't be high up.
I'm a defender. You're preaching to the choir, but...
Well, maybe there's exceptions.
On that calibre.
I'm all for
Sorry,
defenders.
Sorry,
I'm all for... He's coming for me. I'm not even again. I'm all for defenders, but where do you think he is then?
1.
He's the best player in the league.
Do you think Saliba's the best player in the Premier League?
Listen, the thing is, right, we always just go for attacking players. We always go for attacking players, right? But defences are so important, right? That guy's played every game for Arsenal this season. As a young player, he's been absolutely exceptional, right? Like, every game he's played has been like 8, 9 or more out of 10. He's been super consistent, he's been brilliant, and it doesn't always just have to go to a player who scored the most goals.
He's not happy with you here, Robbie.
But one's a big... I could actually say, if you said 5th, I'd say, yeah, it's a fair argument, even 4th. But number 1 ahead of... Some of the Man City players that are currently top of the Premier League table.
Number 1.
I think there are better Arsenal defenders in this list. You have to say, in the Champions League, the highest standard competition, you did concede
Talking about the
really
Premier League
goals. No, but it's the highest standard. It's the highest standard. Bayern Munich is a real side.
You do this every time.
OK, let's talk about Fulham and West Ham.
You do this every time.
Goals. You didn't win those games.
This is for the Premier League. He's
not the best player in the league, is he?
It's for the Premier League, right?
Might be the
I'm
best
saying to
back in the league.
Right, defences. Why do we not put respect on defences? We've got the best defence in the league, and he's been the main man.
You know what they say? Attack wins your games, defence gets you second.
What?
Let's put him here for now. We'll put him here for now.
Average it out.
Put him here for now.
Exactly.
We'll rework it.
Do you know, we will give you full range of your word.
Absolutely.
So next for me, sorry, Robbie, but I had Saka next. He's still in the top 10, mate. Let's just look at the positives here. Where have you got him? You must have him in your list.
I didn't actually have Saka.
Oh, wow!
You didn't have Saka in your top 10?
I thought he was going to flip out there.
Did you have him?
Yeah, I put him 9th for me.
OK.
I didn't actually have Saka
wow, that's a massive
in my top 10,
come?
just because, you know, I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible in doing it. I think he's had a great season, but I think he was better last season.
Okay.
But he's had a great season.
Isn't he hit his best numbers in terms of goals and
He has, but I
assists.
still feel he was a bit better, even though the numbers are better this season. If you speak to most Arsenal fans, they say he was actually better last season. but he's still been exceptional. But I just like to take 10.
Yeah.
I just found that, like, being honest, in my honest opinion, there were some players I thought...
Well, we'll put him here for now, and then we might pick him out later, but that's all right for me.
You can always move it around.
Well, I had this man next, Dominic Solanke.
Dominic Solanke,
I think if you're looking at the team he's played in, the amount of goals he's scored...
Yeah, decent shout.
Also, like, the journey of him as a career. Like, you know, he was getting a lot of stick at first when he went there, and not necessarily anywhere near as prolific as he now is, so I think he deserves a bit of...
Yeah, I had him in at 9. I think he's had a brilliant season, you know. Like you said, at Bournemouth, he's literally been the leader of that team. And the goals he scored has been, you know, he's been exceptional, really has. If he was at any other team, if that was any other team he was at, he'd be getting shouts for...
So you think he's had a better season than Isaac?
Yes, just because I think Isaac's playing in a better team.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I give Solanke the it's only slight, but I give him the slight up just because he's playing for, you know, no disrespect, he's at Bournemouth, which is not as got
If it wasn't
stars.
for Watkins, he'd be going to the Euros.
Sorry?
If it wasn't for Ollie Watkins, he'd be on the plane to the Euros.
Yeah, I think he's been brilliant.
Right.
Top scorer, 21 goals this season. Joint fourth top Premier League.
I don't mind the argument,
I'll put him there for now, we'll work through it. And then
I think it's a good shout as well, because I think whenever we do this, it's very easy to gravitate towards the players from the top 6, so to speak. But there's been some really big
This next one's wound me up, I can't lie. Like,
me?
I think from everybody's got an agreement, potentially.
Oh, really? OK. Well, yeah, I had Ollie Watkins.
I can't believe he's so low.
It's low.
I had him actually...
7th.
Yeah, we've actually changed my order a little bit. I had him in 6.
I had him in at 6.
Yeah.
You had him in 6.
And he's
So,
brilliant.
I can't believe he's that low. What more could he have done? He's got the most assists, I think, of any player in the league. You know, he's in contention for me to be 1, let alone in the top 5. Seriously, what more could he have done this season, Boost? What more could he have done? He's got his team.
Very harsh saying this, but he's not
into a Champions
not the highest scorer in the league.
He's 96.
Yeah, and it's incredible. He's a top 5 debate, a million %. But when you say 1, we're talking about players that have won you the Premier League title. You have to talk about
But winning the Premier League title for Villa is getting into the Champions League. They are not realistically going to win a Premier League title.
Course,
so that level for them is to get into the Champions League.
Yeah, but that's all context, you know.
I think there's an element of it, and this is where it's subjective, but is that you're asking who's the best player as well, is like who's the best at football, who's the best, and there's names in there that are, I love Ollie Watkins. I think he's done everything he can do, like you say. I still think when you watch him for England, it's quite evident that he's not top tier.
He's not a world-class striker.
We're doing it on this.
Yeah, but
numbers.
but it's not just numbers, is it? It's also about how they play the game and the way that I think there's players later in my list that are better footballers than Ollie Watkins.
Yeah, million.
But he has had an unreal season. You can put him right. We can put him here for now, but we may move him up.
Surely in the top 5.
We may move him up.
My gosh.
27 goals.
Put him there for now.
27 goals and 13 assists this season. Most assists in the Premier League this season. Second most goals and assists in the Premier League. I'm with Joe. I think 7th is...
We're going to start saying...
Okay, you've gone 5.
None of the players we're going to say now are bad, right?
Okay.
We're going to have some real arguments, because next I had Rodri next.
That's low, mate.
Now, yeah, but where do you want him then? Number 1?
He's at least 2. At least 2. He's the best DM in the world. He's the best DM of a generation. If it wasn't for someone else that we'll talk about from City in terms of what he's done, moving the side forward, scoring big goals, there's no one in the world that can do what Rodri does from the base of midfield. Control a game, win the ball back at a high level. And it's a bit like what Robbie's saying about we underestimate defenders.
Yeah.
Defensive midfielders, they do everything in the game to the highest level.
I agree. And there's a couple of players in this list that you could probably argue are the best in their position in the world, or certainly in that conversation. But only one can be number 1. So we have to have some sort of...
He's
has to be above Saliba.
Of everyone in this list, he's probably one of them that you notice the most when he doesn't play. He's unbeaten in the last 73 appearances when he does play.
Unreal.
And Man City's last 5 defeats have all come when he doesn't play. They're a completely different team.
Yeah, agree.
He's not the same. Where would you have him out of interest, Robbie?
I think Bribby's made a good case to put him here for now.
Are you happy with 3, Robbie?
No, I think that's too high, you know.
Oh, my...
For Rodri? Listen, for this season, because I think at the start of the season, he didn't start off great.
Because he was banned, though,
he got sent off.
Yeah. Still didn't lose a game.
You know, let the team down a bit.
Game when he's played.
Yeah.
He's got the most successful passes in the Premier League of any player, most touches of all players in the Premier League this season, career best 16 Premier League goal involvements, hasn't lost a game, and all the games they have lost are when he hasn't played.
Let's fill the list out.
All right. Listen,
he's right up there.
I'm hating a bit because he is.
We can always make movements.
This will be an interesting one for me. So I had him in 4 for my list, Erling Haaland.
Yeah, that's
right. Now, obviously, not. Yeah, there's prettier players, and there's players that maybe the whole Roy Keane argument technically can do other things, but you can't get away from the man's numbers. And he's not played every game either. Like, you know,
yeah, he missed a load of.
He could have scored a ridiculous amount this year. Still scored the most, and he's right up there. Like
top scorer in the Premier League.
Exactly.
But do you think he's had a better season than Watkins?
Depends what you mean by that.
I put him below Watkins.
If you swapped them, Watkins maybe scores more.
But the metric is this season.
This season, though, who has had a better
season? I don't know. You know, it's not about.
I like that. I like that.
More. It's about him scoring less in a Villa team. If you swapped him, who scores more? Because he will score a lot less in a Villa team.
By the way, I'm a massive critic of him because I think when you criticise someone like Erling Haaland, you're saying he can do better. That's how talented he is. He could do better against Real Madrid. He didn't do enough. He didn't have any shots on target in those 2 games.
Against quite a few of the big.
But it's so easy to say, oh, he could be scoring 40 if Ollie Watkins played for Man City. No way. What he's done in the Champions League, the amount of goals he's got in 2 seasons in the Premier League is out of this world.
Well, I just think it's more that he scores less for Villa. I don't think he scores the amount he scored.
30 for Villa.
What did he do against us?
When he's played against him,
he played against Arsenal.
He's currently above you in the table.
When he played against Arsenal,
he's currently above you.
So's Ortega.
Exactly. When he played against Arsenal, who marked him out of the game twice?
Yeah, but he makes up for it.
What's the name of that guy again? The guy you want to put in at number 10. Saliba.
He's the highest scorer in the Premier League. We can't disrespect someone.
But when he played it,
top 2,
he's close to 100 goals for City already in 2
Listen, exceptional player.
No, I put him below Ollie Watkins. I think 6.
Exceptional 6.
Exceptional player, although he doesn't do hold it up very well, does he?
We did it against you.
Quite a lot of people have said that, famous people. But what did he do against Arsenal? He got marked out of the game twice. The top scorer, remember what you were just saying? Yeah. Marked out of the game twice by Saliba, didn't score a goal.
He's got to improve.
Yeah, let's see where else we end up, because we've got a lot of names to get through it.
Yeah, Cole Palmer.
Cole Palmer has had an unreal season, hasn't he? He's been the shining light for Chelsea, and I don't think anyone... I know there's a lot of talk about how good he could be, but I don't think anyone saw the sheer numbers he's put up coming this early in his career. And a team that has lacked cohesion and has only really just recently started to gel, he's been good since minute 1. I think that deserves serious recognition.
We've got to go to Booth on this. He's a City fan. Obviously, you talk about Man City. Loads of it is positive. You're going to probably have an amazing season. But do you look at that and think, why did we sell Cole Palmer? Did you see what he was going to do at Chelsea coming?
I did. Not the raw numbers. The numbers are out of this world. In terms of total technical ability, any City fan will tell you, when he was at the EDS and the academy, people saw he had a higher ceiling potentially than Phil Foden. Back in the day, people were saying that. You can't hold on to players for the sake of it. It didn't make sense for him to be a substitute and not play the minutes he's played. As a football fan, I'm glad that he's at Chelsea doing his thing. Obviously, I don't want him to do well against City, but what he's doing in the Premier League and representing himself as an amazing footballer, I'm almost proud of him as a City fan. Like, you have to be.
I think ultimately you've seen City strengthen a lot of their rivals in recent years. Not even you can really call Chelsea a rival right now in terms of league position, but obviously with Arsenal last year, a couple of players, ultimately they've continued to win.
Yes.
So, and the only thing with Palmer that surprises me is obviously he's a homegrown player. So as you have to have a certain amount in your squad. So that says a lot about the other ones you've got, or maybe coming through that they're thinking about. That's the only, I think, potential mistake in that sale.
And the fee, potentially, $42.5 million for someone of his age, homegrown.
At the time, though, that looked like quite a good deal at the time.
Yeah.
Profit as well.
Money, wasn't it?
Back on that now, though. The numbers.
Brilliant. Yeah. So where are we having him? Is he top 2? Is he top 2? I had him in 3, personally.
Yeah, I put him in 4.
You can move Rodri if you want.
I'd have him about 3.
We put Rodri up 1.
Move Watkins down 1 and Haaland down to 7.
OK, so we fill out the 10, yeah, fine.
Yeah, add some space in there.
And what, and put Palmer in 5?
Yeah.
All right, let's do that for now.
Palmer in 5, Robbie.
OK. Work through it. So next I had this man, right now, guys.
Wow.
I had him in 2nd, personally. I think he also started the season a bit slow. It looked at first like the Rice move coming in and the midfield reshuffle had affected him. But then when he got going, he's been as good as he's ever been, and he's right up there, isn't he, with the best creative midfielders.
Been the best in the league, creative midfielder in the league this year, and we all know De Bruyne's brilliant, but I think he's been better than him this season.
He's actually, Robbie, you'll love this stat. He's actually created the most chances from open play of any player in Europe's major leagues this season.
So where would you have him, Rob? I had him 2. I'm happy to stick him 2 still.
2's high.
Where did you have him?
You think he's had a better season?
I didn't put him in top 10.
You didn't have him?
You didn't have him in your top 10?
I think they're better Arsenal.
Huh?
This is a City thing.
That's what I'm saying about this guy.
I think Arsenal...
You didn't have him in your top 10.
Why have Arsenal been fantastic this season? Because of the defence. I've put in multiple Arsenal
You want to diss our defender, put him down in number 10, and then you don't even want to put the best creative player in the league.
I put Saliba higher than 10. It's just hard to agree with you lads. I would have put Saliba a lot higher.
It's Saliba 9.
Yeah, exactly.
9. That number that's a lot higher than 10.
Someone like Declan Rice, Ben White, for me, have to go in the list ahead of him.
How is
Ben White ahead of Ødegaard?
How is he not in the top 10?
Yeah, it's mad, Booby.
You've built your title challenge on your defence.
8, 9 and 10, does this
Well, listen,
need
we're going
some
to finish.
adjustment now?
We'll have a proper chat once we get 10 names on there, because we've got 4
are
more.
we right in thinking you're all agreeing on your number one?
Yeah, I had this, man.
You've all got Phil Foden as the best player in the Premier League.
Yeah, so it is.
No, I had Saliba, but, you know, I mean, obviously Foden's been exceptional and, you know, he's been most people's number one.
Yeah, he'd be my number
because
one.
you always go for attackers, right? But I gave you the reason why I went for Saliba, but of course he's been exceptional.
I think let's stick him in there. Then we've got 4 more names.
Hey, wait.
We're going to discuss it.
Declan Rice, man.
Exactly.
What's going on?
This is where there's going to need to be serious work done, because you've got Declan Rice, you've still got Virgil van Dijk, who a lot of people, I know you've got,
not in the top
Saliba on there.
I didn't have any of these in my 10, personally.
Declan Rice has to be in there.
Where's Declan Rice?
I put him in 3, Robbie. He has to be in there. He's been unbelievable.
He has to be in there.
Also, you're not having Virgil van Dijk, who many people would argue is he's been nominated, by the way, as player of the season officially.
Maybe the best centre-back.
And it's absolute disgrace, right? Because Saliba's not even been
You don't
nominated.
think Van Dijk should be in the top 10?
Well, Saliba, who's been better, Saliba or Van Dijk this season?
I think Van Dijk.
Big performance in the cup final.
I'll tell you why, Rob. I'll tell you why. I think
Saliba
has been awesome, had an amazing partnership with Gabriel, and it's definitely the best defensive unit in the league.
I'd agree with
but
that.
Van Dijk's had to play with a changing goalkeeper, an interchanging left back, a constantly interchanging centre back, no Trent for
Won a cup final on his own, pretty much.
Fabinho left in the summer, so
Where
he's
would
had
you
to
put
have
him, though?
Endo
You're
in
going to
there
put Van
instead.
Dijk in.
I think Virgil van Dijk is a complete neutral. We have to talk about him.
Someone's got to come out, boys.
I think you have to get rid of Solanke.
Defender in the league.
No, he's not been better than Saliba. He's a great defender.
Gabriel.
It's your argument, Bobby. Saliba's 4 and Van Dijk's not even.
Gabriel, and again, like what Spencer's saying there, Gabriel. Even when I was working out, it's only because I can't have 10, but Gabriel's
I
definitely
know.
a shout.
I'm going to work it out.
Declan Rice has to be in.
So who's dropping out? Which 2 or 3 players?
Well, actually, remember when I was
Ben White, I'm not having in.
Remember, as I said, with the fairness.
Anyone got a problem with that? No Ben White.
I'm just saying, with the
harsh, but
yeah, I'd take Ben White out, even though he's been brilliant.
I think take Isak and Solanke out. I think Isak is end up in a mid-table roughly season.
Remember when I was saying right from the
fantastic,
start,
but
the fairness of my list, right, is that I didn't have Saka in my top 10 just because I would have had Declan Rice in there instead of Saka. I think Solanke has to be in there when you put it in context of what he's done.
What about Isak then? Take Isak.
I think these 3 are the only 3 that can come out if you have to have people come out. I'm not having any of the top 7 come out. I don't think you can.
But your point about Solanke is the fact that the team he's playing in, the goals he scored.
And we've recognised Arsenal. We've recognised a lot of Arsenal. We haven't recognised Liverpool.
Surely those 3 players are going in.
I think Virgil was the best case of the 3 just because we haven't recognised Liverpool.
Yeah, okay.
In the
So where
list.
would you stick Virgil then?
And then, realistically, you've got to take out Isaac or Saka for me.
Who'd you take out?
Take Isaac out.
Need a decision.
You didn't have Saka in your list.
Take Isak out.
But no, I didn't have him in the list.
You can take both of those out, really.
So
You can take them both out if you want. What?
Virgil van Dijk that low?
Well, we've got to work with me here. No, you can't please everyone here, Joe. It's not possible.
Is that confirmation then?
I'm happy to. Are we happy taking Isaac out?
Robbie wants all 10 Arsenal players.
And then here.
no, I don't because I didn't have. Look, I didn't have Saka in my
Robbie in there.
Rice has got to be in there, Robbie.
I mean, Rice has to
Where
be
would
in
you
there.
have Rice? Where would you have Rice?
I'd take out Haaland.
Oh, scoring the Premier League.
Is that just the one movie?
Just the one.
I'll give you Rice, but only for Saka.
Get rid of Solanke for Rice.
Rice for Saka.
Way better than him.
Yeah, I mean, in my original list, I didn't have Saka, and I did have Rice.
There we go. Okay.
So we did Rice for Saka?
Okay, so
But Rice, but hold on, wait.
now you can change it around.
There's no way Rice should be that low.
We also got Gabriel though.
Gabriel should be in there, I think, instead of Van Dijk.
He's Gary Cahill, let's be honest.
Shut up.
We've got 3 Arsenal boys in there.
Been better than any defender
I'm parking that.
in your club.
What, Ruben Diaz?
Huh?
Right, there we go.
Right,
better than
for
Diaz.
reason, that's our 10, but we can shuffle.
Yeah,
We
you can
need to
shuffle then. You can start shuffling.
Well, there is.
Make a case.
They're shuffling. They're shuffling.
Are you gonna shuffle?
Anyone want to shuffle? Any suggestions?
Yeah, Rice needs to be in the top 5, easily.
Yeah.
Rice has to be
Push
in
all
that
these
top
lads
5.
down and then put Rice and Van Dijk in that 4th and 5th, I think.
What, and take Saliba and Palmer to 6 and 7?
And push that side down.
Move Solanke down
That's a lot of movement.
to 10.
That's
We
a
can
lot
put
of,
Solanke to 10. I'm fine with that.
It's a lot of movement.
Solanke's in there. Well done, mate. You made it. Dominic, well done.
He's got to be in.
Haaland goes in at 9.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Haaland in at 9. City fan says yes, so okay.
Scoring the Premier League at 9.
Watkins at 8.
He did miss a big chunk there.
Watkins over.
I will
Palmer.
walk out of this studio with Watkins at 8.
But Watkins down, yeah.
Higher than Palmer. Lower than Palmer.
Yeah, of course.
I'll walk out this studio with Ollie Watkins at 8.
I don't think these 2 need to go any higher than this.
No, I think Watkins has to be higher than Palmer.
Not for me.
They got the top 4. Man. Villa got into the top 4.
I would put this to you, gentlemen. I would put this to you.
Declan Rice.
I agree with Spencer.
Declan Rice has to be higher than that. He must.
You got 2 in the top 5. 2 in the top 4.
2 versus 1.
Must be in the top 5.
Lads, Watkins
Declan
at 8.
Rice.
So you've currently got the top score.
Robbie 11. It's just on the record. Okay, we've got Eddie Nketiah coming up.
This was me. I would be doing this. I would be putting.
What are we seeing here?
This guy's a hater.
I don't think I'd have Rice in, but I'd have him there. This is what I would do, guys.
Okay.
I would do that as a reason.
You wouldn't have Rice in?
He didn't. No, I wouldn't. He wasn't in my 10.
I'll tell you what, let us know what you think at home. They're not going to agree on this.
West Ham fans, you know what I mean?
See, like Emily agreed, top 10 best players in the Premier League right now. You decide at home because they're not agreeing. Spence, I think you did an all right job at trying to organise that.
But hold on, he's saying he didn't have Declan Rice in your top 10.
Wait till later today.
Just
It's
because
not, Robbie.
he's hating because he left West Ham.
I've been on this show many times waxing lyrical about Rice post West Ham as well.
Let us know what you think.
What do you remember what your manager said? Right, he fell apart when he left.
Welcome back to Sunday Vibes, one and all. It's approaching the end of the season. Look who's joined me. It's Doogie and it's Mikey McCubbin. Now, Mikey, this weekend coming, or happened yesterday?
Last night, yeah. We were all there.
Played your first gig.
We've
all been there.
You're a rock star.
How are you feeling about it, Mr. Rockstar?
I'm a little bit nervous, mainly very excited. Did have a dream last night that I went on stage and absolutely messed up. So yeah.
Won't happen, mate.
It won't happen. It won't
You've got that out of the way.
I think the nervous, anxiety dreams I think are a good sign in the build-up to stuff.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
And
Hopefully it was good.
if you haven't already streamed Mikey's new track by his band Sedilia, Sedilia. Correct?
Yeah.
Make sure you go and stream that on Spotify right now.
Description.
Yeah, we will put it in the description. Why not? Absolutely. Dukes, how are you, mate?
I'm good, thank you. I feel like you guys owe me a little thank you, really, for Amad Diallo.
Yeah.
Developing him, getting him all ready for the Premier League. You guys then injure him, and then he pops up last night with a crucial goal.
Yeah,
absolutely
great goal.
Yeah, I mean, it means very little for our season, but ultimately,
great for him.
Great for him.
Great
for him, and could have been a big moment for him. It feels like in his Manchester United.
Great
future.
performance good performance against Arsenal as well. Don't know if anyone performed like great, but he looks really good. I think
should have got more minutes.
At least definitely should have got more minutes earlier on. Like how Anthony was keeping out the team, that's a whole other podcast, isn't it? It feels like Amad and Garnacho. I think they have to start the FA Cup final, to be honest. I think they kind of do.
I think there's definitely arguments made. It would be a young front three, though, wouldn't it? 19,
it would
20.
Be. Like you maybe want the experience of Rashford there, but
mainly behind. It is the young players that give United fans, I imagine, some hope going into the summer.
Which is never a good sign. But anyway, as you can see from the title of today's video, we're giving out our end of season awards. We do this every single season, pretty much, don't we? We're going to be kicking off with Player of the Year. These are all Premier League related awards. Player of the Year. There's only one answer for me here.
Well, I actually don't think there is any one answer, but I think we might all have the same one. I went with Ollie Watkins.
No.
I went Ollie Watkins as well.
Wow. Did you go for Foden?
No.
Oh. Who did you go for?
I went Rodri.
Oh, yeah, true.
I think it's absolutely Rodri. I think he's clear and away the best player in the league, to be honest with you. I think Foden's had an exceptional season, don't get me wrong. He's definitely the most aesthetically pleasing player to watch in the league, and his output has jumped to new highs this season. I think Ødegaard as well, and similar sort of player, that sort of aesthetic feel. I've heard his name mentioned in the realms of winning Player of the Year, but none of these players have been as good as Rodri. Rodri has now gone unbeaten for 73 games. Man City have lost 4 games this season. He's not played in any of those games. He is clearly...
Well, he played in the Real Madrid one, but
doesn't even count as a loss. Doesn't even count as a loss. That goes down as technicality as a draw. But I just think that he is the one immovable object in that Man City side. Everybody else can be interchanged, can be swapped out. Even as good as he's been this season, Phil Foden could be interchanged for another player, be it Kevin De Bruyne playing in the 10 and Bernardo Silva playing out wide. Phil Foden takes a break on the bench. You cannot do it with Rodri and the Man City side. Yeah. They are the best team in the world, the best team in the league yet again. He's their best player. He has a ridiculous amount of goal contributions for a player playing as deep as he has this season. He's added plenty of shot creating actions to his game I didn't think was going to be possible, given that he was basically a player that received it from the first line and drove the ball forward, be it from a pass or just keeping it simple, ticking over. Now he's like this all action, box to box, scores massive goals, never loses a game. he's still only 28, I think.
Yeah,
we're talking about a player that's definitely going to be one of the greatest Premier League midfielders of all time. And I just don't think he's put a single foot wrong this season. He's the best player in the best team.
Yeah, I think that's. I think it's a pretty good argument. I think if I was going to go for a City player, it would be Rodri. But I just think on an individual season basis, it's really hard to choose. But I think
22 goal involvements from this season from defensive midfield.
Not in the league, not in the Premier League.
In all competitions.
In all competitions, that is really
16
impressive.
in the league.
Same as Odegaard.
Yeah, that is mad.
9 goals, 7 goals, 9 assists in the league.
It's really impressive.
But speaking of goal involvements, though, only Mbappe and Kane have more than Ollie Watkins.
Cole Palmer does now after last night.
Does he have more? Does he have more than Ollie Watkins after last night?
Level. They're all level.
Well, that's annoying. But nevertheless, nevertheless, like, I think Ollie Watkins. You talk about taking players out of a team. Aston Villa do not finish anywhere near where they have without Ollie Watkins. I think he's still got the joint most assists in Europe as well. His consistency actually since arriving at Villa has been pretty extraordinary. Had so much kind of unnecessary criticism, I think, during the Steven Gerrard days where he was being, not really being used correctly, and people were even questioning whether he was a Premier League level striker, let alone, arguably the best. I think he has been the most consistent centre forward in the league this year. I know Haaland has picked up recently, but I think in terms of his all-round play, and that's not to say that Haaland doesn't have good all-round play. I don't sit in that camp, but I think all-round Ollie Watkins has been the best centre forward this season. I think he's a shoo-in for the Euros, which obviously is getting announced in 2 or 3 days' time. He's just held that attack together, and given that he's had a bit of a revolving cast around him as well this season, like he's played in a front two with like Yuri Tielemans at points, played in a front two with Moussa Diaby. I know an unconventional front two, both of those, but he's had kind of Diaby in and out of the side. Leon Bailey's been there. John McGinn's been playing on the left. Like, it's been a bit of a, he's had to kind of deal with Unai Emery switching things up quite a lot throughout the season. And Unai Emery has obviously had a brilliant season as a manager, brilliant tenure so far at Villa. But, Ollie Watkins has really been the constant. Villa have struggled defensively a lot recently, and yet they've secured Champions League football. So I think, that's why I would give it to Watkins.
I think he's been amazing. He's been amazing, but I think if you're going to be a striker winning the Player of the Year award, I think you've got to be scoring 25 plus goals. I think Ollie Watkins has been amazing. He's been remarkable. Don't get me wrong, he has been remarkable. Like, such a good season. But I just don't think you can win the Player of the Year award on 18 goals.
19 goals. Non-penalty goals.
Yeah,
he hasn't scored a single penalty.
It's impressive.
If you took penalties, he would probably be on 25.
Yeah.
And he's the top assist provider in the entirety of Europe, level with Grimaldo and Alex Pena of Villarreal.
He's been unreal. But
the fact that, John Duran's played, I think, less than 400 minutes.
But he's not the best player in the league.
But it's not about who's the best player in the league, it's about who's had the better season. And actually,
Rodri is definitely a better season.
Rodri wasn't even nominated for Premier League.
That's a disgrace.
I totally agree. I totally agree. He would be in my top
PFA,
3
surely
for decision about this. But I'm kind of with Mikey. I think the most remarkable story as it stands, and we've got the final day ahead at the moment, is Villa getting 4th, and Watkins has been central to that.
I think there's an argument to be made that Rodri is the only player. This is a risk saying this. The only player in the world that is the best in his position in the Premier League.
Yeah.
I think you could say Alisson maybe, and there's definitely arguments to be made for the back two at Arsenal.
It's the biggest
and Van
gap
Dijk
between
now.
the second.
Yeah, but that 100% certainty that he's the best defensive midfielder in the world.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think you maybe could say that's Salah potentially, but with the emergence of Rodrigo, certainly Harry Kane's the best striker. Mbappe the best left winger. In that midfield role, 100% he's head and shoulders above anybody else.
There is also an argument, and it is not an argument I would make. It's not my argument, but if Rodri doesn't get suspended for those games,
that's a walk in the park, the league.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, should he have been there? A suspension is unnecessary. You do not need to make that mistake. And look, City have dominated this league this year, or got back into domination zone, really, because of Rodri's performances. So it's a harsh argument to make. But Watkins, only Dom Solanke out of all forwards in the Premier League has played more minutes than him. He has provided the joint most goal contributions, top assists in Europe. He's been there every single game, dragging a Villa side that no one had finishing 4th to 4th.
Yeah, he's amazing. No doubt. So those are our suggestions. For
I think you have to vote in the
you're gonna have to let us know in the comments below. Young
We'll
player of the year.
we'll stick a pinned comment with.
Young player of the year.
I think this is very easy.
Yeah, this has to be
Cole Palmer. Yeah,
100%.
It's
32 goal involvements in all competitions. I think Mbappe has 34 this season.
Again, I'm having a go at the Premier League here, but why is Phil Foden and Haaland and Isak being nominated for this award? Again?
No, Phil Foden. Oh, it's for the young player. Yeah, sorry, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Like Foden's won it twice already.
Totally. Yeah.
Like it's a joke.
Yeah,
he's won 5 Premier League titles.
This has to be changed. This has to be changed. It has to be shifted to a Rookie of the Year, a player making their breakthrough campaign.
Under 22 at the start of the season.
Has Cole Palmer now turned 22? Or has he 21?
Still 21.
Is he still 21?
Off the top of my head.
When I was looking through 21-year-olds for this, he wasn't in there.
24 matches since the turn of the year.
Absolutely remarkable. He didn't get his first goal contribution until middle of October, and then he's just been on an absolute tear ever since. I think the longest streak he's gone in the league without providing a goal or assist is 3 games, and that's happened once.
There was actually some good debate being had at the pub last night when we were watching the game. Adam Templeman, who you guys might remember, long-term viewers of the channel probably will remember, is claiming he initiated the Cold Palmer nickname.
Oh, come on.
Before Cole Palmer did himself?
He has potentially got legitimacy to the claim. On September the 10th...
It's not something to be proud of.
September the 10th, he posted... He now is involved in Arsenal and England social media, and he posted when he scored for England under-21s, Cold Palmer was the caption.
Wow.
Cole Palmer then commented on that with the frost emoji, and I think 2 weeks after did the Cole Palmer celebration.
But it's Morgan Rogers' celebration, isn't it?
Yes, but he wasn't called. He wasn't still called Cold
I get
Palmer.
the celebration, but the Cold Palmer nickname.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's true or not.
Yeah.
Let me know if you know. Let me know if you know a different reason he's called.
That's
Cole
an
Palmer.
amazing bit of like.
I mean, Adam Templeman is a social media god. So like, I'm not, like he does have it in him.
He's claiming it. He's claiming it. And I respect that totally.
Clickbait cling.
But have you got something other than Cole?
To be honest, Cole Palmer I was a bit pushed for time doing these. I was a little bit rushed, and for some reason, when I did a quick search of like 20 players 21 and under in the Premier League, Cole Palmer just didn't come up, which was weird. So I was choosing between Garnacho and Pape Sarr. I think I was going to go for Pape Sarr. I do think I think I know. Like, blame who scored. They don't think that Cole Palmer's 21 years old.
Can I just say as well that surely a doggy
gets in there as well. But I think
Doggy's been the best left back in the league this season.
It's between him and Anthony Robinson, isn't it? But I think
Vardy maybe.
I think Pape Sarr's had a remarkable year. He's been a real mainstay in that Tottenham midfield when others have dropped off as well. He was especially in the first half of the season, I thought he was really pretty amazing. I think I can make the case in some ways. Obviously, Cole Palmer's sheer output is pretty hard to argue with. It is an oversight. I would have.
And the quality of his performances.
It's
not just output.
Quality of his performances as well. But I think it's easier to be a young forward and thrive in the Premier League, especially when you've come up through the Manchester City academy.
To that level,
then it is to be a midfielder at that age.
To be a workhorse at Spurs or the best player in a really poor team for most of the season.
To be the best midfielder at Spurs, I think that's pretty good.
I love
achievement.
Sarr. I think he's had a great year, but
he's not Palmer.
He's more than just a workhorse. Like, he's a very good technical box-to-box midfielder. Like, I think he's been brilliant.
I think
maybe a bit harsh.
I think there's a big hole when he's not in that Tottenham team.
Yeah.
I think they look.
I agree, but he can't be young player of the year.
No,
I'm not arguing that, but what I'm arguing is that
he's in the contention.
I think he's had a much harder job than Cole Palmer has. I would say.
Fair.
Yeah,
I just don't.
We talk about Chelsea being
the spotlight
really bad this year.
Blazes a lot hotter, bro.
But sorry,
the spotlight blazes a lot hotter.
Oh, for sure. Maybe there's more pressure in that sense, but I just think Chelsea, attacking wise, have been one of the best teams in the league this season.
Because of Palmer, though.
Partly because of Palmer. I think there's also a lot to do with the system that they play. And Nicholas Jackson's all-round play has been very, very good as well. You can look at a number of aspects there. Cole Palmer has obviously been their outstanding player. I'm not saying that. I'm just...
Sounds like you're saying that he shouldn't win the Young Player of the Year award.
Yeah, you're saying he's just frosty Palmer. He's not cold at all.
He is. Well, he's lukewarm Palmer. Stole a celebration
from Adam Templeman.
I do like saying cold Palmer and doing the celebration, but only in jest. So
Manager
he's not very good. Unai Emery. I think it has to be, isn't it?
3 out of 3.
Absolutely, 100%.
Although, if Pep does win a double, he'll become the first ever manager to win back-to-back doubles.
And the first ever manager to go 4 in a row.
Yeah. And if they win on the Saturday, it'll be 4 times over 90 points in the last 7 years.
Yeah.
Fergie, I think, did it 3 times.
It is remarkable, and I do think he gets sort of unfairly forgotten about this.
I do it as well.
There was, I don't know if this is true, but I saw somebody put on Twitter that he's only ever won 1 Manager of the Month award.
Nah, surely not.
In the Premier League.
That's got to be a joke.
Please do let me know if that's incorrect.
That's surely not true. But mate, who knows? I feel like Manager of the Month awards are generally given to the managers who have won the most points and have. I feel like they're a lot more
I'm pretty sure Postecoglou went past Mourinho in his first 3 months of this season.
Yeah.
Like the Manager of the Year, the Manager of the Month. Sorry, it's not always.
It's not
a bit of a weird one.
I think Jose's won 2 Manager of the Month awards or something in his
maybe
entire
first
Premier
3.
League year.
Yeah, but Jose but the amount of 10 game, 11 game winning runs that Pep has managed in the Prem, I just find it really hard to believe.
We'll check that. We'll fact check that afterwards. But it's clearly Unai Emery, isn't it? Do you want to talk about him any more, or do you want to move on to Unsung?
One thing that I don't think people have touched on is actually that he has been thrown a bit of difficulty this year as well.
Definitely.
Mings playing 31 minutes. Camara being injured from February time.
Yeah.
Moreno, who was superb in the back end of last season, being injured for much of the year.
And falling out
It's not
form.
all been Jacob Ramsey's drop off in form and injury issues as well. It's not all been plain sailing. What I'd really like them to do next year is, it's great that they're back in the Champions League, but I think they've got a very legitimate shout at domestic cup, and they actually haven't got past the 4th round in any domestic competition since 2020. And that feels like get a trophy on, keep the projection going, because Villa have an easy, good enough squad to get into the latter stages of the Carabao Cup and FA Cup. And of course, it comes down to draw, but I'd really like to see
Villa Park's going to be rocking, mate, in the Champions
it'll be electric.
League. First time since '96, isn't it? It's going to be absolutely electric there. Given that it is one of the few clubs.
96. Were they in it in 96?
I think so.
4th,
yeah. It was their last.
But that was before 4th got a Champions League place.
Their last Champions League appearance was 1996. Yeah.
Really? I didn't even know that. I thought it was only the champions who got in then.
Yeah, and I think it's just the 7th time a Big Six side have qualified, a non-Big Six side have qualified for the Champions League in the Premier League era. So this is a remarkable achievement, just 7 times since 1990, basically.
Quite a few in the Newcastle,
35 years,
Leicester.
man. Yeah.
Everton did it once.
Everton, yeah.
Yeah, so it is a massive, massive achievement for Unai Emery. I think the recruitment has to be praised a little bit above him and around him as well. Some of the signings have just been really, really smart, haven't they? The free transfer pickups of Boubacar Kamara and Yuri Tielemans over the last couple of years, despite the fact he was injured and has now played a season. Diego Carlos was a really smart addition, as does Pau Torres.
Although that miss against Liverpool, I know it's only
Moussa Diaby and people like that,
it goes to show, there's this, that there's always chat of when a club sells their best player for big money, and it's always like, you're never gonna, the rebuild's always going to, it's not gonna work, it's too big a task. Like Villa have proved a little bit like Tottenham did actually after Pochettino came in 10 years ago, that you can sell your best player and it can be the team can become better. Like Villa are so much better than they were with Jack Grealish in the side. They sold him when he was, they didn't sell him when he was like super young. They got max value for him. I don't think Grealish would his value would ever have gone higher. It probably would have decreased, in fact, because Man City probably would only have hung around for him for 1 year. You could argue maybe Man United would have overspent on him a year later, but and look at Grealish now, like struggling to get into the Man City team, and Villa are absolutely flying. I think you have to give big props to them. But Unai Emery overall, it has to go to Emery as well.
They spent 150 days in the top 4 this season.
So impressive. And
given that they were in relegation trouble when he came in last year.
Probably the best performance I can remember against Pep's Man City as well in December. They absolutely blitzed them.
Did the double over Arsenal.
Yeah. It was so impressive. The only thing, I think, with Manager of the Year, you're like, who got closest to a perfect season? And as it stands right now, I think Unai Emery, mainly because Pep's expectations are so much higher than anyone's have ever really been in the Premier League. But I do just wish that they got through that Conference League semi-final. I know it's not relative to this, but that is such an opportunity as well.
Yeah.
Like, to lose that heavily,
leggy,
what was it,
though, didn't
6-2 against Olympiacos?
It looked really, really leggy.
Shocker. Yeah.
Anyway. Unsung hero is our next category.
It's going to be interesting.
This is going to get a bit more
It's probably going to get where it starts to get more interesting. I've gone for Leon Bailey.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. I think he's just had a remarkable season. 19 Premier League goal involvements in 2,000 minutes. I think his non-penalty expected goals and assists are at 0.9 this season, which is absolutely frightening given last season when he first arrived from Leverkusen. He actually arrived from at Villa in 2021, I think, didn't he? And it didn't really it was a bit of a start-stop season, wasn't it? I think 8 goal involvements, something like that, and he never really got going. This season, it's almost like the arrival of Moussa Diaby has been like, I better
kick up the bum.
I need to really step up here. I think it's 22 goal involvements in all competitions. He has just been totally transformed under Unai Emery. For me, Villa's second best forward, despite the fact they've got Moussa Diaby on the books now. He's just more influential than Diaby, and he's kept 100%. Diaby out of the team for large waves of the season. And I think a lot of us going into this season were saying Diaby might be the signing of the season. He might change how Villa play, when it's actually been Leon Bailey who's been supporting Ollie Watkins all of this time.
Yeah.
I just think he's been absolutely amazing in a team that have been stunning, so good. His improvement just can't be talked about enough. I think he's been great.
Nice. Yeah, he has been really good. I think you could mention, I know he always gets talked about in underrated conversations, but you could talk about John McGinn, I think, in this Villa team still, as someone who just has been consistently brilliant for them this year. I've gone for a Bournemouth player, just because I think Bournemouth have rightly received a lot of plaudits, has Araola. Solanke's obviously had a standout year, been absolutely sensational. Someone like Senesi at the back, Zabani, I think they've got their props as well. But I think the transformation of Ryan Christie into a deep-lying midfielder has been remarkable for them. Given that they signed Tyler Adams last summer, that was seen as a really positive signing for Bournemouth. One of a number of really astute signings that they've made over the last few years. But obviously, has he even played a Premier League game yet, or did he get injured in the first game? He's not. He's been out since August.
Yeah, I think he arrived injured.
Yeah, so that was obviously a major blow for Araola. But his alternative, his solution to the problem was to convert Ryan Christie, who's played pretty much his entire career either at attacking midfield at Celtic or even on the wing at Bournemouth, to convert him into a central midfielder. He still does have decent attacking output. His dribble numbers are really good, but his defensive output has gone up massively. I think for the kind of middle third of the season, weirdly enough, he was making more tackles and interceptions in the middle third of the pitch than anyone else in the league. He's just transformed into this amazing all-round midfielder, and now it feels like even when Tyler Adams comes back that he's going to face a bit of a struggle to get back into that Bournemouth team, which is pretty mad given that Ryan Christie's 29 years old. This is only his second Premier League season. I think he's had an absolutely incredible year, and a sign that you can teach old dogs new tricks.
Nice.
Let's get that in there. Not
good.
that he's old, 29 isn't old, but
definitely not.
Younger than us.
I think that's a good shout. Who have you gone for?
I went with Jordan Pickford.
Okay.
I feel like everyone always just says the same thing, that he's great for England but not great for Everton. I just think that's a myth. I think the last few years he's been exceptional for
He's
Everton.
made a lot of people's teams of the season.
Yeah.
I feel like he has got props.
Yeah. Is he an unsung hero? I have seen him also listed in teams
I never
this
hear
season.
him in discussions for top 6, top 7 goalkeepers in the league. I think this year he's been brilliant. I think only Andre Onana can top him in terms of save percentage in the league.
Andre. He was actually a little bit of a shout for this, by the way.
He's made too many errers for this. Too many errors. But it hasn't been a disaster. Only David Raya kept more clean sheets. Then Pickford, I think they're 10th for shots against per game. So look, he's not facing as much traffic as some other goalkeepers, but they've actually got the 4th best defence in the league, Everton.
Yeah.
And finished way clear of relegation despite all the issues with points deductions and appeals, etc. It was a real distraction of a season for them. And Pickford, I think, behind Branthwaite and Tarkowski, who I thought were both brilliant as well, is just, he's just worth a shout. He was in our team of the season, to be fair.
I have to say, I was going to have Deitch in here as unsung hero. What he's been able to do with that side. We talk about, Bournemouth and what a job Iraola's done. I'm sure we're going to mention him soon. They've got identical records, Everton and Bournemouth, this season in terms of wins, draws and losses across the campaign. Like, Deitch has had to work under much more trying circumstances with points deductions and all of the noise that's gone on in the background of Everton.
Really unbalanced squad as well.
Really close to putting Deitch as unsung hero. I think he's a contender for Manager of the Year if Unai Emery wasn't just streets ahead.
I agree. We've got a spicy one next.
Yeah, most overrated.
Yeah. Okay.
Which I always think is a pretty horrible one.
He wants to start. He wants to put their neck out on this one.
I'll go for it. I went with Luis Diaz of Liverpool.
Really?
I think he's an exceptional player, but I don't think his output's good enough. I think 13 goal contributions, given you played the second most minutes.
This is most
in Liverpool's
overrated
squad.
season.
Most overrated season. Yeah. I don't think he's got the flack he probably deserves. Look, someone like Evan Ferguson has been through it this year, but I didn't really want to pick on an 18-year-old, 19-year-old. Luis Diaz obviously went through a really tough time with his dad. Full empathy for that, but I don't think his form has been good enough. He's not been clinical enough in big moments. I think only Nicholas Jackson and Darwin Nunez and Dominic Calvert-Lewin have underperformed their expected goals by more. There are multiple games where Luis Diaz has done everything but put the ball in the net. And sometimes you just to get over the line in a title race, like Liverpool have dropped off. Like they've got the best attack by expected goals, but they haven't actually scored the most goals. And their defence isn't good enough to compensate for that. So I think he's got to take his fair share of flack.
Yeah, but I think you can spread that across. I think you can spread that across the Liverpool forward line.
Darwin's missed a lot of chances. Even Mo Salah's missed a lot of chances in the second half of the season.
I feel like they are more criticised. Like he's gone under the radar.
Okay, Mikey.
Yeah. I've really this is definitely one that could get me a lot of hate in the comments and in general, especially just given the recent form. I think I'm ready for sticking my neck out here. I think people might be getting a little bit ahead of themselves with what Ollie Glasner's done at Crystal Palace.
You're not saying Ollie Glasner most overrated.
I'm saying that I think that I think Palace's recent form has almost as much to do with just player availability and who they have in that side.
But what are people saying?
It's a remarkable
people are
system.
saying that Palace are going to finish top 10 next year. I think people are getting a bit ahead of themselves.
Sneak 10th, maybe.
Maybe. What, without Elise?
It's a pretty remarkable system, though.
Without Doogie Friedman.
Moving to a back four, Nathaniel Klein playing as a right-sided centre back.
I'm not saying he's a bad manager. Like he's like okay, what he's done with Mateta has been brilliant. What he's done with the back
Elise.
three, especially with Klein, has been brilliant. But Elise's performances have like his overall play has got better slightly. Eze hasn't improved all that much.
Well, that's because he was already great.
Yeah, but Elise was already great. Elise was already one of the best wingers in the league.
Well, I think for this one, it depends what you've heard. I think maybe you've heard like Palace for Europe next year. I just haven't heard that. I think people have just been like, great turnaround.
But you could say that the same with Luis Diaz. You like no one's saying that Luis Diaz is world class, are they? Like,
but I think there's more necessity on Luis Diaz's performance than Ollie Glasner.
But what I think is that really like if you look, so Palace at the very start of this season were playing quite decent pressing football. Eze was on fire. Like Odsonne Edouard was on fire as well. Like they started pretty well. They had a really bad. They had a really, really bad period. Obviously the feeling around the club became very, very toxic. But
remember that Arsenal game where Mateta was like 60 metres away from everyone.
But Eze and Elise were out for large swathes of that period. Like, and even during that time, they held City to a draw. They probably should have beaten Liverpool. They lost to them, but they were pretty unfortunate to do so. Like there were, I think Hodgson's time had come up. No, not necessarily, but I just think. Like I think Glasner's a really good manager, but I think between someone else other than Glasner could have come in, and had they had a fully fit Elise and Eze and Adam Wharton through the door as well, who I think from his performances at Blackburn it was pretty clear to see that he was ready for the Premier League. I think Palace would probably be in a similar position potentially. Like it's
really? I do think the tactical change up, the switch, the 3-4-3.
Yeah, for sure, is great.
Well,
it's great, but it's not.
But it's in there as well, injured.
Yeah, it's true. But then Gehi could be gone in the summer. Like I just think people are maybe getting a little bit ahead of themselves. I don't think Palace are. have suddenly turned a corner for good. Like I'm just not overly convinced. Like it's been 1 month of incredible form, and because it's the end of the season, people will always put more importance on it. But like
they've been incredible, though. They have been incredible. Like that turnaround has been monumental.
I think
the
it's
mood around
been,
the place has been.
The mood has been great. Like, and I do give Glasner credit, but I just think like let's see what happens next season. I think. What was I going to say? I was going to have a good closing line for that, but I've forgotten about it. So
another punt.
We'll move
I
on.
think my one's maybe a little bit different. I've gone for Roberto De Zerbi. I think
kick him out when he's down.
I actually think he's an awesome coach. Like tactically, very, very strong. But I think some of the rhetoric in the media has been a little bit tiring at times, especially when talking about sort of the higher-ups at Brighton who have done just the most fabulous job to get that club into the position that they are currently in. And I understand they've had horrendous injury problems. Probably not talked about enough how bad Brighton's injury problems have been. But, the links to Bayern kind of have persisted over the last 6 months, haven't they, or at least the last 3 months? And in that time, since February the 24th, they've won 3 games in 15. Like, that is a significant tail off in Brighton's season, and largely that is down to injury. But I also think it has had an impact, the noise surrounding De Zerbi's future. I think if he had 100%, no way, I'm staying here, this is my club for the future, I don't know whether you'd have seen the same tail off for Brighton. In fact, I actually think they've improved a little bit since he seems to have committed again to Brighton in recent weeks. I think 3 wins in 15, yet still being linked to the Bayern job, I think is a little bit surprising for me. But I do think he's an awesome coach, and I do think he will go to a top club in the future.
I think it's partly because Bayern can't find anyone.
He was even when they were even when the news was first announced of Tuchel leaving, he was very much in the mix as one of the top candidates for the role.
But that has waned since, though, hasn't it? And I feel like it does have probably at least a bit to do with Brighton's form. Like I feel like that's why I kind of feel like with overrated, underrated, it's difficult. I feel like managers often get a bit overrated when they've just found really good form with their team. Like is anyone calling De Zerbi like Pep's successor at Man City right now? No, but like this time last year, loads of people were. Yeah. So when was he overrated? Was it last year when Brighton were really good and he was?
And when Brighton were going to win Serie A as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's been a lot. There could be a whole study done actually on the discourse around Brighton on this channel.
On the ups and downs.
Underachiever, should we go to next?
But one thing I was going to add about De Zerbi, which I actually wrote down yesterday for another show, was they haven't won more than 2 games in a month in the Premier League since September.
It's madness.
It does just slightly sum it up. Having said that, I do think, playing a full Europa League campaign, getting to the knockout stages with about 10 players injured every single week for 6 months. That's really tough to do. So, especially for a club that's not used to it.
Really next season they'll be back. Next season I'm sure they'll be back.
Biggest underachiever. I'm going to get a lot of stick from one fan base who already think that I hate them really randomly, but I'm going for another Liverpool player. I'm going for Dominic Szoboszlai. And it's partly because I really rate him as a player. I've got such high expectations for him. I was really excited for him joining the league. He's the talisman of Hungary. Amazing performances for Leipzig last year when he was fit. Great for Salzburg before that. I just don't think he's been good enough. I think it's 3 goals and 2 assists in the league. And I think he's 5th for chances created in that squad. I think he ranks 5th for shots, but 8th for chances created. Even his defensive work, which everyone says that he's sort of detracted from his more attacking work. I think he's 8th for defensive actions. I think he's only completed 8 more defensive actions than Gravenberch, who's played significantly fewer minutes. I just wanted more from him, and I think he's faded quite spectacularly in the second half of the season. I don't think he's going to be a bad signing overall, but he has underachieved in my eyes. It's going to be interesting,
I think, to see how Arne Slot uses him, because we know he's going to play this 4-2-3-1, and you would expect the deep line 2 probably to be Endo and McAllister, or a deep line midfielder
in the
plus
10
McAllister. In that 10 slot, I'm telling you, I think he's really going to fancy Gakpo. I think there's going to be I think Gakpo is going to be a serious member of Slot's team next year, given that.
I play Szoboszlai there personally, but I suppose it depends whether Salah leaves, because then you could potentially play Szoboszlai on the right.
Yeah,
it is also. I will caveat this in that at Leipzig, he generally played on the right of a 4-2-2-2, he's never played that in that system. He's never really played in a 4-3-3 before, and having to do the sort of shuttling work that those Klopp midfielders have to do. Yeah, maybe he just tired out in the second half of the season, but
he was doing a lot of defensive work, wasn't he, for first half of the season as well. I've actually not gone for a player. I've gone for the most obvious shout of them all. It's just Man United as a team. Like, probably going to finish on the worst points tally. Are they going to finish on the worst points tally now? Potentially still. Like, may well finish 8th. Like, I don't think there's much.
Because I was looking back at this, I had them third.
Henry Hill had them second.
I think a lot of people had them
back on thing.
But this follows the same. This pretty much follows the same formula, doesn't it, over the last decade, where United have one high season,
one low season,
finish second or third, and then the season after is just a disaster.
I think this has been the biggest drop-off I can remember, though, realistically.
At least.
I think this has been the biggest drop-off from season to season, aside from obviously the Moyes season when we won the league.
And I think
that's an exceptional
That
one.
be the final huge drop-off.
That is exacerbated, though, by the injuries, I think. That is exacerbated by the
injuries.
For
sure. The injuries have played a big part, but I think you can still you can still be ravaged by injuries and not concede 84 goals in all competitions. Like, that is truly horrendous, especially when United didn't even make it through the group stage. United haven't even been in Europe since November, December, and yet they've still conceded that many goals in all competitions.
It does seem a long time ago, that Champions League campaign.
Champions League campaign was awful, exacerbated by the fact that the big money goalkeeper signing made a ton of mistakes. He's obviously, Onana, weirdly, United would be in a much worse position without him in the league, but the Mount signing, obviously injuries, but that has so far proved a bad use of resources. Like, I think given that United did not spend an insignificant amount of money last year, having finished third and with the League Cup and having made the FA Cup final, to finish potentially 8th and just have an FA Cup final to show for it, and an FA Cup final where they will probably lose, let's face it, I think is I can't really think of a bigger underachievement this year. However, Eric's speech on Wednesday night did give me hope about the FA Cup final. I'm not counting them out just yet.
Pre-filming, it was giving them chills.
I was giving them chills.
I think it has to be Man United. It has to be Man United. I also think, Marcus Rashford, probably one of the saddest endings to the season that we saw midweek. That argument with the fan, it's just not how you want it to kind of wrap up, is it? This is a player who scored 30 goals in all competitions last season for Manchester United. This season he's got 8. I was expecting him to go to massive heights, and I still think he could do that at Manchester United, but it feels a little bit like that relationship has fractured this season, which is just so sad to see, because this is an academy player that, if he'd continued on the trajectory we saw last season, could have gone on to break Wayne Rooney's goal-scoring record at Manchester United. Are we going to see that next season? Fingers crossed, but I didn't see this happening after the output of last season.
What I would say about United is, if you get the appointments that everyone knows at boardroom level and just below that as well, it does feel like this will be the last real seesaw. I'm not saying that you'll challenge in 3-4 years' time. I'm not saying anything like that, but surely the good season, tragic season, that will end once the decision-making higher above is better.
Fingers crossed.
You'd hope so.
Best newcomer? I've gone for Iraola.
Nice.
I went for Mikey's favourite, Ollie Glasner.
I went for Adam Wharton, actually. I kept it Palace.
I just think, Iraola, club record points, club record wins, club fewest defeats record, best season of Solanke's career. Like you said, adapting players into new roles that weren't there before, playing with, no offence to Neto, who's been a good servant, but, a 35-year-old goalkeeper all season. I think remarkable.
I'm actually going to concede. I think it should be Iraola. That was an oversight.
Yeah, I think
Adam Wharton's a better shout than Glasner.
I think it's a good shout, Adam Wharton.
I know, because he's been more important to Palace's success than he has only been there half season. It counts against him, but I just think, again, I'm slightly going against myself here, because he was so good at Blackburn that, even before he played a game for Palace, he looked like a really, really top signing. But to have dominated in a game against Liverpool, who were in great form going into that match, just to have exceeded I think expectations of a lot of people, to have also come into a Palace midfield that was hurting from the injury to Cheikh Doucouré as well, and to be able to step up in his absence. Now you look at that midfield and it's like, well, will Cheikh Doucouré actually automatically get back in there? He may well do, alongside Wharton, because Wharton can then play a more expansive role, which will be great. But nevertheless, I think he's just been.
I think we need to give a major hat tip again to Dougie Freedman, who has just done a remarkable recruitment job at Crystal Palace. You know, you look at some of the young talent he signed out of the second division: Eze, Elise, Adam Wharton. The players he signed, like Cheikh Doucouré, like Joachim Anderson, out of the French league. Like,
I think also, like, it's not even just the recruitment. It's not even just the recruitment; it's the ability to retain talent as well.
Yeah,
like I know they could have got a bit big money for Zaha a few years ago, but they really needed him a few years ago.
He's one of their club's greatest ever players.
And you know, to the ability to keep Elise on for that extra year last summer, I thought was, you know, really remarkable. I think, you know, everyone expected him to leave, didn't they? You know, what was it, Chelsea who triggered that release clause?
What are you teeing up over there?
No, I do agree with you. I just feel like it's great saying that after 5 wins and 6. Like, Palace have.
This is what I'm saying about Glasner.
40 and 50 points, I think, for the last something like 7 seasons.
I would agree, but that's not necessarily Dougie.
I don't think it necessarily means he's doing a bad job.
It's not Dougie Freedman's fault. He's working in a constricted budget, and the output he's getting from that constricted budget is remarkable. They spend absolutely nothing every year, Palace.
There's been very few misses, but I think it is just like he's flavour of the month. Same with Glasner.
I think he's flavour of the month because he's done such a good job. Like, there's a reason that he's going to take over, or likely to take over as Newcastle's
as
sporting
Michael
director.
was saying this time last year about De Zerbi, like, we were all saying that he was the next Messiah, myself included.
I know, but we've been seeing this from Dougie Freedman for what, like 5 years now, 6 years?
I know. I just
working with zero money and just signing players that immediately have massive upside, either in the market or on the pitch for Crystal
I think
Palace.
he has done a good job. I'm not doubting that he's done a good job.
It's also particularly hard at Palace over the last 2 years, where the ownership structure has become so much more fragmented, and the thinking clearly has been a bit more fragmented.
And it's like one signing a summer.
He's going to Newcastle anyway, isn't he? So
we'll see what happens.
Next up, we've got biggest surprise. I've gone for JP Mateta.
Nice.
Who I just didn't see coming, man. I just didn't see it coming. I think we pretty much all thought he might well move on from Crystal Palace this summer. And it looks like he might well move on to a massive club now. You know, this morning's reports that PSG are extremely interested, that Napoli are interested in him. I mean, they've just come out of the blue, haven't they? But it's now 13 goals this season for Crystal Palace. He's still only 26 years old. And under Ole Glasner, I don't know what's happened, but is it 9 and 11, something like that? He scored more goals under Ole Glasner in 10 games than he did in 100 appearances under Vieira and Hodgson.
I'd be worried about him going to a Champions League club this summer. It feels like you've got to see this for longer than 12, 15 games. I think PSG, like, look at how Gonzalo Ramos has struggled there up until the final 2 months, and how good he was at Benfica last year. Like, Hugo Ekitike could barely get a game, and he'd been excellent for Reims the year before. Like,
yeah, but this
Napoli
is the Crystal Palace Player of the Year, mate.
I still think it should have gone to Elise, personally.
Hey, if PSG put 100 million euros down on the table, then Palace have got to take it.
Might say yes. I think he's just been amazing though. So
I think it's a good shout.
Didn't see it coming.
I went with surprise. I look back on my predictions in the terms of the table. I had Wolves going down.
So did I.
I really did. And Wolves have been my surprise package. I just thought with the quality they lost last summer, and experience as well in like Jimenez, Cody, Coutinho, Lopetegui, Neves, Nunes, like the list was endless. They didn't spend that much money. Their only marquee signing was Cunha, and then Bellegarde's come in, done a good job, Traore's done a good job, Wenyo's done a good job, all like really underrated signings, and they're comfortable in mid-table. I think they've already got 6 more points than they did last year, and they've got the game away at Anfield today.
I'm interested. Did you make that prediction before they hired your previous manager of the year, Gary Neal?
Yeah, I think I did. I think I did because Gary Neal came in, 3 days before, maybe 4 days before. It was around the same time. But I remember being worried because I was like, everyone's going to think I'm such an idiot because Gary O'Neill's not going to look good. And fair play, he's done even better at that job.
Manager.
He's done exceptionally well. And fair play to them.
Yeah,
disprove this ball idiot.
Yeah, brilliant.
I've gone for a fairly easy one. Cole Palmer. I don't think I was as down on the Cole Palmer transfer as a lot of people, but it was pretty mad when Cole Palmer was signed by Chelsea. How many? Well, I mean, even Chelsea themselves, he wasn't first choice, was he? I think it was Elise initially who they wanted, to tie it back to our previous conversation. But that £40 million fee was really being laughed at by a lot of people.
Rushed, didn't it?
And also, and maybe it was a lot for a player with 0 Premier League experience. But yeah, the way that he stepped up in that team has been remarkable. Yeah, I mean, you guys spoke about it before.
Yeah.
Like, I think he has been the sheer output is
Big games
surprising.
as well.
Like
Big
second
games.
top scorer in the league. I know he's almost scored, the record number of penalties in a Premier League season. But yeah, to step up in big games as well. And also, like you were alluding to earlier, like step up at Stamford Bridge, where the atmosphere has been really toxic at points this season, as it always is when Chelsea underperform, at least for a prolonged period of time. And he's got his reward now, I think, because he's now playing in a team which is getting more consistent results. And I think going into the summer, I think there's a lot less pressure on the manager as well, and I back Pochettino
100%.
to get a more consistent tune out of that Chelsea team next season.
I think in many ways, you always remember, at least I do, I remember seasons by a couple of players, and I think this year people remember it. It's almost Cole Palmer season. Him and Ollie Watkins, I think they will be the 2 players that really stand out to me to remember this season.
Yeah. Biggest redemption arc.
Super Kai.
Yeah, it's got to be Kai, hasn't it, man?
Yeah, I didn't think about Kai.
Unbelievable.
I didn't think about him.
Again,
yeah,
I think I questioned the signing. I think we all questioned the signing.
Yeah.
Where was he going to fit? What was he going to bring? He'd come off a real low at Chelsea.
Do you think this was intentional or they stumbled across it? Because I think it was
wasn't
pretty
too late in the window, was it?
No, but I mean him playing as the 9, because the redemption has really started with him playing as the 9. He was originally cast as this left-sided central midfield role that would offer cover and replacement for Granit Xhaka, Declan Rice in the 6, and then Ødegaard as well was another floating 8. Him as this sort of late midfield box crasher was the original pitch.
Yeah.
What we've seen him at when we've seen him at his absolute best has been as effectively what he was doing at Chelsea as this false 9 who can hold the ball up, has excellent individual play in and around the box and ability to play other players in, but his goal numbers just spike because, quite frankly, he's in a better team.
In a better team.
Yeah,
that's literally it. But I think in that sense,
so do you think they intended him to be the 9?
Not necessarily, but I think that's in some ways that's more credit to him, because Arteta.
I agree.
Arteta kind of got it wrong, but actually, I think what obviously we don't know what goes on, but what clubs how they analyse players, but I think, when Havertz was playing as a 9 at Chelsea, I think he was criminally underrated. Like, I think Chelsea fans used to be on him all the time because of his lack of goal output. But the reality was, whenever he did play as a 9 at Chelsea, I think he was all round probably their best option in that position at the time, and was one of their 2 or 3 best players in the final third. Clearly, whatever the initial role for him at Arsenal, that was carved out for him didn't work too well. But yeah, I think it's credit to him that when he was called upon to play as a 9, he passed that with flying colours.
Particularly in the last couple of months as well.
Absolutely.
Even
in 14
versus Chelsea.
14 goal involvements in the last 17 games.
Even in that kind of November period though, where they were, Arsenal was still not really firing on all cylinders, and he had
Brentford,
the last minute winner against Brentford, who I think
Luton
got
as well,
Luton, which I think Declan Rice scored in that game as well. Havertz has been great.
Who are you going for?
I was umming and ahhing between Ross Barkley and Chris Wood.
Barkley's such a good shout.
Barkley's big redemption arc. Obviously, Luton down now, so I feel like his name's been out of it, and obviously he hasn't. He's not going to make the Euro squad either, due to the sheer competition for places.
Yeah.
But Ross Barkley has been great. The reason why I didn't go for Ross Barkley was because he already has had a redemption in the last few years. And then dropped off again. He had that redemption at Villa. Yeah, that was it.
That was more like a 3-4 games.
Not this level though.
Not this level. He has been one of the best midfielders in the league.
People are talking about him going to the Euro. It's not going to happen. But
I did think people got a little bit carried away.
Yeah, a little bit carried away
on this, but he was great.
He has been great. The one I've actually gone for is Chris Wood. Chris Wood, 12 goals this season. That's more than he's managed in the last 2 seasons combined.
He has scored 10 plus goals in 5 seasons of Premier League football.
He has, but the two before this, it felt like he was going to drop off. And this season his underlying numbers are actually around the same level as Ollie Watkins, amazingly. Also, 0.66 XG and expected assists per 90, not to be sniffed at. But I think crucially with Chris Wood, he could barely get a game before Christmas. He only had 4 starts before Christmas. And then since Christmas, he started every single game that he's been available for. 12 goals, got that hat-trick against Newcastle on Boxing Day.
That must have been a satisfying one.
Scored in both their 1-1 draws with Luton and Palace. Scored in the 3-1 win over Fulham. Scored a brace in their 2-2 draw with Luton earlier in the season. Like he's made such a decisive impact to the point where Forest are down without him. They're genuinely down without him.
Nuno's job at Forest? 3 wins in 17.
Yeah, it's not great.
I don't think I expected that much else. Though. I don't know whether it was necessarily the most exciting managerial appoment. I think it was just like a bit of a sticking plaster. Yeah, get you to the end of the season. I don't think he'll lose his job.
I just don't think Steve Cooper should have been let go. Like, I'm still yet to hear like a good reason why.
I kind of feel sorry for any manager at Nottingham Forest, to be honest.
Of
I
course.
don't think the ideas of that club, I'll just say, are necessarily the right ones.
Okay, let's go to aged like fine wine.
I thought this was a tap-in.
Yeah, KDB?
Oh, nice one. Could have done.
Good,
I went with Van Dijk. Again, I mean, we've just named 2 of the best players in the Premier League in the last 7 years, but best tackle success rate in the league, best aerial dual win rate, everyone injured behind him, everyone injured alongside him, new midfield in front. I think Van Dijk,
he's been amazing.
He was amazing. Up until the final 4 weeks, probably, but even still then, amazing season.
That's such a good shout. The reason I've gone for KDB is just the output in the limited minutes. What is it, 10 assists in 1,000 minutes? I think he's far and away, when you look at sort of shot creating actions and expected assists, I think Kara put a graph out on his Twitter, didn't he? And it's like every other player in the Premier League. And then KDB 10 times the output. It's
he
just
also carried City through that bit where they weren't playing that well.
I just think back to that
when he first came back.
Just think back to that return game against Newcastle at St James's Park when he picked out the pass to Oscar Bob and then, prior to that, slotted that ball through the legs of Fabian Schär into the bottom corner. And it was just sort of.
It was like
that moment. It's like, oh my god, here we go again. So even though he's been injured at 32, it's just like purring, isn't he? I'm kind of hopeful City don't let him go from a Premier League perspective in the summer, because there is a bit of chat, isn't there, starting to develop that the transfer could be kind of talked about in the summer, which I was not expecting to hear.
I've also gone for a 32-year-old. I was very close to picking Van Dijk, but I just thought, I don't know.
It's quite predictable.
I went for Pascal Gross. Speaking of 10 assists and 4 goals from deep lying midfield. In, like we say, like a struggling Brighton side.
Their best player, isn't he?
He's been brilliant, and he's got at least 10 goal involvements in 3 of the last 4 seasons for Brighton. He's been there since they were promoted in 2017. He's been in the Premier League for 7 seasons now.
He's amazing.
It feels like in 10 years' time, like watching back Premier League years, he's going to be one of those players who will. He's one of those players who will crop up in Premier League nostalgia conversations in years to come. Sure. Like people will remember him. Like the amount of positions he's had to play over the years. He was always Brighton's chief creator, and then was able to fill in at right back and left back for a couple of seasons and performed brilliantly there. But this year he's just become everything to Brighton again, like he was 7 years ago. I think that feels like an aged like fine wine player to me, in a similar way to I guess KDB and Van Dijk.
Agreed. Glad it didn't happen award. I've gone for the quadruple.
Yeah, same.
That would have just been utterly insufferable, wouldn't it? And the fact they've ended the season with 1 trophy is pretty glorious in my book.
Yeah, very, very fan-based, very fan channel answer from both of us there.
Yeah.
Do you have anything more
I don't have anything
objective?
Yeah, no, nothing to dig at Newcastle for.
Okay.
I went with. I'm glad that Mark Clattenburg didn't make the end of the season with Nottingham Forest. I thought that was one of the most embarrassing episodes of recent Premier League memory.
That was such a good answer.
I'm glad he took himself away, because that was an absolute joke.
It was, and to be fair, we have got a lot of hate on this channel from Nottingham Forest fans thinking that we're being paid to.
Everyone thinks
by
anyone who works for Sky is part of this agenda to try and fix the Premier League against their team.
It's very funny, but I do think the reaction to the Clattenburg Nottingham Forest thing was a bit weird because a lot of people online and creators online were like, oh well, I do agree with Forest that the referees that the standard refereeing is bad. It was like, well, no, but Nottingham Forest didn't argue that. Nottingham Forest argued that there's a conspiracy. Yeah. Like that's very different. I don't think they really spoke about the standard refereing. Wolves have argued about the standard of refereeing and VAR with their thing.
Correct channels.
Well, yeah, maybe they'll make change. That's to be said. But what Wolves have done is like, oh yeah, I very much see the argument. Like, I don't see like people were far too kind on Forest for that. Like, it was. I think what it was that lots of Premier League fans have been angry this season and they just wanted to see someone take a pop, and Forest did. But I don't think people really like got the full. Or really stopped to think exactly what the implications of what Forest were saying.
I agree.
Anyway, best prediction. I had Bournemouth 11th.
Nice,
my best one. They are currently 11th, but they might finish a little bit.
That's good. Mine's also Bournemouth. I put them as biggest overachievers. I backed Dominic Solanke and Semenyo to have big seasons. So yeah, Bournemouth as well.
Nice. I took a lot of flack saying that Villa would finish above Chelsea. I also said, which I have mentioned before, that Brighton hadn't got their midfield recruitment right. And I remember quite a few Brighton podcasters, who will remain nameless, saying it's funny when people try and get involved with clubs they don't watch.
I love it.
No
like
saltiness.
Not like I've remembered at all. Yeah.
I love it.
Got their photos on my wall and my darts board ready.
Worst prediction, I had Spurs 9th.
Oh god, I've got ages.
Post Kane world, I just thought this could get really ugly. Like, it was so toxic at the end of last season, and then Kane left very close towards the start of this season. I thought they haven't got enough time to recover. They haven't signed a replacement. Like, I rate Ange, but he's got an insane job to do here. I could see them dropping off even more. 9th, and they've ended up probably 5th, maybe 6th.
Yeah. I think I also remember saying that the 8th would be a really good season for Spurs. I think a lot of us underrated them. George Wright said they'd finish 5th, didn't he? So fair play to him, Arsenal fan as well. Mine's also Spurs based. On that infamous team talk at the start of the season, I did panic because I just couldn't think of anyone, and I did put James Maddison down as the flop signing. But was it the worst prediction, or was it actually the best prediction? Vote in the comments below.
It was bold
because it was bold, and he did have an amazing start to the year. He was, one of the players of, one of the best players in the league until he got that injury. But since he's come back, it's not been so good. So could prove to be a flop in the long term.
Diggs.
Mine is, I think, obviously the public one is that Liverpool not guaranteed to finish top 4. That was in the heat of the argument. Although the reasoning,
I think that was me winding you up.
Team talk does get a lot of bad takes out.
When you've got 5 people shouting at you, you often come out with just stupid statements.
That when you have about 30
seconds, struggling to come up with something.
I was winding you up, and then I think you came out.
Yeah, and it was a good clip anyway. But yeah, I did say that their defence wasn't good enough and wouldn't guarantee them top 4. That was wrong. I think my worst one though, which was on my predictions, was Burnley to finish 15th.
Yeah, I had Burnley. I had 13th.
Yeah.
Wow, that is bold.
I'd obviously just not really factored in all the loanees there last year. I just thought they wouldn't struggle as much as they have.
I think also all of us potentially had Borussia Dortmund bottom of the group of death in Champions League.
We did.
I had Newcastle.
Oh yeah, you had Newcastle.
Did you have Dortmund qualify?
No, you had them third.
I
don't think anyone had them getting through.
Which is now looking extremely ugly as they enter a Champions League final.
That'll be screenshotted.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, those were our reactions and awards. Let us know what you thought of them in the comments below, and let us know who you think should win those awards. If you enjoyed this video, hit the like button. We'll see you later. Bye.
Well, now we've been speaking all morning, haven't we, about Alexander Usyk and that fantastic win over Tyson Fury to become undisputed world heavyweight champion. Let's get some reaction now, live from Saudi Arabia. Our reporter Ben Ransom is out there. Ben, we watched the fight, and oh my goodness me, it's taken him just 6 contests as a heavyweight, Usyk, to become the undisputed king of the division. How do you put this into words? How big is this achievement?
It is so difficult to put it into context. Boxing, like most sport, in the mists of time, when you reflect on what fighters or other sports people have achieved and you see other people fall short of that, that's when you start to realise the bar that's been set. with Alexander Usyk's achievement, it is remarkable. It's those 6 fights at heavyweight to unify, then become undisputed in the division. Before that, it's the lifetime's body of work in the cruiserweight division, undisputed champion in that particular weight class as well. He's only had 22 professional fights at either cruiserweight or heavyweight, and that was because he had this long, glittering amateur career. He won Olympic gold, 350 amateur fights. I think we were witnessing something special. I'll take you back to when we saw him fight and beat Tony Bellew. I was around that fight all week, and Usyk, yes, he's hard to pin down. He's hard to understand what sort of character he is. But when he got into the ring and devastating performance to beat Tony Bellew, we thought, hang on, this guy, he really is the real deal. He is something special. And then fast forward to when he took on Anthony Joshua at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. He was back in London, scene of that 2012 Olympic gold medal, and he was the underdog, I think, in that fight. Excuse me. You remember Anthony Joshua at the time was the unified heavyweight king. He was on his own path towards undisputed glory. Alexander Usyk, a much smaller man, came in to Anthony Joshua's backyard, beat him, took his belts, and then defended them here in Saudi Arabia. It's quite a romantic thing, the heavyweight division. I was watching across the arena yesterday, and they are like two gladiators. It could have been in the 1930s, it could have been the 1950s, it could have been in that great period in the 60s and 70s with Ali Fraser Foreman. It's an amazing boxing division. To become king of that, to become undisputed, is so rare. It's so special. You have to say that possibly, does Alexander Usyk now, does he sit, and this has been discussed this morning, as the greatest fighter of all time? Undisputed cruiserweight, undisputed heavyweight, and taking Tyson Fury down as he did. There's certainly an argument to suggest that he may well be that person.
I miss my father. I say my father, hey, listen, you live that, I live here. Please, no coming for me. I love you. For me, hard when my father coming for me, because I remember all my life. He's here. Maybe like after.
Oh, Ben, I tell you what, watching all that stuff, all those emotional scenes, it really just warms your heart, and it makes you kind of want him to do well even more. And personally, I thought he won the fight quite convincingly, but Fury thought he should have won the fight, and the scorecards, it was close.
Yeah, I mean, scoring boxing is always very, very difficult. And again, once the dust settles and the kind of adrenaline comes down after a fight, you speak to all of the various former fighters, commentators, obviously just boxing fans around the event, and we all see boxing slightly differently. There's no VAR, perhaps that's a blessing. There's no goal line technology. It's all about what people see and interpretation of how a round goes. And I thought Alexander Usyk at the start was definitely pushing forward. We always thought he would do that, trying to get on the inside, trying to close that gap to Fury. And then I think Fury definitely hurt him in those kind of early to mid rounds. Those body shots just pushed Alexander Usyk back. And I think it was either the end of the fourth or the fifth. I forget. I've had about 4 hours sleep. But he crossed himself. And at that point, he'd had a really tough round. And I think you got a sense that he knew it was sink or swim from that moment. So Fury, I think, was ahead by halfway. That's when we saw the best of the show boxing. He seemed in control, but Usyk just started to get his confidence back, and obviously that 9th round will go down in history. That'll be the one that's replayed for the next 5, 10, 25 years. Fury bouncing off. I mean, he bounced off all 4 sides of the ring. I think he might have hit the ropes on 6 occasions as he staggered around before that standing count. So it was a quite remarkable feat. It was a quite remarkable battle between the two. I can see why Fury's team thought he was ahead, but I think it's difficult to argue and suggest that he won the fight. I suppose without the knockdown, maybe we might have had one of those contentious draws that have had us all salivating over a rematch. But it was an amazing performance from Usyk, and I think in the cold light of day, when Tyson Fury looks back at that fight, yes, he'll see good work, he'll see opportunities where perhaps he'll feel he could have put a bit more pressure and hurt Alexander Usyk a little bit more, but Usyk is a class, slick operator, and I think he proved that in spades last night.
Yeah, Ben, so it was such an enthralling, exciting, entertaining encounter. Really lived up to its billing, didn't it? Now, Fury spoke of a rematch. Are we likely to see that? Will it be in October?
Yeah, look, I think right now, again, it's difficult to say. What always happens after a fight is the losing fighter in the ring, while the adrenaline's high, the emotion's high, you're in that occasion, you've got all your fans there. Immediately, they turn to the crowd with the microphone and say, I've got a rematch clause, I want to fight him again. It doesn't always happen, but quite often it does too, and there are hundreds of millions of reasons why it will happen in October. But Tyson Fury, as we know, is also his own man, so he will go away and do some reflecting. Very much a family man, of course, with Paris, his wife, and his children, very close-knit family. He will take some time to reflect on whether he wants to do all of this again, because we saw Anthony Joshua go through this same journey, didn't we, against Alexander Usyk. He did it once, it was a shock for him. He tried to go down that path again against Usyk in Jeddah, and it was a really tough, humbling experience, and it's taken him a long time now to rebuild. So Tyson may, you know, he's getting on himself, isn't he, mid-30s now. Does he want to do all this again? Well, certainly he suggests that he does. So let's just take him at his word from last night and say, yes, there's a rematch clause. Tyson Fury will come up with a game plan where he thinks he can get the better of Alexander Usyk. Now, that would obviously happen back here in Saudi Arabia in October. But the real issue on this front is we may not, and this would be heartbreaking, but also this is the reason why this is such a special moment, we may not see all four of the heavyweight world titles on the line. So that fight in October, the rematch, may not be for undisputed. Now, the IBF in particular, that's the weight body, the governing body, who have the most militant of their rules around enforcing mandatory challenges. Now, Hrgovic has been that mandatory challenger for the IBF for a long time. He fights Dubois here in Riyadh in a couple of weeks. He's got to obviously get through that fight, but the IBF will be very, very keen to see their belts defended by Usyk against Hrgovic. So I suppose there is a scenario whereby Fury decides he doesn't want the rematch and they're able to do that for undisputed, but I get the sense that probably Usyk will have to wait for Fury to see whether he can do this rematch, and the IBF may be the ones, they may be the governing body that take that opportunity for a second undisputed fight away. And again, I'll just reiterate, that's what makes this moment, this crowning glory for Alexander Usyk so special, and it's why we've waited 25 years for it.
Oh, yeah, and it was well worth the wait as well. I really hope boxing politics doesn't ruin the rematch, because we all want to see it. Thanks very much, Ben.
It was a special one, and seeing Fran Kirby score as well, coming on, scoring. I think there was a lot of emotion in that Chelsea team, and I think as well, not just seeing those players, you know, be finishing at Chelsea, but seeing players who haven't won the title before winning the title
all day
was pretty special too.
But I think when you look at like the logistics of like where they actually set up the stand, it was like in front of like, it was a beautiful corner.
I was delighted.
Of blue, and it was like right in front of them. The fireworks were popping off, like the celebrations, the gold streamers, and like I was obviously in the Man United section, and I was like kind of like looking away, trying to make conversation with other people. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be something happening in the background over there. But it was like, and the sun was like happened to be shining in that corner as well. I was like, everything that kind of like you wanted from the day happened in that beautiful little corner there.
It made missing the first 4 goals down the other end of the pitch worth it, because I was in the perfect place for the trophy lift. And yeah, it was a glorious day for Chelsea. She got a trophy, which I think is...
Didn't see that happening.
No, well, nearly fucking didn't, Chloe. They were falling by the wayside like dominoes as the season went on. So I think, yeah, it's a nice way to top off 5 in a row as well. I don't think we'll see that dominance for a while, because I think as the game gets better, it's going to be harder to have that dominance, and I think you can see that by the fact that different teams have won the different trophies this season, and I do think that's quite important for the growth of the game. So yeah, it was a nice way to end, I think, for her. You know, she's wearing a Chelsea jacket as well.
You look so pensive, like so like nostalgic about it.
It is a bit though, because like when I think about it, when we started Girls in the Ball, Chelsea were, you know, barely a team. They were fighting relegation. At one point, John Terry had to go into the men's dressing rooms and have them take out their checkbooks to help keep the team afloat.
Legend.
Well, yeah, but you know, they were a very different prospect back then. And I remember going and watching them in, I can't even remember what the name of the ground was. I'm pretty sure they played in Wimbledon or Merton or somewhere like that at one point, and they were bottom of the table, you know, struggling. And then, you know, they just started to progress, and each season they got better and better, and they chipped away, and it was kind of almost like, you know, once it started rolling, it was hard to stop. And to see it then this season almost stutter to a stop at like the worst possible time, and it's quite a nice way for her to end it. But I think as well it's going to be weird doing women's football and Girls in the Ball without Emma Hayes being around it.
Well, we've got to talk about how they actually reached this achievement today. I think Maya Ramirez was a massive part of this. I mean, probably the single best performance at Chelsea, would you say?
Yeah, I think they would have been delighted that she was fit, because she'd been out since that she played that first Barcelona game.
It
and
wasn't
then
just
she'd
fit
been out.
though. This was like Maya Ramirez
fit and on fire.
Yeah, this was.
She's unbelievable. There was a real fear in that Manchester United defence. In fact, I saw someone tweet, they actually said it about a specific player, but I'm not going to say it about a specific player, but essentially that the Manchester United defence were looking like the Old Trafford roof. Non-existent. They really struggled to handle her, and I think there was a real fear of actually putting in tackles as soon as she got anywhere near the box, which is how she got that her second goal, which was the fourth goal, I think. Like, she just went straight through them. Yeah, I think she's settled in unbelievably well. It's a real contrast to what we sometimes see from Skinner with his newer players, is they take a long time to bed in, or he feels they need a long time to bed in and understand the way they play and understand the Man United way and understand the WSL. And you know, there are a few players we haven't seen much of. In contrast, Emma Hayes goes out, gets Ramirez in last minute on deadline day practically, straight into the team, immediately impacting the game, coming in here, scoring a brace. Like, she's been so important to how Chelsea have actually finished this season, and it's quite exciting to think what she's going to be able to do next season when she's, you know, gotten more comfortable, learned the language, you know, got those
massively.
relationships with other players. So
You can kind of see like she's taken small steps into becoming mainstream in a way. Like, we saw at the World Cup, and like there was a little bit of a raised profile there. People were like, oh, okay, like it's going to be a bit spicy about this player. And then all of a sudden, like, January transfer window, record-breaking fee, and everyone's like, okay, well, you know, she's a great player, but like, does she demand a record-breaking fee? And then all of a sudden, she's going on to score goals like that, and like breezing through players in the same way that I suppose Lauren James breezes through players. There's kind of like physicality to her that means that defences are so scared of her. It just felt like, I don't know, like Man United just fell apart. It was like watching Paper Mache.
Yeah. Oh,
Is that
another thing that
I can't pronounce?
We're going to make up a sentence for the end of the season around the Champions League with Rolfo, Bilbao, and Paper Mache. No, I agree. Like, Chelsea didn't look like a team where their only trophy was on the line.
Absolutely.
And I think to be able to play with that level of freedom and, like, just Manchester United just kept making the same. They couldn't deal with the speed of Chelsea's transitions. They just, like, it just felt like it was just.
But couldn't
rinse and
deal
repeat.
with or didn't care enough.
Well, no.
That's the question.
But do you want to see another team lift a trophy on your Old Trafford pitch? Like, they went round with the friggin' FA Cup
But
afterwards.
do you want to
No one
end
cared
your
then.
season getting your first bit of like WSL silverware, having conceded that many goals? Like, I think even if you didn't care about the game in terms of like how it would affect your positioning, you would at least appreciate that ego-wise.
You think there would be enough there?
To at least like concede one or two goals, or like make it a competitive game, or like put Chelsea to the wire, or make it kind of like, you know, that kind of like deadline day that you kind of thought it would be. But there was nothing from United. I'll be honest.
After Chelsea scored those two, and then United hit the crossbar, they scored those two, and then there was a lull for a bit. And I almost feel like if United had scored that one to make it 2-1, maybe it could have been, but even just a little bit tighter. The fact that they didn't, Chelsea almost went, oh, okay, that was their chance. Chelsea had 4 shots in the first half, and they scored 4 goals from them. That is incredible.
And Man United had how many shots on target?
But like, you know, being clinical was something Chelsea struggled with at the beginning of the season. So to be finishing a game like that, yeah, unreal. But at the same time, it is that combination of Manchester United just not turning up.
Well, let's also talk about the other threat for Chelsea. I mean, Fran Kirby, obviously last game with Chelsea, absolutely iconic. There was a massive roar from the crowd. I hadn't appreciated that Fran Kirby was kind of warming up, so I was like, what's the roar for? Like, I know you've scored goals. Like, guys, calm down, Christ. And then she was brought on in the second half, final appearance, and then it was such a ridiculously slick goal that she scored, and like you could see that beautiful like sunlit corner as well of Chelsea exploded because they know how much that meant for her last Chelsea goal, and what a way to finish it.
They were demanding for her to come on, like they were calling for it, and you're kind of thinking, I mean, you're like 5-0 up at this point. Bring them all on, Emma. So it was great. I mean, she's not the kind of player that you would take.
Goalkeeper. Go on.
It's not like you're taking a risk or anything bringing her on, but
get on Hannah Hampton up front.
It was special to see her come on. And to score that goal and to celebrate in front of the fans and to celebrate in front of my camera lens. Thank you so much.
Great news.
Her and Guro Wrighton was on one today. She was such a vibe. So another player that I thought stood out. Erin Cuthbert was brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of different players that were absolutely on their game today, and I think that's kind of where Chelsea has struggled in recent games, is that players have been good, but they've not been at their best, and it's what they've needed. So, you know, to think about that Spurs game where they only won 1-0 and Spurs could have got an equaliser, to come over here and do what they did, ridiculous.
Well, let's focus a little bit on Manchester United, and I say that with such a heavy heart and a heavy tone. They were just so easy to play against. It literally felt like it was I don't know, we say this in a kind of cheesy way, but like a training game. It didn't feel like they turned up, like they cared. It was like, obviously off the back of like the FA Cup and winning that, it kind of felt like their season was already over. I mean, if you heard that in the background, that's a producer Finn's sunglasses. He's already on holiday in his head. It's a windy day in Manchester at the Old Trafford. But it felt like Chelsea continuously kept going to the byline, kept going over and over again in the first half. It felt like deja vu at points. I mean, Man United's only real chance came midway through for the first half when they clipped the bar from a corner. I mean, what were you kind of thinking of in terms of Man United and how little threat they really possessed?
Yeah, it's almost like no one was really on the same wavelength. That's what it felt like. And like Lucia Garcia, she felt like
one last time.
She really felt like she was desperate to try and get something. You know, she felt like she was dragging the team, and she'd be winning balls and bombing down the wing. I thought Ella Toone looked a bit like that as well, a bit like she was getting frustrated, but she was doing her best to kind of drag players. But Garcia would come down and she'd send a ball in and there'd be nobody there, and it was like, well, stop doing that. Like, hold up the ball, like do something, try something different. I think that's something we've seen before with Manchester United, is if plan A isn't working, they sometimes struggle to have a plan B or implement a plan B sometimes. Now Mark Skinner might accuse me of not watching the games, which he did in the post-match press conference. Not specifically me, but just the journalists generally. But he wants nicer coverage. But I think when you lose 6-0, you're going to get some criticism, unfortunately.
Doesn't every manager want nicer coverage?
Well, that's not our job. We're not cheerleaders. We're here to talk about the football, and
but also it hasn't really affected his prospects. I mean, he's just been granted this amazing new contract extension.
We won the FA Cup. We gave you loads of kudos last week, which you absolutely deserved. But you've just been battered 6-0 at Old Trafford, so it's not great, is it?
I think some criticism is probably warranted.
A little bit.
It was quite nice to see kind of the Chelsea fans saying like, we want you to stay, Mark Skinner.
that would have put him in a bad mood. That was absolutely savage.
That was quite good banter. But I was speaking to like a couple of the Man United lot like after the game, and you know, I think there was that kind of sense that they've absolutely dropped off this season compared to how they were. And we keep saying like, they overachieved last season, this season wasn't to be, but like I do feel like now there is a bigger pressure on them to kind of maintain and build on what they've got. Like they've got the FA Cup win, but now they're going to be expected to keep going into and pressing into the Champions League again. At least I feel like if they don't reach that stage again, that could signal, because it's only a 1-year contract, and at the end of the day we've seen so many managers not fulfill their contracts and go after 3, 4, 5 months. Do you think he's still kind of, whilst he's got the year, I suppose that doesn't really mean much in terms of, if you're not achieving in the first couple of months, you could be out by Christmas.
Well, we've seen that with Mel Phillips. How long was she in charge? How well has that gone? R.I.P. I mean, no, I think, look, he's signed the contract. They've won a trophy. That will be huge for their season, and it will be something they'll massively lean on. It's something they're going to be able to use to try and bring players in. You know, we're a trophy-winning club, and I know that they won the trophy by being promoted into the WSL, but winning the FA Cup is huge and hugely prestigious. So that will be seen as, you know, a massive thing for this season. I think maybe the shine has come off it ever so slightly, finishing the way they did. And I believe it means that Liverpool finish above them.
Yep.
So, that's not ideal either, but they'll build on it. It depends who they keep in, who leaves, who they get in. It will be an interesting summer for Manchester United, I think.
Do you feel like this kind of summer could potentially be a summer that they focus on their defence? Because this game, more than anything, I think exposed them in terms of how easy it was to kind of pick apart passes, how easy it was to get to the byline, do those cut across.
They need goals as well, though.
I felt so sorry for Mary Earps. There were so many times that she was frustrated by the lack of being so exposed at the back. Sometimes it felt like you had a defence in front of you who just weren't present. Do you feel
I think defence is definitely an area they need to improve, but so they need to in front of goal. They've been so poor in front of goal this season in terms of the quality of chances they've been creating. So both ends of the pitch, I think, they could get a couple of experienced heads in defence. I think that'll be really valuable. But equally, they need a really good goal scorer up front as well. So, we'll see. Hopefully they'll be investing. It's always difficult to find an absolute bowler of a number 9, but I did hear there's one available down in London, who had the perfect final game, by the way. Shout out Viviane Miedema, getting an assist and a goal with practically her first touch. God, that's a lovely singing there behind. He's gone. So that will be key. I think this summer is recruitment, and I think that will help them. Should they want to get back up and be in that top 4 again and stay in that top 4.
Well, let's talk a little bit about a club that has thrived despite not being kind of avid recruiters this season. I mean, Man City, their season very passionate, I'd say. It really felt like there was kind of at the start of the season, no one was expecting too much from them. Obviously, weren't in Champions League football this season, but it kind of felt like they could be the ones that take the WSL title from Chelsea up until the final day. I mean, to kind of get to a situation where you get it right down to the last day and then you see Chelsea score goal after goal after goal and you're like, actually, Man City now has to score 5, 6, 7 goals just to kind of get in the title. I mean, how do you reckon they're feeling right now?
I mean, they'll be absolutely gutted, but I don't think people weren't expecting anything from them. I think people were talking about them in the top 3. I think people were talking about Chelsea, Man City and Arsenal in and around that top 3 and a kind of a variety of who was going to win it. And I think, they've settled really well. I think that's massively helped the kind of lack of massive change which they had to deal with last season. They've got a particular style of play that they've absolutely nailed down. The relationships between their front 3 has been massive, and it's been really valuable. You can see that when Bunny Shaw was playing, and I do actually think losing Bunny Shaw was a big blow for them at a key time, because it did ultimately come down to goal difference, which is wild. So I think losing her was a big loss for them. Even today, they got the win but it was 1-1 at one point. So it's crazy to think that, but I think they can be pleased with their season. I think they'll be frustrated not to have won anything, because I think they've been probably the most consistent team this season
all day,
which you can take a lot from, but at the end of the day, it hasn't won you a trophy, which would be frustrating. But it'll be interesting to see. I think they will bring in a few heads. They've announced some departures there at 5:15 on the final day of the season. Cheers, guys! An absolute worst time to announce that, by the way. But there are a number of players leaving. I think there will be a few players coming in to try and, I guess, not just shore up some of the areas, but just offer that depth and quality. And should Viviane Miedema go there, which is what the rumour is, that could be a really, really interesting signing for them. So
they've got a very spicy new kit out. I'd be tempted.
I'm excited by the summer. I think the summer is going to be really exciting to see all the comings and goings.
Well, we'll talk more about them on Tuesday. On the other hand, what do you reckon the feelings are going to be in the Chelsea dressing room right now? I mean, Emma Hayes is... can we get into Emma Hayes' head for a second? It is her absolutely final game. She not only ends it with Man United and the win, but it's an emphatic win. It's a disgusting win. It is an absolute destruction.
That is absolutely everything she would have wanted today. That is exactly... I don't think she could have picked a better way to end her time at Chelsea. I'm sure she would have liked more trophies, don't get me wrong, but I think finishing today the way she's finished
at Old Trafford, in the sun.
I mean, I'm sure she would have loved it at Stamford Bridge, but to win it so emphatically, to see her players turn up for her the way they have, to score so many goals, really good goals as well, to have Ramirez coming back, to get Fran scoring, it's just the perfect way.
To wear that blue jacket, to wear those individual handcrafted Nike dunks, the Chelsea logo glistening in the sun, what a way to kind of end your
What a way. Hat
reign.
tip, Emma Hayes. Congratulations on a wonderful career, and congratulations on getting your hands on a trophy. Oh, thank God you did.
Absolutely fuming. I just this day could have gone so differently.
I'm so sorry, Chloe, kind of.
You're not sorry at all.
No, not really.
You couldn't give a shit. Right. Thank you so much for listening. We're back on Tuesday with the main show, looking back on the final day, and there's plenty more coming your way. We're also bringing you a special episode from the game today, exploring Emma Hayes' legacy at Chelsea. We spoke to members of Chelsea's supporters group as well as Jessie Parker-Humphries for their reflection on Hayes' reign and where the club goes next. That's out on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, we're bringing you the Upfront 2023-24 awards. Stay tuned for those. In the meantime, you can find us on Instagram and X/Twitter. I am at Morby_89, Rachel's at Girls on the Ball, and we are at Upfront_pod. You can also find us on YouTube at Upfront Pod. See you next week.
Jurgen Klopp had his final press conference as Liverpool manager ahead of their final game. Of course, we have known for a while already that he is to leave, and Arne Slot ready to take over. But let's have a listen, let's have a watch at what the German manager had to say in his final press.
For me, it's absolutely. I'm absolutely fine. I know we could have won more, but I cannot change that anymore. So I'm absolutely fine. We could have won less. It's possible as well. Not becoming champion for a point, it's not a great experience, but it's an experience and shows you that you are really good. That will not be in the history books, obviously. It's not, and then all the wins and then the nearly wins, they will not be there. I know that. That's life. But you cannot. If you are in it, you cannot see it like that. I can, and I couldn't have done anything different. I said before, I would not be happy if I would have thought I could have done more. I couldn't have done more. Could have done better. Me, not. Could somebody else done better? Probably. That's possible. But me in that situation, no. And that's why I'm fine with it. And the rest will be judged by the people. And I'm pretty sure more of them are fine with what we did, and some think it's not enough. And both is absolutely all right if they think like that.
In his incredible stretch with Liverpool as manager, 7 major trophies, 1 Premier League title, 2 times runners-up to Manchester City, 1 Champions League title, 2 runners-up to Real Madrid, Club World Cup, Super Cup, of course, the FA Cup, and 2 Carabao Cups. But it's also, Janusz, about what he meant to Liverpool fans and what he meant to the community. Where would you put Jurgen Klopp in terms of his reputation, who he is, and what he's given to Liverpool? How would Liverpool fans remember Jurgen Klopp when he says goodbye?
Well, I think you just answer. I mean, all you have to do is ask the fans. That's the most important thing. We can say whatever we want, and we change our minds very often from game to game, right? Mikel Arteta is a great example, at least for me, a couple years back, where I thought he wasn't good enough. There you have it. But look, I mean, every club in the world is looking for a manager like Jurgen Klopp that gives you stability, that gives you a good way of playing, and a possibility of winning trophies. And he's done more than that in 9 years. I mean, you kidding me? Here's a manager at one of the biggest clubs in the world that at no point he was in danger of being sacked. I don't even know if there was a discussion. Certainly not amongst the fans and us as well, right? So you look what he's accomplished, just the fact that he finally won that Premier League. And we're talking about Jurgen Klopp in an era of Manchester City, which we were just talking about. The margins are so small. Liverpool have felt it. 98-7 season. Mikel Arteta and Arsenal may feel it right now, where they think to themselves, we've done more than we could possibly do, and we still haven't won it. So when I look at Jurgen Klopp, and this season in particular, where I didn't think that was going to be as successful, and I think it was very successful, with all that rebuild, where in the back of his mind, he already knew that he wanted to do it. He spoke to his owners, I think it was in November already about that, and yet had the drive to not only rebuild that midfield, but Liverpool were in the title run till a couple of weeks ago. So I think he's an absolute legend. Could he have won more? Absolutely. Has he won enough? Just ask the Liverpool fans.
Yeah, and let's have a look at this last season. Of course, a Carabao Cup, they'll confirm third place, of course, over 80 points if they get a draw or that victory on Sunday. Rob Dawson, did they overachieve, underachieve this final season? What do you think?
I mean, I think in terms of where they were in February, maybe they'll feel it's a little bit of a missed opportunity, given that they were right in the title race. They'd won the Carabao Cup, they were still in the FA Cup and looked on course for the Europa League. So in terms of where they were in February, maybe it's a little bit of an anticlimax, but all I would say is that when you go back to the start of the season, I'm not sure that many people had them down as realistic title contenders. You know, lots of talk before the season was about City again and about Arsenal. No one really was mentioning Liverpool in the same breath because of the rebuild that they had to do, particularly with the work that they had to do in midfield. So, you know, the fact that Jurgen Klopp got them into that position sort of come February time should be applauded. I imagine that he's probably looking at that position that they were in around that time and thinking, you know, maybe we should have won a bit more. They've run into a City team again, like they have so many seasons, that are just formidable winners. So I don't think there's any shame in finishing third behind City and Arsenal in the Premier League. Perhaps the one that he may have a little bit of regret about is the Europa League. You know, there was that little week where they had a wobble and then they lost that first leg quite heavily to Atalanta in the Europa League and you know, couldn't salvage it in the second leg. You know, maybe he's looking at that and thinking if they perform better in that first leg against Atalanta, they would be looking forward to Europa League final and a big send-off for him in a major European final. But in terms of what they've achieved, what he's achieved throughout his career at Liverpool and what they've achieved this season, as Janusz said, I think he's won enough. You know, it's an incredible record. He's won everything there is to win. I think if you'd offered him that when he first took over at Liverpool, with the state that club were in, I think he would have bitten your hand off.
James, I'm very curious here because we have obviously talked highly of Jurgen Klopp, and rightly so, the influence that he has given Liverpool Football Club. What's next for Liverpool, do you think? I know it's a tough one because not even Arne Slot has even entered the building, but you know he is obviously on his way there. But there's a lot of changes. Of course, Mohamed Salah's not getting any younger, and there's a lot of tactical, philosophical changes for Liverpool. Where do you see Liverpool now? Because when Sir Alex Ferguson left, and yes, I am mentioning Sir Alex because I do believe that Liverpool fans and the relationship that he built with Jurgen Klopp is that strong. But where do you see Liverpool now, post Jurgen Klopp, looking into a different blank canvas of a future?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, he is, as the guys have said, he's more than a manager. He's a cultural icon in Liverpool, and you know, the reason why I don't think there's any kind of debate in Liverpool about whether he's won enough or whether his record was good enough in finals and that kind of thing is because of the way he's made them feel for 9 years. And you can't, you know, we can look at the history books and we can look at the stats and we can pore over, you know, every number related to their performance, but you can't quantify that feeling. And that, in a way, is going to be Arne Slot's biggest challenge, is that he's got to try and find a way to build his own connection with the supporters and really understand that city and what the club means to the area. To me, a lot of it comes down to what they're going to do with Salah, because, you know, he's 31, I think now. He's got a year left on his contract, and the expectation is that there'll be Saudi money coming back for him. They obviously turned down a huge bid for him in the past. If that Saudi money materialises, Liverpool have a massive decision to make, in my opinion. You know, do you say, right, we're going to risk losing him for nothing in a year, keep our best player, our absolute talisman, and not want to lose a key player like that in the same summer as Jurgen Klopp leaving? Or do you say to Arne Slot, okay, we're going to take the money here, we're going to take, let's say, 150 million, huge amount of money for one player with 1 year left on his deal, but we're going to give every penny of that to you, and you can then go and spend it how you want to mould this team in your own image. And there must be an appeal to that for Liverpool, because you are kind of, you know, they've had the end of an era forced upon them by Klopp's decision to leave. But you really start to take that and own that in a different way if you decide to sell the key player that you had during that period in Mohamed Salah. And I'm not suggesting that Salah, I mean, it will be a huge loss if they did decide to cash in on him. And obviously, someone else is going to have to step up. But they are well stocked in those kind of attacking areas. It's not as if they'd be scratching around for options there. That's not to say that Liverpool are better off without him. But what I'm saying is that I think that if that materialises, there is a strong case to say for Arne Slot, here's the money, take it, go and build your own team, rather than, and this is the problem that David Moyes had when he took over from Sir Alex Ferguson at Manchester United, is that you sort of feel like you're kind of just caretaker, really. You're just trying to keep the Fergie image going. You're trying to keep that, you know, that mentality and that structure, and really you're just a kind of you know, caretaker, temporary, transient person who's just trying to pass it on to the next guy in a few years. I think what Arne Slot wants to do is really come in and stamp his own authority on it. And were they to sell Salah and then spend that money in that way and be aggressive, be proactive with it, it would accelerate that opportunity to rebuild the team in his own image. And as much as they don't want to, they have to move on from Jurgen Klopp, and that would be a way to fast track that right at the start of his tenure.
It all comes down to Sunday in the Premier League. After 37 matches per team, nearly 200 goals, 27 wins each. Manchester City against West Ham, Arsenal against Everton, and Man City are the ones who control their own destiny. We'll see what happens. Can David Moyes do Arsenal a favour in his last game with West Ham? Will Arsenal and Mikel Arteta and their amazing project continue to build? Will it come successful? Much to discuss with this amazing panel. I'm so blessed, everybody. ESPN FC live 3 times a week. Welcome, Luis Miguel Echegaray. You can call me LME for short. We have Janusz Michalek, Rob Dawson, and James Ollie. Before we get to these fine gentlemen's opinions and what to look ahead, let's have a listen and a watch to Pep Guardiola and Mikel Arteta and their press conferences against what will be a hopefully ridiculously entertaining Sunday. Listen to them right now.
We are in the last day of the season, playing for the Premier League. The Premier League trophy hasn't been yet at the Emirates Stadium, and that stadium was built almost 20 years ago. So that's a long, long time. So yes, we have to be very optimistic. The trophy is going to be there, and it's possible. And we have to do our duties, and then we have to wait and see what happens.
So they give us that certain moment, the destiny is in our hands. If you are waiting that they are going to drop to be champion, you are wrong. If you are thinking Arsenal is going to lose or drop points in Old Trafford, forget about it. Forget about it. If you are thinking that Everton tomorrow is going to do something, forget about it. They know it's win or win. Otherwise, Arsenal will be champion. It's not more complicated than that.
There they are, the master and his former student, the Catalan against the Basque. Unbelievable. Hopefully we'll get to see a very entertaining Sunday. Before we get the opinions of the great friend Janusz Michalek, let's just play the leveling field here. I want to see what's going on both sides. Let's begin. Rob Dawson, what did you get out of Pep Guardiola's press statement? Is he relaxed? Obviously, he's been here before looking for a 6th consecutive title in 7 years. A 6th title in 7 years. 4th consecutive, which is historic in English football. But what did you make of the presser, and how Man City looking ahead of this game against West Ham?
I think in terms of Pep's presser, it sounded very much like he was trying to get a message across to his players that this title isn't done. Now, I think a lot of City fans probably think it is done. You know, maybe a lot of Arsenal fans also think that it's a foregone conclusion. But City have been in this position before. You know, everyone will remember the game against QPR, where everyone expected City to walk it and lift the title, and obviously they need a last-minute goal from Sergio.
Between 10th and 13th, they have lost their last 2. They make 5 changes, including leaving top scorer Dominic Solanke on the bench. Bournemouth have Neto in goal, Aarons, Zabarnyi, Senesi and Kirkez the back 4, Christian Cook in front of them, Semenyo, Kluivert and Tavernier behind Enes Unal up front. Spurs on 63, Chelsea on 60, Newcastle 57, and Sheffield United of course take on Spurs, and Newcastle go to Brentford. But whatever happens, a point here guarantees Chelsea 6th place.
Indeed, and that's where we've got to take care of business. But a point will feel disappointing, Dave. Look, I'm not taking this it's Bournemouth side lightly, by the way, because what they have done there under Iraola has been pretty remarkable, it has to be said. He has turned, if you remember what they were doing in the early part of the season, everyone's talking about Gary O'Neill going to Wolves and what he was doing there. He's doing a great job. But Iraola has turned this side into a real steady, consistently difficult side to beat. And where they are, he's in the shout. He won't get it, but he's in the shout for Manager of the Year.
Yeah, nominated, so people have seen what he's all about. He's had a really good first season for Bournemouth and established them right up in mid-table. Anthony Taylor is our referee on the final day of season 23-24. What a rollercoaster season it's been. Chelsea will kick us off, which they do now, and they are attacking from right to left in the first 45. Played forward straight away by Benoit Badiashile, headed cleared by Senesi for Bournemouth. Knocked down by Caicedo into midfield to Gallagher once more, and Raheem Sterling picks up on the left-hand side. Cucurella playing it back to Badiashile, and Badiashile across to Thiago Silva, back to his goalkeeper Petrovic, and then Chalabar playing right back here this afternoon on the right-hand side. Two formations that will be pretty much identical. Bournemouth play the same way, 4-2-3-1, and Chelsea trying to come forward with Jackson holding the ball up. But he's rather run into Bournemouth pressure there, and Christie out towards the right-hand side, and the early throw-in will go Bournemouth's way.
Yeah, the shape of the team's the same. Cucurella is playing alongside Badiashile, and then you've got Silva and Chalobah. And even though Chalobah is right back, he's not. I mean, essentially, he will be a third centre-half. And it all depends on where Cucurella is. Caicedo started the game particularly well. Sterling on the left-hand side, bit of space.
Yeah, good turn by Sterling, playing it left-hand side. Jackson moving towards the edge of the penalty area now. Nicholas Jackson for Chelsea, inside the area. Crossface to goal, saved by the goalkeeper. Neto palmed it away, back to Jackson, left-hand side. Yeah, good save by the keeper.
Done well, the keeper, but Jackson's gone. Brilliant play from Sterling. Turns on the left-hand side, plays him in first time. Jackson gets on the left-hand side, and he manages to get his shot away. It's a tight angle, Dave. I'm going to say Neto does what he should do, but he gets up, Dave, and wins the ball back.
Yeah, no reason why Jackson shouldn't go for goal from there. He did, and Neto made the save. Bright early start here for Chelsea. Played forward by Petrovic towards the right-hand side. That's a bit too far for Noni Madueke. It goes out for a Bournemouth throw on halfway. So they have made 5 changes today, Bournemouth, and a big surprise that Solanke not involved. He has been outstanding for them this season, and that must be a boost to the home side if you see that the away side's main man is not playing.
Indeed, 19 league goals this season. He almost certainly, well, he has to be in the thoughts of Gareth Southgate. Yeah. I mean, that, he's got choices up top, not huge. I mean, Kane goes. I mean, you think about what Ollie Watkins has done, absolutely. If it is, I'd look at the extra man where I think he's outshone. No, it's brilliant play from Conor Gallagher. Sorry, he's come back. This is good play from Chelsea.
Chelsea excellent start here. Play forward for Sterling over halfway. 3 in support. Sterling going alone though now. Sterling through to Palmer on the edge of the area. Cole Palmer just wide. The young player of the year almost marking it there with a goal in the early stages. Chelsea flowing here early on. That's 2 great moves already, and that time the shot just wide.
Yeah, it starts on the left-hand side over here. Conor Gallagher with a back flip into Cucurella. Then the ball finds its way to Sterling. Sterling travels 30, 40 yards. He's now got a choice. He's got out wide Noni Madueke, or he's come inside to Palmer. He finds Palmer. Palmer's got his first touch with his right foot. The goal is gaping. He's shaking his head in on monitor here, Dave. He knows really he's got to hit the target. It's a chance, that big chance. Cucurella and Sterling on the left-hand side have started particularly sharp.
Stays goal with 3 minutes on the clock here. Chelsea 0, Bournemouth 0. Bournemouth with a throw-in down there, right to be taken by Max Aarons, the former Norwich player, looking to slot it through towards
Get up.
Enes Unal, who goes down rather easily, and referee Anthony Taylor not interested. Chelsea will come forward. Badiashile for Chalabar, and now Madueke just sort of halfway playing it back. I think Unal there has to be stronger.
Well, good start. 3, nearly 3.5 minutes on the clock, and Bournemouth have come out. They've got a style of play. They're not one of these teams that will sit deep and try and catch on the counter.
Goal down the road at Brentford. Brentford lead Newcastle 1-0. And Ivan Toney, who I think you were going to say is not as good as Dominic Solanke, has got the goal.
I was just about to say his name until Conor Gallagher produced a lovely piece of skill. Ball given away. Sterling, who's been involved. Oh, it's a foul.
Yeah, Sterling is fouled there by Zabarnyi.
Yeah, Zabarnyi. It's a foul. It's nothing more. And he's probably hurt himself actually more than he's hurt Sterling. The ball's it's a 50-50, maybe 47-53 in Sterling's favour. Sterling gets there first, wins it. Zabarnyi, he's limping. But listen, a really bright start, enthusiastic energy. There's a zip. about our play. There's a real... Do you know, it feels as if what's happened in the last 6 weeks or so, what we're seeing now, this Chelsea side feed off that positivity.
Just a reminder that if Newcastle don't win, then Chelsea are safe in 6th, whatever. Well, unless Manchester United score a cricket score twice in their match at Brighton, which isn't going to happen. But obviously Chelsea want to take care of their own business here this afternoon by carrying on this superb form at the end of the campaign. 4 straight wins, some really impressive displays along the way, including tough away matches. But Bournemouth here on the edge of the area. Gallagher puts the foot in to clear with Caicedo, held up by Jackson. And now Gallagher once more through midfield to Sterling. Bit of a heavy first touch there. Runs through the challenge though. In the end, Aarons gets the foot in for Bournemouth, and he'll get the ball towards Tavernier on the left.
Sterling coming inside noticeably. So if it's not going to be Cucurella, Sterling comes inside to make that extra man. That's been a feature that we've seen Cucurella play, where he is that inverted, in the common word now, inverted fullback, and that's where Chalobah comes. Ball coming to Petrovic. He's played it outside. Loads of space for Cucurella. But look at Sterling. Sterling's playing centre midfield. Cucurella's given us the width.
Cucurella and loads of space here on the left-hand side, just short of the halfway line. Looks to play it back, in fact, to Gallagher. Probably could have reversed towards the right, but anyway, Chelsea keep the ball.
Yeah, Cucurella and Sterling swap. Look.
Yeah.
Now Sterling comes out to offers the width. Then you've got Conor Gallagher playing out on this left-hand side.
And here's Cole Palmer towards Madueke on the Chelsea right. Chelsea knocking the ball around very neatly indeed early on in the title race. Manchester City lead West Ham by a goal to nil. Looks like the title is heading back to the Etihad once again. Badiashile down by his own corner flag gets a nudge there from Undao, and I think it's going to be nothing given there either. So
it's not a good ball from Petrovic, but Badiashile's body shape, when you receive a ball, it's all about your shoulders. If your shoulders are closed up to the pitch, basically if you're facing, and he's facing Matthew Harding's stand, you need to open your shoulders up to the east stand so that the pitch opens itself up. He doesn't do it. It's not the best ball. Between the pair, they make a right pig's ear of it, to be honest with you. And this has resulted in ball with a bit of pressure down the right-hand side.
Yeah, a bit of interplay there involving Max Aarons and Semenyo. Wins them a throw once again on the right-hand side with 6 minutes on the clock here. Chelsea 0, Bournemouth 0. Max Aarons with the throw for Bournemouth in towards Semenyo once again. Back it goes towards Lewis Cook with a chance to put a cross in here for Bournemouth into the penalty area. Dealt with by Caicedo, lobs it clear towards halfway, where Senesi will play it back forward again for Bournemouth. Badiashile heads up in the air on the edge of his own penalty area. Cucurella tries to complete the clearance. Kluivert came steaming in and then fires for goal. Snapshot is saved by Petrovic. Now
Cucurella's underneath it and he can't really... It's Kluivert, I think, that comes over the top of him. He's holding his face. Badiashile doesn't really deal with it. It's a loopy. It's one of those hopeful balls. Badiashile kind of heads it up as opposed to getting a real pace on it. And it's one of those, the ball is not dead. Is it Kluivert that comes in over the top of him?
Yeah, Kluivert over the top of him and then Semenyo with the shot.
Yeah. And because he's got the run on Cucurella's literally underneath it. It's almost impossible to win ahead. I don't care how tall you are. If someone gets a run on you, they're getting your leap. And he gets caught underneath it. And that's really the first piece of play, really, that we've seen, that we've not dealt with things particularly well. Badiashile, lovely ball to Sterling. Great first touch.
Fantastic layoff by Sterling, finding Cucurella now moving inside from the left-hand side over the halfway line. Cucurella still goes here, lays it square to Cole Palmer. Madueke in ocean of space down the right-hand side. He's picked him out. Madueke in the area now. Pulled across the box it goes, and it just went beyond Cucurella, and it was played near post by Neto.
Brilliant play again down the left-hand side. That's where Chelsea's most dangerous attacks are coming from. The link-up play between Sterling and Cucurella. There to be seen. Badiashile, brilliant defending. Really brilliant defending there. Kluivert's tried to get... The ball's gone into Kluivert. And he's one of those, he's got Badiashile up his backside. His first touch, he's tried to go round to his left-hand side. Badiashile rings it, then he gets his body between ball and man, securely makes sure that possession is kept, and then we win back again. It's been a really, really good, entertaining 8.5 minutes to this game.
Yeah, very open game so far, as you'd expect, really, and Chelsea have given that one away in midfield, and it's picked up now by Semenyo for Bournemouth, out towards their left. Tavernier will try and put a cross in here. We've got up against Cole Palmer, turns inside, he's got Kirkes in support, and Kirkes will try and spray a ball from left to right. Crossfield, he's done so. It's chested down by Aarons, but couldn't quite fully control, and Cucurella clears up for Chelsea, combines with Sterling. Gallagher back to Cucurella once more. Neat triangle for Chelsea deep inside their own half. Gallagher looking for a way out. In fact, he'll use his goalkeeper Petrovic, And Petrovic will bring it clear with Thiago Silva just outside the penalty area. Cole Palmer comes for the short one, receives now, but runs into Bournemouth challenge. Cucurella comes in to win it back. He stepped in there superbly and then was fouled.
Honestly, this boy, his career at Chelsea has been absolutely transformed. He was, I thought, one of the best players on the pitch against Brighton. Took a lot of stick, not understanding, but you know what I mean. But since that,
as it were.
Yeah, well, you know, it comes with the territory. But he has been a revelation coming into midfield. He just travelled 30, 40 yards, Dave, with the ball at his feet.
Took on by Palmer, gets it back from Jackson. Palmer out towards the left-hand side, finding Sterling. Chelsea moving through the gears here. Sterling towards the left corner of the penalty area, cuts inside, now back round the outside. Sterling will find Palmer on the left, going towards the left-hand byline. Palmer dinks it across the area, headed clearance, Michael to Sterling, who goes down in the penalty area. Nothing is given. Caicedo comes charging in, Sterling is still down, and Bournemouth will clear. Bournemouth get it away with Tavernier.
As a penalty, this will be close.
Well, Tavernier has run it, or trying to run past Chalobah, can't do so. The Chelsea fans are
Anthony Taylor is the referee, just in case you wondered.
Well, no penalty was given. Raheem Sterling is still down in the area. We haven't seen a replay yet. Chelsea are moving forward because the play is still going on. Madueke, the ball now out for a throw-in. So the referee, Anthony Taylor, will hold
this will be close. I'll tell you what, it's going to be close because Sterling has the ball under his spell. He brings it down on his chest. It's not the best clearance in the world, in all honesty. I mean, you can make a case for a pen, no?
I think that's not an overturn. That's not a VAR overturn. If it's given on pitch, then probably is. But
maybe you're right there, Dave. Maybe you're right.
VAR are checking it.
I wonder. We need to see this again. There's an angle I want to see from behind. If he catches Sterling's back foot, that's what I want to see. No foul. No. Okay.
No penalty given. Semenyo backtracking with the challenge.
Yeah.
So headed clear by Zabarnyi.
Yeah. The angle we see here, it doesn't really. Do you know what? Honestly, I mean, if he gives it, it's not getting over. It's one of those. If it's given, it's not getting overruled. He's not giving it on field. It's not a penalty, and that's just how. Do you know what I'm going to say? That's how VAR should work, Dave.
Yeah, because it's there for the clear and obvious. It's there for the absolute howlers.
Absolutely right. There's a case and there's a shout, and they've looked at it. And it's not a howler, and I totally agree with it. But this has been a good start from Chelsea.
And Chelsea do have a free kick just outside the area. In fact, about 30 yards out on the right-hand side. And they've got players queuing up on the edge of the area. So delivery here with Jackson in the area, with Chalobah and Badiashile both coming forward. Palmer and Gallagher standing over it. And set-piece opportunity here for Chelsea with 12 minutes on the clock. Referee Anthony Taylor gets players just to separate on the edge of the area. Palmer with the left foot, Gallagher with the right to send this free kick in here for Chelsea. 12 on the clock. Palmer
made to run.
Take it. Yeah, it comes across by Gallagher, slips all the way through. A couple of missed kicks there in the area, and will be cleared down the right here for Bournemouth by Semenyo. And further out towards the right-hand side it goes, and that should be one for Caicedo to try and tidy up, and he's done so. In fact, he's done more than that down the left-hand side. Super play there by Caicedo, and Chelsea get through it.
Done brilliantly well. Caicedo. He's the last man. He reads it. It's the bounce. He's got to make sure the bounce, he reads that, because when you're running back towards your own goal and the bounce is around your chest, around your thigh, you've got to make sure you get it right. He does all of the above. Let's play the ball out to Chalobah.
Yes, Chalobah being faced by Tavernier. Kind of bounces off Tavernier, back to Chalobah once again, uses Petrovic, who scoops it clear.
If he's meant that,
it's intended,
honestly,
actually, but
poor
and then
ball
Caicedo gets the ball away, but Chelsea should win it back here with Cucurella. No, here's Lewis Cook for Bournemouth, combining with Christie, and then Caicedo slaps him in the challenge over the halfway line to Conor Gallagher. Chelsea flowing forward here. Gallagher, 25 yards out, right footed shot just wide of the right-hand post, stays 0-0.
Yeah, not sure that Connor's chosen the right option on that. Brilliant challenge from Caicedo, and Connor's got runners either side. He's down the middle, he's got Jackson one side, he's got Sterling the other. He's also got Madueke. He's got three up there, they're all pointing. And to be honest with you, the shot's on, because they all drop. I think if he's going to have the shot, I think he needs to have another touch, get a yard closer. If the ball is then engaged, then pass out to the right-hand side, because that's the way that his body shape was facing. And he's kind of been forced into the shot as opposed to really wanting it. I think he wanted someone to engage, and because they don't, they drop and they drop and they drop. No one leaves a man spare. In the end, he's had the shot. I just looked at his face there, Davey. He looked a little bit frustrated that he kind of took someone on that wasn't his first choice.
Bournemouth playing forward. Chalobah comes in with a very important interception there with Tavernier trying to combine with Kirkhead, and Chelsea break forward down there right, and a chance here for a cross to bow, played into the penalty area. It comes across, it hits Zabani and goes out for a Chelsea corner. Chelsea very quickly turning defence into attack and win that corner.
Yeah, first real break down the right-hand side. The header's won by Chalobah, plays it to Noni Madueke, and then it's an overlapping run. Noni finds it, beautiful pass into him. Then the first touch is out of his feet, then he has another one. Then all of a sudden the first pass into Palmer is the option has gone. He has another touch, tries to put it across the face of the goal, but it's cleared for a corner, which Palmer's taken.
First Chelsea corner of the game with 14.5 minutes on the clock. Palmer from the right-hand side, left-footed towards the near post, and Bournemouth get it away towards Sterling, about 20 yards out. Here's Caicedo looking to spread the play towards the left-hand side, and Cucurella back to Caicedo once again. Palmer, who took the initial corner towards that near post, close out towards the left. Thiago Silva has stayed forward. He heads it down, and importantly, Lewis Cook comes in to clear for Bournemouth on the edge of his penalty area, and they'll try and bring Semenyo away down the right. And Cucurella is there, and it'll be a Bournemouth throw-in.
Yeah, it's a nice ball from Palmer. He's left one up. He's like underneath it, Silva, and he's got the run. He actually gets a really good header, because there's not a lot of pace on the ball in. It's a floaty one. He gets cross. He's on the left-hand side of the penalty, hits it back into the air, and Jackson slips, which allows Bournemouth to clear it. Again, really entertaining game. I mean, Chelsea have been at it. Really sharp, bright. There's a real zest about our game at the moment, and it's all over the pitch. Every player. Ball back into Petrovic, who's gone back. Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, Petrovic clearing to Cucurella. Chelsea playing out of defence. Badiashile nearly loses out, and it should be Caicedo back to his goalkeeper, who didn't want it there. It's all a bit too intricate. But they will get it clear now towards the halfway line, where Jackson tries to lay off and turns and spins and plays it forward. Brilliant play by Jackson. Sterling's away. Keeper outside the penalty area. Neto did really well to get it clear. He's outside the area now. Caicedo from the halfway line. Caicedo! Oh my word! Oh my word! Caicedo has scored from the halfway line. From Chelsea in front. That's an incredible goal. But Chelsea ahead. Neto's outside the penalty area to make the first clearance. And Caicedo from halfway lobbed it back over him and in the net. Chelsea won.
It's one of those goals you're going to see for years and years and years. Caicedo, wonderful. The presence of mind. It's all about Jackson's first touch, and he plays the ball into Sterling. He can't get there. Neto does. Then the ball comes out to Caicedo. He's on the halfway line. He plays the ball in. The ball's goes gaping. He's got to get it right. He does. Sensational stuff. Utterly sensational. Oh, it's superb. He gets it right. It's one of those, he's actually under pressure. He knows he's got one chance, one take. Don't fluff your lines. He doesn't.
It's beautiful, it's glorious, it's sensational. It's Caicedo on the score sheet. And I mean, poor old Neto had done really well to read the initial ball, but he was left in complete no man's land. No one was back defending, and Caicedo stuck it in the back of the net from the halfway line. And every time the replay is being shown, the Chelsea fans are cheering and loving it, and they lead Bournemouth here by 1-0.
Well, it's no more than we deserve. I've got to tell you, we've been good. We're 17 minutes in now, nearly 18. We've been good, really good. We've had a couple of half chances. There's been moments, maybe a penalty shout. But of all the chances that we've had, the most unlikely comes from the halfway line. He's just inside Bournemouth's half. As I said, Dave, he's got such little time to think about it. He knows Neto's out of his goal. He's then got to have the touch, and he's got to get it shot away straight away under pressure. He's leaning back, he falls over. It doesn't bounce, it hits the back of the net from the halfway line. Wow, what a pleasure to watch that goal, Dave.
I was just going to say the same
thing.
What a pleasure. Absolute privilege to see that sort of goal live. Unbelievable. Bournemouth have a corner as they try and respond down this near right-hand side, which Tavernier will take with his left foot. But Stamford Bridge absolutely lit up. The roof almost came off with that. The corner kick comes in now by Tavernier. Petrovic off his line with the ball still bouncing around the area. Real crowd scene, and the shot in the end by Kluivert is well off target. Over the bar it goes. It stays 1-0.
Yeah, Petrovic comes. It's a crowd of players. Not sure he can get there. I'm really not, when it isn't defended particularly well. Here we go again. He has the shot. He's under pressure. He falls over. He's got to get it right. Every single Chelsea fan in there saying, hit it. It's inch perfect. It hits, I promise you, it hits the back of the net from the halfway line. It doesn't bounce. It doesn't bounce in the goal. It hits the back of the net. And let me tell you, he could try that, Dave, 20 times, and I guarantee you he doesn't score more than 4, maybe 3. I promise you.
It's absolutely superb. Chelsea lead by a goal to nil. Elsewhere, Tottenham do lead at Sheffield United through Kulusevski. Caicedo being urged to shoot now from the centre circle. Out towards the right it goes, and Madueke up against Kirkes. Madueke will play it back to Chalobah, and Chalobah towards the halfway line, and Thiago Silva. Nottingham Forest are staying up there, leading 2-0 at Burnley. So that's all being sorted out fairly early on in the game. There's had to be a huge goal swing there for that to change. But Chelsea in firm control of 6th place in the Premier League table, and that will definitely be European football one way or the other as Cole Palmer moves it clear down the left-hand side. Don't forget, Newcastle are losing at Brentford. Palmer tussling with Kluivert. Kluivert being faced now by Cucurella, who's done superbly in the first 20 minutes and gets it up towards Sterling, who was involved in the goal. Sterling getting himself shifted away from Max Aarons, played forward by Caicedo, trying to find Cole Palmer, who's saved onside, and here we go, Palmer couldn't quite square it for Jackson, and it came away off Sabani and out for a corner.
Well, this time Neto, you can see the reaction because he's favoured. Brilliant play from Sterling, ball over the top from Caicedo. He's in 1v1, it's on the edge of the box to the left-hand side. The problem Palmer's got there, he's made his mind up too early. I think what he can probably do, Dave, once he sees Neto retreat, and he does, by the way, he could have won that on the edge of the box. He retreats, leaves Palmer with have a touch, get your touch, and have a shot. He's made his mind up a bit too early and stuck to it.
The trouble for Neto is, of course, he now knows Chelsea can score from 60 yards out.
That's waste. No, I promise you that's on his mind. I promise you.
Here's the corner, taken short. Gallagher gets it back from Palmer on the left, playing it back to Raheem Sterling. Sterling has got Caicedo in space, midway inside the Bournemouth half, and Caicedo will let square to Cucurella appearing on the right-hand side. Cucurella up towards Badiashile, who turns, and I don't think he's going to shoot from there, but he'll play it back instead to Caicedo. Caicedo to Conor Gallagher. Bournemouth just backing off at the moment, trying to hold the shape.
Yeah, the shape is...
Badiashile clips it forward looking for Jackson, who controls rather awkwardly and still keeps it in play down the left and then spins inside. Lovely skill by Jackson. It comes away off the Barnier and out for a corner.
Do you know what? It's party time out there. This is showboating. These players are absolutely loving being out there. And this is on the back of what's been a really brilliant end to the... Lovely skill from Jackson. He comes inside, he's got Ryan Christie for company. He flicks it over his leg. He's on the touchline. There's no margin for error. He gets it right, goes down the left-hand side in front of the shed end. He has a shot which has gone out for a corner. Going to be taken.
Corner taken by Conor Gallagher, 22 on the clock. Gallagher with the right foot, with the corner in towards the near post, headed towards the edge of the area. Caicedo heads up in the air. 3 Bournemouth players going for it. Now they'll try and break away. They've got a possible 4-on-3 break here with Semenyo over the halfway line. 3 in support. If Semenyo can find the right ball, he gets out towards the right-hand side. Tavernier normally on the left, play. Right. Cucurella holds him up.
You know what?
That delays him.
Dave, Cucurella there. The IQ to say that he's got to keep with the ball. He can't. There's no point in being a body retreating because there's players back there. He's got to put pressure on the ball and keep that pressure, and he does.
And Bournemouth coming forward again with Semenyo towards the edge of the area. Semenyo stepping away from Badiashile, out towards the left-hand side it goes. Cross comes in now for Bournemouth, and the header is up from Unal. It is saved by Petrovic. Somewhat peculiarly, Newcastle appeared to be 1-0 in front of Brentford, which must mean the Brentford goal was ruled out. We will confirm that, but Harvey Barnes has scored for Newcastle, so we'll confirm that for you in a second. But as I say, Chelsea in front here, and that means they can't be overtaken by Newcastle as long as Chelsea get a point, and so far they've got 3. Long ball forward for Chelsea. Gallagher.
Jackson's hold-up play's been good today. It's been really good.
And Chelsea away again here down the left with Jackson. He's got Gallagher in support. He plays it off
Jackson's been good as well, you know, Dave. There's some of it is... There's a real flair about the players today. There's a real... The weight of the season is off their shoulders. You know, they can express themselves in a way. It's been really lovely to watch, actually. It's been like a free kick.
It's players doing things that we weren't seeing in December, January time, when all the pressure was on them and the results weren't coming. You get the results like this and it just flows.
It does. It's been lovely to watch. However, it's only 1-0. We've been brilliant. 24 on the clock. some defending to do, left-hand side, 20, maybe 15 yards outside our box to the left. Every Chelsea back.
So just to confirm, Newcastle do lead 1-0. A lengthy VAR check ruled out the Brentford goal, and then Harvey Barnes put Newcastle in front. But as I say, it's no concern for Chelsea, who lead 1-0 in that battle for sixth place. They need to, though, defend this free kick first and foremost, which Bournemouth will take from midway inside the Chelsea half. 24 on the clock at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea lead by 1-0, and what a goal it was. Free kick now for Bournemouth, clipped into the penalty area, headed clear by Badiashile. Tavernier with the delivery, and Badiashile heads out for a throw-in to Bournemouth over on their right. Aarons will take. Aarons with the throw-in then for Bournemouth, finding Senesi. And Senesi left-footed, ball is too long. Silva heads it down, very calm defensive clearance away there by Thiago Silva. Gallagher holds the ball up, but is faced by two, and Kluivert has come in now with the challenge. Kluivert moves towards the edge of the Chelsea area. Cucurella forcing him out. Gallagher also retreating. Kluivert in the end runs into Cucurella, and Chelsea will clear down their left. Gallagher turning back towards goal, turns again, and now will whack it clear across the face of goal, where Trevor Chagabar will chest it down. A bit too much here in the area, and Tavernier wins it back here for Bournemouth. Tavernier does well, out towards the left edge of the area, ball driven across, hits Badiashile, turned back out for a shot to be whacked goals by Christie, and Chelsea will clear once more with Chalabar away down the right hand side. And now Madueke for the Blues.
Brilliant from Nolly.
Well, the free kick is not needed because the play will go on. He was fouled, but Cucurella has it on the left-hand side anyway. Sterling in support. Back to Gallagher again.
Entertaining game, David.
Well, I don't know what's going on there at the back, but...
Well, do you know what? Connor there resists. So Connor's penned into the left-hand side in front of the Matthew Harding, and he shapes up to play the ball down the left-hand side in front of the dugout, and he cuts back and goes across his goal. Always dangerous. Brilliant play from Cole Palmer. Check it back. The Cole Palmer shuffle, you know the one. Goes one way, those snake hips go the other. And before you know it, he's away from you.
Thiago Silva to Chalabar, finding Palmer. Palmer to Madueke. Will flick by Madueke, looking for Jackson. He was beaten to it by Zabani, and Bournemouth will clear. They're certainly showing intent here. Semenyo racing clear of Cucurella, and Semenyo's not got too much support, might not need it. Into the area, Semenyo, has he taken it too wide?
Brilliant from Silva.
Too far, he has. And now Semenyo throws Cucurella to the ground, and there could be drama here. Anthony Taylor comes across.
No need from Semenyo.
I think he's going to be yellow here.
Yes, Joe, it's poor from Semenyo. He doesn't let it do. You know what his frustration is that Thiago Silva has used all of those 36 years of whatever he is, of experience. He just uses his body, eases Semenyo out, and then Cucurella comes in and wins the ball, and he throws it to the ground. Cucurella then makes the most of it, there's no question of that, but what a ridiculous thing to do.
Yellow card is correct there, yellow card's the right decision.
Yeah, but what a ridiculous...
But Semenyo's the man who's overrun it.
It's a bit... I mean, what are you doing, man? I mean, what's worse? And it's a serious question, that or what Reece James did? I mean... You know, I'm not saying that's a red by any stretch.
No, I think yellow is right there, but I get your point. I get your point on the Reece James one.
I think Reece is a red as well.
Yeah.
I'm saying is, you think about what some player kicking out or some player throwing something at the ground.
Cucurella has been booked as well, by the way, and that was because he whacked the ball into the advertising hoarding when Semenyo overran it. It's all a bit unnecessary, really, and two plays in the book. And the debate is continuing at the moment.
He needs to be careful, Cucurella. It doesn't really. It's unnecessary. Conor Gallagher, the skipper, has been called over by Anthony Taylor. I think he's saying, look, no need. Are we saying that Cucurella knows the ball's gone out of play?
Well, that's a good question, actually, because it was only fractional. I mean, we could see it from up here on the gantry, but we have a perfect view. He was chasing back.
I'm not sure that's a booking, Dave. I'm not sure you need to book the player from that, in all honesty. Anyway, play goes underway.
Well, all a bit unnecessary, but the play is back underway. 28 played, 1-0 to Chelsea, and a goal that we want to watch time and time again from Moises Caicedo, and we have been watching it time and again. Ball played forward now by Petrovic for Chelsea, looking to play it out towards the right. Jackson challenging. Caicedo on the right, loses out this time, and now Bournemouth will come forward. Coming more to the game here. Bournemouth, Caicedo,
brilliant challenge
to win it back, because Ryan Christie thought he was away there, but Caicedo with the challenge, and now Noni Madueke runs past a couple of Bournemouth challenges. Madueke is definitely being yanked back there. The referee lets him get on with it because he's managed to lay it off towards the right-hand side. Here's Palmer, right corner of the area. Palmer coming infield, runs past the defender, runs past the referee. In the end, runs out of space.
Yeah, I think you want the free kick there, Dave. You know that?
Yeah.
I know what he's done there, Taylor. And I'm not saying it's bad refereeing. I'm just saying, what do you really want there? I think you want the free kick.
Certainly Bournemouth now coming more into it in an attacking sense. Tavernier over halfway, looking to spread the play towards the left. Semenyo, they've switched sides at the moment, and Semenyo coming in from the left-hand side now for Bournemouth into the area. Overlapping one, that could be a penalty for Bournemouth, and it is. Or is it? It's a dive.
I think it's a penalty, Dave.
Is it a penalty?
I've got to tell you, matey.
There's a yellow coming out here for the player that's gone down.
Well, listen, he's got a better view than me. My first think's a penalty, Dave. I don't know what you think, mate.
Machine, when he blew straight away, that was my reaction.
He's not complaining. That's the one
like
thing.
Kirkes going down.
He's not complaining.
Chalabar's challenge on Kirkes. Oh,
he's not touched him. He's not touched him. He's not touched him. And, fair play, Anthony Taylor. What a good decision. Oh, it's a blatant dive. But from here, it just goes to show the different angles.
Oh, yeah.
Anthony Taylor's positional sense, perfect. He gives him a yellow card. He's got it right. Well played, Taylor.
Yeah, good refereeing there. We were just talking about him not giving Chelsea a free kick where they wanted it further forward, but certainly on the money there, Anthony Taylor. So that's a couple of Bournemouth yellow cards. Lots of drama down that far touchline area. Thiago Silva will clear down the right now. In fact, he'll turn inside with, again, the poise and the confidence from Silva, playing it back to Petrovic, who takes the touch and now whacks it clear down towards Madueke on the right. Madueke looks to hook it forward, and he's managed to do so because he's picked out Palmer. Palmer over the top for Sterling to chase, and Sterling will go on to this now. Raheem Sterling, he tries to do on Neto, and that one is just over the bar.
Unlucky. All comes from Petrovic and Silva, turning on the right-hand side over there. Plays the ball to Madueke, and then we get it to get out. Palmer, lovely ball over the top. Sterling, that run he's made many times on the left-hand side, across centre field, in towards their back line. And he's made his mind up again. It's not the worst effort in the world, just doesn't quite. The thing is that what he was looking for when the ball bounces in front of him, that was actually on. But then there's like 3 seconds between, maybe a little less. But in that time, the picture changed slightly. Neto then gets back and retreats, therefore pushing Sterling to overhit slightly. But again, Chelsea, we need the second goal, Dave. 31 and a half on the clock.
Well, you say that Chelsea do normally get a second goal.
Well,
that's been the case in the last few weeks.
Yeah,
consistently in home matches.
I'd like to see that the good play, the energy, the enthusiasm. I'd like to see that be rewarded with the second goal. That breathing space, if you like.
Kirkes being forced back for Bournemouth, does well down by his left-hand byline to bring them clear, and now Tavernier will play it forward long, but that's nowhere near. I think he was trying an extravagant cross-field ball, didn't work out, and Petrovic claims for Chelsea. Badiashile on the edge of his penalty area, looking for Sterling, but Sterling wasn't quite ready for it. Instincts Gallagher with a challenge. He is not happy with a challenge by Aarons, but the referee was happy enough with it, so Bournemouth will play on with Christie, looking to find Semenyo away on the left. Semenyo in plenty of space, being booed by the Chelsea fans. Back with Senesi, his colleague Zabani, the Bournemouth back line, playing across that back line. Lewis Cook now for the Cherries, who will be, of course, back in the Premier League next season, comfortably so, after a good job done by Antonio Iraola this season, his first in charge. They're being forced back here. Jackson on the chase. Zabani back to keeper Neto, but Chelsea,
good pressure. Good midfield pressure there. Connor's had to come out from his position and go and squeeze in on Ryan Christie. That's really good team unit pressure. That they've forced them all the way back, and in the end, Neto's going to have to go. Well, he's gone out to the right-hand side to Lewis Cook, but it's good pressure from Chelsea. Good structure, good discipline, nice shape about us.
Lewis Cook to Zabani, finding Max Aarons on the right here for Bournemouth. He's midway inside the Chelsea half. He's managed to play it back to Tavernier. Tavernier gets it back with a give and go there from Christie. Bournemouth having a decent spell of possession here. It's worked out towards the left of Semenyo. They've cleared Madueke, but they've still got to face Chalabar, and Madueke is now back in. Semenyo cuts inside from the left-hand side, goes for a right-footed shot. Well, he can do that all day, really, because that's gone way high and way wide. No danger at all. Goal kick, stays 1-0.
Yeah, the Chelsea fans are booing because that incident between him and Cucurella about 10 minutes ago or so. Bathed in beautiful sun, I have to say. What a glorious afternoon it is here in West London. You know, Stamford Bridge at this time of day, half of it is bathed in front of the East Stand. The West Stand got a little bit. Well, we've got plenty of shelter.
Quite a warm day for the players at this stage.
It is. It's been a long time coming. I mean, there aren't many cold days you get on the last day of the season. They all tend to be a little bit like this, FA Cup days as well, but not always. Oh, brilliant skill from Jackson.
Jackson deep inside his own half, doing well to maintain possession here for Chelsea. He's got Palmer in support, and he's found him, and Palmer will use Cucurella on the left. And Chelsea have done superbly today with working the ball out of difficult situations. They have generally done it very well indeed. Cucurella playing it back to Badiashile, but as Jason says, the second goal is all important, just to give that breathing space, the confidence of a 2 advantage. That would be very important indeed. Worked out by Caicedo, finding Petrovic. He's being closed down by Enes Unal. Caicedo away down the right, held up by Madueke.
Brilliant from
Madueke's done really well there to find Caicedo, and Caicedo is away from the challenge over halfway. He now plays in Cole Palmer. Palmer running away from Senesi, cuts inside him again. Cole Palmer into the area, turns inside one more time. He's got Madueke in support. Also Sterling is there. Madueke being forced out of the area, shifting onto his left foot once again. On the left-hand side, Sterling, across the box it goes. Palmer comes in, tries to turn in the area, can't quite do so. Senesi with the challenge. Bournemouth get it clear, and Bournemouth now will break clear with the Tavernier and Semenyo in acres of space down the left-hand side, up against Chalabar. Here go Bournemouth now. Semenyo towards the left corner of the penalty area now. Drives it across the box, it's going to fall for Clive potentially. Silva gets the foot in.
End-to-end this game now, Dave.
Yeah,
Chelsea one way. Now Bournemouth are out of shape.
Chalabar down the right-hand side. End-to-end stuff here. Chalabar keeps it going. Sterling.
Tavernier's got back here. I just was hoping they weren't moving. And Chelsea was a bit frustrated. We didn't move. Don't forget, right, that there's the players, both sets of players have just run one length of field to the other. And when there's a counter on a counter on a counter, you've got to remember it's the 3rd time that happens. You know, you're running 60, 70 metres, and then you've got to do it again. And then when you win possession, you've got to do it again.
Yeah, I don't fancy that.
It's hard, mate.
Like the bleep test 3 times.
It's hard.
Anyway, Chelsea in possession with Caicedo towards the right. Madueke has got space to work in here because Kirkes has backed off him. Madueke still going. Square ball to Raheem Sterling. Bournemouth back in their shape. Square ball by Sterling, finding Gallagher. Back to Sterling once again. Now Caicedo. Chelsea just taking some pace out of the game here, maintaining possession. 36 on the clock. They lead 1-0 thanks to a sensational goal by Moises Caicedo. And if they haven't written the goal of the season awards already, that will certainly be amongst them. This time Madueke can't quite control, and Bournemouth going to throw over on the far side.
Yeah, but Badiashile's a bit disappointed in himself. He's come inside and the options are cut off quite quickly. Bournemouth make sure there are no easy short options. He's then forced to go a little bit long because he's on the left running across the field. It would be better for a right footer, if you know what I mean, to play that pass. He's had to go with his left foot, he's naturally left footy. Just slightly overhits it. Ball given away though by Bournemouth, sloppy. Everyone's condensed and almost like the other half of the pitch there, Dave, at one stage.
Indeed.
No width out on this left. It's a bit. I think it suits Bournemouth. When you're in possession, you want the pitch to be as big as possible. Out of possession, as small as possible.
And Chelsea in possession with Caicedo, but being faced by 2 Bournemouth defenders. So it is all being congested over on the far right-hand side as Chelsea attack in this first half. Cole Palmer, interestingly, has come over to this left in space. So he recognises where the situation could develop.
Yeah, and there's been a lot. I mean, Sterling, who's on the ball now, by the way. If he can get to Cucurella, they can get it out to Palmer.
Sterling finds Cucurella, and now we might see exactly why Cole Palmer has come across the left-hand side. Gets it now, gets it back from Cucurella again. Now Sterling having to go back to Thiago Silva, and it just has calmed down a bit. The pace has dropped after the frantic first half hour here.
Yeah, I would argue it's probably impossible to keep that pace up. It was a brilliant game. Yeah, Bournemouth played their part as well. They've not been shrinking right. It's a lovely ball to Cole Palmer from. It's a lovely touch.
Beautiful flick to Jackson, and Jackson turns away there, and Jackson gets Palmer away, and again Neto's starting position is correct as far as Bournemouth are concerned outside the area. This time he'll get back quickly. Thiago Silva collects in the centre circle, finding that man Caicedo again, and he won't lob Neto from there. Newcastle lead 2-0 at Brentford, so they're doing their job in that game, but Chelsea is still absolutely fine with a win or indeed a draw here, but they certainly want the win. Raheem Sterling now trying to get away from Lewis Cook and might get the ricochet as well on the left-hand side. Keeps it in down by the corner flag on the left. Sterling's got Cucurella in support. Goes backward a bit, runs past the challenge. Still Sterling. Cucurella is there now. Wasn't a great ball by Sterling. In fact, it enabled the chance for Aaron to come back.
There, Sterling, he looked like he'd run out of energy. That pass was one of those. He hasn't played a huge amount of football of late, and he's made lung-busting run. He's giving it away again. There's a bit of fatigue in his game there.
And Bournemouth clear away with Tavernier up towards the halfway line. But they've only got one man up forward there, so easy enough for Gallagher to combine with Thiago Silva. Enes Ünal hasn't had too much of a say so far for Bournemouth. The man who's come in to replace Dominic Solanke, the striker, Turkish striker, Ünal, who's only been a bit part player really for Bournemouth so far this season. Thiago Silva now for Chelsea. Back to Trevor Chalobah. Chalobah looking to play it back to his keeper. Chelsea trying to finish the season here with 5 straight victories. We've seen them on the road at Bournemouth, to Brighton I should say, and to Nottingham Forest recently, and those 2 impressive home wins over Spurs and West Ham. Really has been a tremendous month of May, and looking to complete it here now in the right way. Ball is played forward looking for Jackson, but that is cut out at the back for Bournemouth. Semenyo will play a very long back pass to Neto, and he gets past Palmer with that, and Neto will collect inside the area. Zabanyi just outside the penalty box now for Bournemouth, being faced by Jackson. No one really engaging too closely with him as we approach 40 minutes here at Stamford Bridge. Ryan Christie for Bournemouth on halfway. Let's knock it back to Semenyo. Semenyo drills it forward, trying to find Aarons, but asking an awful lot there of Max Aarons. He goes out for a throw-in, which Cucurella will take. Chelsea lead 1-0 with 5 to go in the first half.
Yeah, ball over here. Cucurella plays it back into to Silva. It's a short ball. He's a little bit lucky there, you know, Connor. And it's not a good ball from Cucurella. And Chelsea have managed to break out. Is it Lewis Cook that goes in there? And the game has dipped. There is no question. The game that we were watching in the opening 25 minutes in particular. Some still nice play though. Jackson has been good. His hold-up play's been good. Looking to spin in behind. Need the next goal. You know, we'd love to finish this first half with just one more, because I felt we've been the dominant. Badiashile, brilliant play, lovely play between him and Palmer, and now Connor. And now Gallagher playing forward towards Jackson, moving towards the edge of the Bournemouth penalty area. Jackson slots it through, real chance here in the penalty area. Can they get the shot in? Badiashile would come forward, couldn't quite flick it through. And what was he doing up there? I'm not too sure. But in the end, Bournemouth have hacked it clear. And they'll try and now attack on the counter, because Badiashile out of position. And they'll try and move it forward here with Tavernier being faced by Cucurella. Tavernier into the penalty area, lays it square to Ünal, back to Tavernier once more. Ball through was slightly too long, but retrieved down by the byline, being engaged by Cucurella, playing it back to Lewis Cook. Lewis Cook finding Max Aarons on the right for Bournemouth. Back to Lewis Cook once more. Now Tavernier. Tavernier finding Cook. Good possession here by Bournemouth. Cook gets the cross in. It whacks off for Cucurella. They come back to Cook for the throw in down the right. What a chance down the middle there, Chelsea. We don't quite get it right. The ball's bobbled between. Was it Badiashile that ended up there in between him and Nottingham? I mean, he actually starts the whole move deep in Chelsea's half, just continues his run, and the pair of them, it's one of those, someone's got to pull the trigger, but it's not quite set enough to pull the trigger. Tavernier for Bournemouth. Tavernier finding Ryan Christie. Christie goes for it from long range, and that blocks away. It was probably the best effort of the game so far. Petrovic ain't sure about this one. Yeah. Did that clip the very top of the crossbar as it went over? Or did it hit a back stanchion? But I'm looking at his reaction there. He ain't moving. It's a lovely strike. No, it hits the back stanchion. Yeah. But he's rooted. He's not getting there. And it's one of those, he just puts his hand, the international sign for it's going wide at the goalkeeper. But you're never quite 100% sure that it is. But it was horrible and handsome. Couple of key goals elsewhere. Newcastle are 3-0 up now at Brentford, so that's pretty much job done for them. Arsenal 0, Everton 1 in the title race, so that is definitely going Man City's way, as Sterling does superbly in his own half and now drives forward for Chelsea. He's got support from Gallagher. Sterling going alone, lays it out towards the right hand side, and Madueke cuts inside onto his left foot. The shot deflects away. Sterling tried the overhead. The play is stopped now by the referee. And Sterling went for the overhead kick, and I think he's taken out a Bournemouth man in doing so. So there's been a lot of nearly moments since the goal. In fact, nearly moments before the goal. You think about how many times we got into their area and it looks like something might happen. The goal, ironically, has come from the halfway line. Yeah, the ball's ricocheted. No matter what, it comes inside. He's gone up. Oh, yeah, it's definitely a foul. I mean, foul on Lewis Cook. He's kicked Lewis Cook in around the neck. No complaints. So Bournemouth get the free kick. We have about a minute and a half of the first half to go, plus a bit of stoppage time. There was a VAR check for a possible penalty, which wasn't given, and a bit of nonsense over on the far side with yellow cards being shown. So we might see 2 or 3 extra minutes in this first 45. Yep, possible.
But Chelsea have generally controlled it. But that said, Bournemouth have had their moments.
They have had their moments. It's an open game. Yeah, the way that Chelsea play under Poch, certainly of late, it's an open attacking style. He's on his back, referee.
Yeah, Sterling battling with Aarons, and the referee happy to let it go, and the ball stayed in on the touchline, so Sterling will get Chelsea forward. Kukurea towards the edge of the area. Kukurea to Madueke, tries to shift it forward. He can't quite find Palmer. Idea was right, but Bournemouth got it clear with Christie, and Christie back to Zavagni.
Nearly moments again, Dave. Yeah. There's been a lot of those this game for us, and had there not been that unbelievable strike and presence of mind from Caicedo, we could very much be looking at, I mean, of course look at 0-0, but I think this crowd will be very different because we've been good, yet haven't quite, in the final third, haven't been ruthless enough.
Let's see if that can change in the final few moments here of the first half, or indeed in the second, but Bournemouth in possession at the moment. And it's played forward, long looking for Semenyo over the top, has controlled it well. Silva's challenge, he's laid it back to the Unal in the area. Unal to Tavernier on his left foot, he hits Chalobah with the shot. That was the clearest opening they've had so far, Bournemouth. He'll win it back here, Tavernier down the right hand side. Tavernier in the area, faced by Kukurea, played it back, and the shot is fired over the crossbar by Kluivert over the bars. We head into 4 minutes of first half stoppage time.
I think we need to sum this first half up by saying it's been brilliant, it's been a great watch, energy, enthusiasm, you know, all that you want, but, and this is a big but, Bournemouth actually could be, you know, they've had chances. Let's be honest here, this is not one-way traffic, and I think that there needs to be a period in this game where, and this is why half-time has come now, a good time for Poch. I feel he needs to get that message. There's a swagger about us. There's a real, I like what I'm seeing, but it's only 1-0, and all our good work has been done really up until the edge of the box penalty spot. You know, we've looked good, but there's not been that killer instinct. Oh, hold on.
Aarons makes a mistake, and it almost was that from Jackson, but they got it back to the goalkeeper in the end. Nervous moments there at the back for Bournemouth. Unal is fouled by, no, he's not fouled by Badiashile. Badiashile won the ball when Silva plays it in Palmer. Chance here for Chelsea late in the first half. Palmer moving away towards the right hand side. Madueke in support. He's picked him out now. Madueke back to Palmer, down by the byline. Palmer delivers for Jackson, tried to backheel towards goal. Blocked off a Bournemouth player, and they'll bring it clear outside the area. Neat play, but Bournemouth will clear. Stays 1-0.
Another nearly moment. Now Bournemouth down the right hand side.
Bournemouth on the attack here down the right with Tavernier, who's finding more and more space on this right, up against Kukurea. Tavernier onto his left foot into the area now, just outside. Can he find the shot? Yes, he can, and Petrovic saves it.
Good defensive play there. Kukurea's gone the whole way along. Then Caicedo, he's picked it up on the left-hand side, and he's got to go across the edge of the box. There's space. Kukurea comes out, drives across the edge of the box. Then Badiashile's there. Caicedo's there. He's now over. He's over halfway. Gone completely the other side of the penalty area. Pulls the trigger.
Long ball forward by Petrovic and head it back. It is absolutely end-to-end.
It's a real open, entertaining game. And again, I'll go back to the point I was just making a second ago. It's a game that this could really be anything.
Well, it's a game that it wouldn't surprise you if Bournemouth score.
Not at all, Dave, not at all.
Kluivert for the Sherries, playing it back. Arsenal have equalised against Everton, one apiece there, and West Ham have a goal back at the Etihad against Manchester City. It's 2-1 there. Title still in City's hands. Luton 0, Fulham 1, so Luton are definitely heading down. Played out towards the left-hand side here for Bournemouth as we play the third of 4 first half stoppage minutes, and Trevor Chalobah clears for Chelsea, looking to play down the right side of play with Jackson coming across to make a challenge.
I think it's a Chelsea ball. I think it's indicating.
It could well be. No, it's gone Bournemouth's way. I'm sure they were quite convinced about that, but anyway, the throw-in does go Bournemouth's way, and there's one back superbly by Caicedo on Christie, and can Chelsea break in the very closing stages here of the first half? Palmer square to Caicedo once again, ball will run beyond him, and Kukurea for Chelsea midway inside the Bournemouth half. Kukurea will find Jackson now for Chelsea. Again, the pace just comes out ever so slightly, but
they get the shape, don't they, Bournemouth? They get themselves set. If you can break early on Bournemouth, they will give you that chance because they're an open attacking side under Areola. Their style of football was completely shifted. You know, they're a brave team actually,
and nothing to lose here. Right. Come here and play in the sunshine with good travelling support.
Indeed,
and they've certainly done that. Free kick, Chelsea.
Yeah,
Kukurea goes down.
Yeah, he's not happy, and Kukurea is one of those. It's Lewis Cook that's got a crisis. he left a little bit on him. And Areola, he's speaking to Areola there. He's, you know, I don't know what's going on there with Cucurella, the manager of Bournemouth. Bizarre.
So excuse me. Chelsea in possession and play down the left-hand side. And there is half-time, 1-0 to Chelsea out the break, and what a sensational goal by Caicedo. Unbelievable strike from the halfway line, where Neto was outside the area to challenge, and somehow Caicedo read it, sent it back over his head and found the back of the net. Unbelievable strike, and apart from that, it's been hugely watchable. We've had chances at both ends. Bournemouth have certainly had their moments as well, so the game is certainly not won as far as the Chelsea are concerned. One more, I think, would make a big difference, but certainly the battle for sixth place very much in their favour. They lead here by 1-0. It's been very entertaining, and the goal, you need to watch time and again. It was sensational.
It was, you're absolutely right, Dave. It's been a very entertaining watch. Chelsea on the front foot for the vast majority of it, but credit to Bournemouth. They've not laid down, they've played their part in that entertaining game. But the talking point at the moment, there is only one, it's the Caicedo goal. It's a lovely through ball. I think it was Sterling that tries to get there, and in the end Neto comes across, wins it and then clears it. But because he's so far out of his goal, the clearance is poor. It reaches Caicedo on the halfway line, and because Neto is so far out of his goal, out of his box, the chance is there. It's one of those, you have a very small window to have the presence of mind, get your first touch on point and get your shot away. And all of this has got to happen in the blink of an eye. Not only does Caicedo get his first touch right, he sees Neto out of his goal, he then gets his shot away. And it's from the halfway line, just, I reckon, about half a foot inside Bournemouth's half. He gets enough power, he's falling away, goes to the ground, but he realises he's got to put more on it to get it over the keeper. And there was someone chasing back. I can't quite remember who was chasing back. I
think it was Senesi.
But he
that ended up just...
He was in the goal.
Yeah.
Well, the ball hits the back of the net. It doesn't bounce from the halfway line. That is a difficult skill, especially under the time restraints that he was under, because he was being closed down. Gets his shot away, 1-0. And I've got to tell you, as you said, they're privileged to be here and watch that, because we all sit from here, Dave, and we can see the keepers we can all say, and it happens not slow motion, but because we watch so much football, we know first touch, get your shot, there's a chance. It comes that quickly. He gets it away, and well done him. The story of the game has been Chelsea have been good, really good. You know, look, they're more likely to get the next goal. But they've had their chances. There's no question. Bournemouth have had their chances.
Indeed, and a game where clearly the second goal is going to be absolutely crucial. If Chelsea can get it, you suspect that's probably game over. But if Bournemouth get it, then they will feel they can come and get something. And certainly in that spell, with around 5 minutes to go, Tavernier, I think, has found plenty of space down the right-hand side. Kluivert looks lively. If they bring on Solanke to replace Unai, I don't think he's done too much so far, that may make a change. We'll see about that. I'll leave you with Sam Parky for a moment, Jace, and I'll see you shortly in the second half.
Dave, thank you very much. Yes, Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0. Caicedo with the only goal of the game. Sam Parkin, who has been on TV comms for the 5th Standard, joins me now on what's a beautiful afternoon here in West London. The pitch staff are back on the pitch there, just picking up the little divots with their little sticks as they go around to try and repair what damage has been done. Good afternoon, Sam.
Hiya, Jace.
It's only one place to start for me, and that's the goal. I mean, we'll talk about the game and the story of the game in a second. Honestly, I said today, what a privilege and a pleasure to be here to watch that goal, because you and I sitting up here, when he clears it, Neto, when it goes to Caicedo, we're all thinking the same thing, right? We are, aren't we?
Yeah, of course.
We're thinking, get your first touch right, get your shot away. Can you? And then to see it happen with utter perfection, it was he couldn't have hit it any better.
No.
Couldn't have got it, the trajectory, the power. It doesn't bounce, it hits the back of the net, Dave. It doesn't even bounce in the goal, hits the back of the net. That is...
Well, there's no margin for error.
There's not.
Because if it's too straight, the defender probably gets back. It goes in the right-hand corner. If it's a little bit softer, he gets back and heads it. If it's a bit more elevated, lofted, defender probably gets back. So it's got to be perfect. I'd like to think I can do pretty much most things on a football pitch, or I could do it at one point at a time. I could never do that. That is an incredible skill. There's only maybe, 3 or 4 in a side that can execute that type of thing. It's a tough skill to hit it on the full as well, the net, as you were saying there. I mean, if you were doing that in training, after training, you'd probably only get 1 out of half a dozen, maybe.
And that's with no pressure, Sam.
Yeah,
that is there
in an empty stadium.
Because as it unfolds, it felt a little bit like slow motion, because when Neto's out the goal, you always think, ooh, keeper's out of his goal, then he gives it away. And I'm thinking,
you're so right about the touch as well. You're so right about all the other ingredients as well.
He's got to get everything right. Everything.
Yeah.
It's got to be on point to set. And also he's being closed down. He ends up on the ground because he's got to then, I wouldn't say rush the shot, but he's then under pressure to get his shot away. It all happens nicely because the first touch is on point. Then you've got to get the power. You then got to get the precision. Then you've got to get the trajectory. Honestly, I reckon you could do that 20 times, Dave. Sam, sorry, I've been speaking to Dave.
Yeah,
I reckon if you've done that 20 times, and in no real pressure, you might get 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You might get 2 or 3.
Yeah.
You might. I'm not saying you will. You might get none.
And we were talking before the game about, is this the day that he breaks his duck? He's come so close, hasn't he? And then he does that, and he's absolutely not a player that you would associate with that type of thing. I know not many players do that throughout their career, but he hasn't got particular strength in his striking. You know, we don't see an abundance of crossfield balls hit over 70, 80 yards from him. He's great at winning the ball and playing it simple 10 yards. So to see that just shows you what a quality player that he is, and he's in a real rich vein of form. That's
he's been good.
That's rewarding
Sam,
it really for the last 6 weeks where he's been great.
There have been a number of players out there that I could and you could give praise to, because it has been a good end to the season. You know, we've put ourselves in a right position.
I think it's hard for the national audience and the media and stuff like that to get on board with Caicedo because of the price tag and because of some indifferent performances before Christmas. It feels like that's hung around his name. Do you know what I mean? And it's only the people that are watching him every week, like ourselves, the last 6 weeks or so when he's really stepped up and been incredibly consistent. I think neutrals, everyone else haven't really cottoned on to that. It's still, he's not really been at it this year. Well, actually, the last couple of weeks, couple of months that have coincided with Chelsea's brilliant form, he has been vital in it. So, as I said, reward for it. What have you made of the game? I mean, I've seen quite a lot of Bournemouth. They're front-footed. They're quite expansive. I think it's lent itself to a really good game. They're sharp.
It's a lovely game to be here. It's the sort of game you enjoy.
They have a go though, don't they?
They do have a go, and what that does, it leaves open spaces. I mean,
absolutely.
It's not one for, if you're a defensive. I mean, if Jose was sat here, he'd be tearing his hair out because he'd be thinking, how am I allowed to get to a back line? But this is the game we're watching right now, and I think the fact that it is at the end of the season as well, I think lends itself, because Bournemouth have got not a lot to play for.
Yeah.
We've got to get the result. You know, Newcastle are winning. We've got to make sure we bring it home. I know that Spurs have got winning as well, so we've got to make sure that we secure that 6th spot. But I've been disappointed a little bit, Sam, in our final third, especially at the edge of the box.
Yeah.
I feel as though that it's been good. I'm not complaining. I just feel there's a little bit more of a cutting edge, a little bit more ruthless, a bit more polished.
Yeah.
Up top in that final third.
Yeah, I mean, I love watching us at the moment. I really have. The last kind of 6 weeks of the season, I think it's a real thrilling watching those forward players in full flow. The balance of the side has been alarmingly different to the start of the season, and I think there's a real kind of penetration about the forward players now, and they can be really electric. But Dave Rowe rejoins me now as Jason goes to take a little break. Bournemouth are dangerous though, Dave. I've seen enough this season, and if you are a little bit lackadaisical when you're playing out, I think their blueprint is basically those front 4 players are so energetic, so full of running, very, very mobile. They hunt really well, and they've actually nicked the ball a few times off Chelsea in dangerous positions. Have to be wary of it, but it's such an open game. I mean, goodness knows how this is going to finish. I would be very surprised if it's going to finish 1-0.
Well, Bournemouth have actually had more shots on goal than Chelsea in the first half, which is surprising, given that Chelsea have had, you would think, more of the play. But you're right, they've nicked the ball in good areas. I think Tavernier has found space several times, and I just wonder when Solanke will come on, because I think he'll offer them more than Unal up front. Assuming there must be a reason why they left him out today. It seems surprising, but
yeah, I mean, that would be the one criticism, wasn't it, that they've lacked a real goal threat. When they nick it or when they break on the counter, they're electric. Semenyo, Cliver, Tavernier, they can shift, and they've got good technical qualities as well. But yeah, they've maybe missed a little bit of a presence in the 18-yard box. He would certainly add that if he's fit enough to play a part today. For Chelsea, I would anticipate Nkunku is at that stage now. Maybe we might see him at half-time. That said, I think Sterling, apart from maybe one or two touches, passes that went astray, been very good down the left-hand side. Him and Cucurella, I think, started the game with a real focus on the front foot. So I wouldn't want it to be Sterling, given that he's given a really good 45-minute showing, but absolutely, I think Nkunku is probably at a point now where he can play a few more minutes.
And a quick word about Nicholas Jackson and some of the touches that this is a player transformed. When you look back at the struggles he had mid-season, the chances he was missing, the times when he wasn't taking the right option, is it just confidence? It's just things are now going right, a few goals to him, team winning, just makes you feel good.
Yeah, I think obviously there's a couple of occasions where he maybe picked the wrong pass again today, shot early on the left side when he could have played Palmer maybe, but I think in the middle third, and I'm biased, Dave, but it's the hardest part of the game. When there's a straight ball sometimes, when there's a lack of options for the centre-halves and the ball is kind of forced into the centre-forward with someone in close proximity at their back. That's the hardest part of the game, when you're playing with your back to goal, when the ball's moving into you. He does it brilliantly. He stops it, then he moves it. He's always asking questions of his marker, little Cruyff turns, the little spaces that he wriggles himself out of and then keeps possession. That's been really evident today in his performance, and I think they're the little bits that maybe go unnoticed when he's missing chances. I think in the main, the consistency of his performance doing the nuts and bolts of a centre-forward's role has been very, very good in the latter stage of the season. So I'm pleased he's getting the goals and he's getting the plaudits now, because it's not always been plain sailing for him this season.
I know you discussed the goal with Jason, but it's worth mentioning again, and we were talking beforehand about, and you were saying how nice it would be to see Caicedo score a goal. I don't think when that conversation was being had, we were talking about a shot from the halfway line. But Justice, I mean, again, you've played the game. The presence of mind to execute in that situation, to see what's available there, and to do it so perfectly, unreal, incredible.
Yeah, I was someone that probably accepted quite early on in my professional career that I didn't probably have the physicality, the skill set to do that type of thing, Dave. I wasn't a brilliant striker of the ball. I was a side footer, so not everyone in a professional 11 is going to be able to do that type of thing. It takes incredible power, timing. It's a magnificent goal. Me and Jason just wax lyrical about it. There's no margin for error. If the touch is a little bit sloppy, a little bit under his feet, he doesn't get the opportunity to strike it. The timing of the actual strike itself is just perfect. The trajectory to hit the net on the full, even if you're in an empty stadium after training, that probably happens 1 in 10. Add in the pressure of 45,000 people or whatever, the speed of the game, everything about it, the pressure of the Premier League. It's a quite exquisite goal, probably the best we've seen here this season, and that's saying something given that we've been treated to an absolute series of wonder goals from Cole Palmer in particular.
Obviously there have been times when the tricks were coming out, the flicks were coming out, the party time and so on, and yet it's not quite over yet, because Newcastle are in control. At Brentford, they're going to win there, they're 3-0 up. If Bournemouth do get a goal here, then it becomes nervous, and that's why the second goal here is so absolutely crucial. Yeah, absolutely. The second goal pivotal. You'd like to think the second goal would just take the zip out of the game, and maybe Bournemouth can start to think about their holidays. The manager's been incredibly animated. Testament to them. They've had a go. I think they've been organised, but me and Jason were just talking. They give you a chance because they're expansive. They play with a high line. They have a go. They want to take on every team in the Premier League. And again, that's a credit to them. They've had a fantastic season, but hopefully that energy, that attitude, maybe just subsides for the first time this season if Chelsea can get that second goal, and it can be an easy ride to victory as Anthony Taylor and his colleagues regain the field. I'll leave you to it, Dave. Cheers, Sam. I'll let you head back to TV, and the second half coming shortly. It's Chelsea 1, Bournemouth 0.
So we're not a million miles away from the second half. Just a couple of stats for you. Chelsea 2 shots on target. Bournemouth 3. Total shots 9 for Bournemouth, 8 for Chelsea. Corners 3-1 Chelsea. Fouls 2-1, 2-4. Bournemouth have got 2 yellow cards. Chelsea got 1. The game's open.
Well, I was just saying to Sam, Jace, the fact that Newcastle are clearly going to win at Brentford. If Bournemouth get a goal here, then it's nervous times because Chelsea need a point. So the second goal here is crucial, and Bournemouth will have a go for it.
Indeed.
So Chelsea have to be just careful on their game, get it right, get that second goal, then they can really enjoy.
Indeed. The sun has gone in actually. Oh, as soon as I say that, Dave, look what's just appeared away to our right. Yeah, there's a little bit of cloud that's coming over to West London. It's been a beautiful afternoon. The crowd are in party mood. There is, however, still some work to be done, and it's important that we, it's been a brilliant end to the season. Some of the results and performances of late have been no question. I mean, we've had back-to-back wins, 4 wins in the spin, first time since October 22. And that tells you all you need to know really about where we have been as a football club since that time. We're on course now for, I don't know the stats of the 5 wins on the spin, but we're on the cusp of it. But Bournemouth have offered and showed their teeth. They are a side that need to be considered a threat, and they've shown. Petrovic has had very little to do. There's been 1 or 2 moments in and around our 6-yard box that have had me concerned. The referee's just blown Andy Taylor, and ball kick from, as we sit in the east stand, right to left.
Yep, second half off and underway. Chelsea lead by a 0-0. Play with Bournemouth on their right, with Lewis Cook being challenged by Conor Gallagher, and Cook wins the throw for Bournemouth on the right-hand side. No changes for either side so far, so both in their 4-2-3-1 formation. Thrown in by Bournemouth towards the edge of the area, looking for Unal. Heads out towards the right.
One thing that needs to be a bit of a concern for Chelsea fans, that we have shown that second half performances can drop off considerably from what the first half was.
And here's Semenyo driving the ball into the area. Thiago Silva with the challenge, and that goes out for a Bournemouth corner.
Well, early signs, 42 seconds into that second half. And, yes, it's been a feature of our season, I'm afraid, that we struggle to put 90-minute performances together. We are very capable of doing what we've seen here, dominating the ball in large parts, still not totally convincing, but a short corner.
Short corner by Tavernier, finding Lewis Cook off the right foot across into the penalty area, flicked off Thiago Silva, and out for a throw once again.
Big header early pressure. Silva. Yeah, it's a really good header. It's taken short, and it's played back at 15 yards. It's whipped in right foot, and Silva gets underneath it.
And the Bournemouth play it forward towards the edge of the area, looking for Kleiber. Koukouré heads it clear, picked up on the right-hand side by Tavernier. Bournemouth with all the play here early in the second half. And Kleiber picks up on the right-hand side, back to Tavernier once again, onto his left foot. Thought about the shot there, but decided against it. Playing it back to Lewis Cook instead. He shoots for goal, and turning goalwards, or trying to, with Enes Unal, and they went wide for a goal kick. Good start here by Bournemouth.
Yeah, Chelsea don't close the ball down quick enough. It was Lewis Cook that is the shot. Unal, is he onside? Chalobah slips, and then he's on. He looks like he's going to be on. So the shots come in from the right-hand side. It's not, by the way, it's not a great shot. He's miscued it.
Yes, a diverting goal, isn't it? Trying to.
Yeah, but Unal comes in, and because there's power on the shot, he can't quite get his feet sorted and get the shot away. Jackson does well.
Yeah, Jackson holds up well and tries to get Chelsea forward for the first time in this second half. Koukouré towards Sterling, back to Palmer. Palmer out towards the left-hand side. Good play by Chelsea. Here's Raheem Sterling moving down the left-hand side with Jackson in the area. Sterling going alone. Sterling still going. Sterling! It's in at the near post, and Chelsea are 2-0 up. Raheem Sterling manages to get the ball past Neto at the near post, and surely now Chelsea are set for that Europa League place, or at least Conference League, European football, almost there. Raheem Sterling down the left-hand side, bundled the shot in. I think it came off the goalkeeper as well, but that doesn't matter. It's Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 0.
Brilliant play down the left-hand side. He plays a 1-2 with Cole Palmer. Now he's going to get on the outside. He comes inside, then gets his shot. I think this is going to be his goal, I wonder whether it might have been. He manages to come across and just get his shot away. Is it Kirkes? It is. He comes back one side. No, it's Max Aarons. I do apologise. Comes back. He shapes up with his right foot, and then he stands Max Aarons up. Now he's got him wrong side. Aarons tries to grapple the arm. He gets his shot away. It's onside. Goes between the legs of Neto. Ricochets between one leg and the other. Hits the back of the net. It's a brilliantly worked goal down that left-hand side. That really, I've got to say, throughout the first half, it looked to be the more dangerous. Yes, we had Flores down there, but I've got to tell you, Cucurella and Sterling on our left look as the more likely to get the next goal, and that turns out to be the case. Now there's some breathing space.
Well, that's a massive goal given how well Bournemouth have started the second half.
Indeed.
Chelsea's first attack in the second half, and they get a goal, and they get themselves, as you say, clear breathing space, and that's really, really important. Bournemouth will try and come forward again. We know they're going to attack. They're going to play forward with Senesi. Finding Kirkes. Kirkes gets the cross in and completely unmarked is Unal. Unal's shot takes a deflection and goes in, and Bournemouth are back in the game.
Well,
and Chelsea switched off there completely.
Bad old Chelsea.
At the back. Unal with the effort for the ball, chipped into the box. He had space, he had time, he fired the goal, took a deflection and went in, and the game is back on again. Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1.
Well, we go to sleep. Everyone's standing still. I'll have to have a look at this again because it's no one really engages the ball down the left-hand side. It's just a ball into the box. No one really lays a glove on any Bournemouth player. Comes out the left-hand side. It comes. It's drilled across. He can't quite get there, Cucurella. He doesn't really do enough. Badiashile was on his heels. It comes off his shins. He slips slightly. Oh, it's poor from Badiashile. It's not great. Chelsea down the right-hand side, though. Nottingham Madueke.
Well, crazy start to the second half here. Madueke cutting inside from the right-hand side. Madueke letting it square to Gallagher. Gallagher driving now into the area, trying to move past the challenge of Semenyo. Gallagher plays it off Semenyo out for a Chelsea corner.
Well, 2 goals in the space of a minute and a half. We're only on 50 minutes now. Chelsea still have their noses in front, just that 1 goal advantage. But we felt that brought Bournemouth, Dave. We felt they've carried a threat.
Oh, them scoring is no surprise.
Yeah, Badiashile does not get his feet sorted out at all. Ricochet, I think he's got to do. I love your thoughts, Dave. I think he's got to do better.
Here is the corner for Chelsea, which Cole Palmer will take down the right-hand side. Left-footed ball in, flicked right across the area, and Bournemouth have half dealt with it. Thiago Silva retrieves down the left, looking to win a throw, and he does so right down on the corner flag.
Yeah, Thiago Silva just saying no rush. We've got the throw in. Cucurella goes over in front of the Matthew Harding lower.
Cucurella throws in now for Thiago Silva. Silva trying to get a cross in, a bit too long for Madueke. Out it goes for a goal kick. It's 2-1, and that's the frustration will be that at 2-0 you're looking to just hold the game, aren't you? At 2-0 the game was won, and now that's given Bournemouth the inspiration. We're seeing a replay of the Sterling goal, which goes neatly through the legs of the goalkeeper.
Yeah, and we should really there control the game. Bournemouth have shown, as we said in the first half, shown their teeth. Bit of space for Casado, he's gone back, but they've been a threat.
Yeah, they certainly have. Cole Palmer for Chelsea, taking it forward, out towards the right. That's going out for a throw-in though. So certainly Bournemouth have come with the intention of scoring goals here, and didn't do so in the first half, but did do so from 2-0 down early in the second via the Unal shot, which hit Badiashile and looped over and in. Bournemouth have the ball from the throw, but given away. In fact, Palmer comes in with a challenge, won back by Kirkes. Kirkes playing it forward towards halfway for Bournemouth, looking for Unal. Caicedo with the foot in, headed forward again by Senesi, looking for the goal scorer Unal, who done really little in the first half, but now gets the goal as Badiashile whacks it clear, looking for Jackson to head on. All a bit scrappy here. Caicedo knocks it down, and Bournemouth have a player down injured, and that is Unal, in fact, who is down. And the referee has stopped the play, and has he given them a free kick?
He's given a foul against Silva.
Convinced about that.
Well, Silva said it's not a foul. I've got to say, I didn't. You know, sometimes, Dave, we have an instinct, don't we? That's not fair.
Nah,
that's not.
Never in a million.
That's why we had no instinct. He jumps out, he gets above.
Two players jumping for the ball, and then he wins the ball clearly.
It's one of those. It's not. It's a clean header. If that's a foul, where's the game going, Anthony Taylor?
Well, it's just not. There's got to be a bit of physical contact, but the free kick was cleverly worked, but didn't quite work out as far as Bournemouth are concerned. And now Caicedo is challenged, and there's no free kick given there, and it's worked out towards the right-hand side. And Semenyo cuts infield onto his left foot, puts it way over the crossbar into the Bournemouth fans. behind the goal, and with Chelsea fans surrounding Anthony Taylor asking for a free kick which wasn't coming, Bournemouth again go close.
I don't think that's a free kick. I'm going to be honest. He goes to ground. He might get Caicedo a bit earlier, but for me, the game I want to see, the game I love, I think you've got to allow that to be a fair challenge. What is wrong, and I think what's infuriated players like Silva, is the free kick that led to that wasn't a free kick. That's why I feel that I feel their angst. I feel it.
Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1 with 53.5 minutes on the clock in a thoroughly entertaining game here at Stamford Bridge on the final day of the season, on a day when Newcastle are 3-1 now up against Brentford because Janelt's got one back for the home side. But Chelsea need a point here to be certain of European football next season. It may well be the Europa League, depending on the FA Cup final result. Caicedo does well to battle away and find Madueke on the right. Madueke keeps the move going for Chelsea towards Jackson. Jackson's got Sterling in the area, and Gallagher cuts in field onto his left foot, edge of the area. Here's Palmer, his shot is blocked away, and now the break is on. Bournemouth will break. Semenyo has got space left-hand side for Unal. Unal has got Palmer coming back to make a challenge, but Unal is going alone at the moment, running into a blind alley there, and the ball double deflects off him and goes out for a Chelsea throw-in.
Yeah, Semenyo is the game is over. Semenyo's one of those players. He's a little bit like Noni Madueke on the other side. If there's grass to run into, he'll open his legs and run into it. He'll travel at pace, and he'll look to hurt you. And because the game is so stretched and so open, and both sides have an ethos that they're going to play that style of football, it's inevitable that you're going to see this game.
Neither side, Rob Sterling,
neither side,
Silva.
Sorry, neither side, Dave, are playing contained football.
No, not at all, and we saw that just a moment ago as Bournemouth tried to come forward and Silva stepped in at the crucial time. So here for Bournemouth is the Burnley. Did they keep it in play down there? Yes, they did. So they'll keep it up with Max Aarons midway inside the Chelsea half. Aarons back to Zabani again. Zabani finding Senesi. And now here is Semenyo on the left, trying to bring Bournemouth forward, moving towards the edge of the area, flicking it into the area now. Middle back heel, Gallagher read it and half cleared. Further away by Thiago Silva, and Bournemouth keep possession. Senesi chipping it forward out towards the right-hand side, and Unal has picked it up now down by the byline, down by the corner flag, tried to lay it back to Tavernier, but it's won back by Chelsea, and Conor Gallagher brings them clear, and they're going to break on. Gallagher is having a tussle with Clivert off the ball, but the players going on, and Sterling is sending Palmer away on the right. Chelsea defence into attack, in comes a strong challenge by Senesi, and the throw-in is going to go...
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's a strong challenge, nothing wrong with that. The ball's there to be won.
Throw-in taken by Palmer, finding...
Sorry, none of Wackie's there, Senator Jackson, I need you to feet. And he's absolutely right. We've had to go back there. Jackson has got to come to feet, but because the ball was played so quickly and the throw was taken quickly, that's probably why Jackson couldn't really keep up the play.
Kukurea gets it from Badiashile, now finds Gallagher midway inside the Bournemouth half, sprays out towards the right-hand side to Madueke. Jackson making it run inside the area. Madueke goes towards the edge of the area, and Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer has got Trevor Chalobah making a lung-bursting run down the right-hand side. Palmer instead goes left-hand side to Raheem Sterling. Now can he deliver in the area now? Raheem Sterling faced by Aarons. Sterling looking to knock it back to Kukurea. Can't get round the outside. Aarons got the challenge in. Chelsea corner.
Yeah, good defensive play from Bournemouth. They get the numbers back, but Chelsea are probing, asking questions. He had to wait, Cole Palmer had to wait for the support act in Chalobah. Goes on the outside. He uses him by not using him. Because the run is good, he goes in the outside, takes the defender away. Then he comes across, plays a lovely ball out to Sterling, who's got loads of space. Kukurea then has the overlapping run on that left-hand side. Sterling does the back heel, but it's clear. The Chelsea fans there appreciating Conor Gallagher. Who knows what's going to happen with him in the summer? Plenty of speculation about his future. The skipper again for today.
That's a question mark for the next few weeks, but the fans have made their feelings very clear once again there. Gallagher with the corner on the left-hand side. Chelsea lead by 2-1, and it will come in now right-footed. Not too much in the 6-yard box, the many players just outside. Referee happy with the corner now. It's taken short, and Gallagher will get it back from Sterling. Finds Sterling once more now. Sterling delivers into the area. Near post-headed clearance by Unal for Bournemouth. Kukurea picks up for Chelsea. Back to Caicedo. And Caicedo back to his goalkeeper, Petrovic.
Yeah, not a great ball in there now that every single player on the pitch except for Petrovic has come out the box.
And the picture's opened up again.
Bournemouth are about to bring on Dominic Solanke.
Yeah, this game, I'll be amazed if this game stays at 2-1. And I'm not going to predict where the next goal comes from, because both sides are very capable of getting it.
Chalobah, long ball forward for Chelsea, but Senesi reads it for Bournemouth.
Right, you know him, Senesi.
Yeah, good player.
Right.
Senesi, the Argentinian central defender, is fouled there by Conor Gallagher. Wins the free kick for Bournemouth. Looked to take it quickly and tried to play in Ryan Christie, but the referee wasn't happy with the early free kick, and I think we're going to see these Bournemouth changes. So it's going to be Tavernier coming off, and Dango Ouattara, the Burkina Faso forward player, is going to come on, and he's done quite well for them over the last year or so. So Ouattara is the first change for Bournemouth. The second change will be Kluivert coming off, son of Patrick, and Dominic Solanke is coming on. Solanke, of course, well known to everyone here at Stamford Bridge for his earlier time through the academy, etc., but has really risen in the last couple of years as far as a Premier League striker is concerned, and has picked up 19 Premier League goals this season, which for a mid-table side is really impressive. 21 in all competitions, and now they will have Solanke and Unal up front, and Semenyo and Ouattara, so they're going to carry a threat.
Attacking changes to carry that threat. It's a free kick left hand side, level with the penalty area, maybe 15 yards inside Chelsea's half, maybe a bit more, but free kick left hand side. Looks like it'll be whipped in. Right foot, no it's not, left foot.
Cook leaves it for Christie to take up towards the back stick. Semenyo rising for it, couldn't quite get a head onto it. Ouattara with the first effort didn't quite connect with the shot, but it's worked out by Semenyo into the penalty area. Unal was rising for it, headed clear by Chalobah, further away by Caicedo towards the right hand side. Chelsea don't want too much more of this pressure at the moment, leading by 2-1, because don't forget one more Bournemouth goal as Gallagher wins a free kick there off Ouattara, but one more Bournemouth goal here makes it very nervous indeed. That sixth place.
Yeah, absolutely, you don't want to ruin it from here. Chelsea in the past, as we've seen this season, can become quite fragile when conceding a goal. We
can find ways, can't they?
Yes. It's been. I'm enjoying the game. But,
it's a good watch.
Yeah, but I just want to win now. I get our noses over the line. That's what we want. Ball out Sterling, bit of space for him. Correa coming inside again to make that three-man midfield, if you like.
Play back to Petrovic for Chalobah
he don't want that
on the right, but that's putting him straight under pressure here.
He don't want that
against Semenyo,
yeah.
And he's done as well as he can. He went doing the throwing down there.
Do you know what, right? As the ball's coming, Chalobah's almost give the body and said, "What am I going to do with this that you couldn't? Where am I going to go?" And I think this is where, even playing out the back, you've got to have some players making decisions for the good of the team. And I think the best players make the best decisions. Petrovic has got to go long. That's all we've done there, Dave. That's all we've done on that occasion.
With a header, yeah.
You know, it's like you play yourself into trouble.
Chelsea are readying changes themselves on the bench. We'll bring you news on that very shortly as Bournemouth play it forward down there, left-hand side, and Semenyo being tracked here by Chalobah, forced out towards the left-hand side. Support here from Kirkes. Semenyo goes alone for now, finding Ryan Christie. Back to Semenyo once more. Again, the pace just dropped here from Bournemouth, but Senesi across their back line for Zibani on the halfway line. Zibani gets it back and in the centre circle just plays it square. Spurs go 2-up at Sheffield United with Pedro Porro, so they are going to take 5th place in the table. Here's Senesi clipping it into the penalty area for the header, which goes wide from Unal, and again he's got away from Badiashile, and Caicedo is down in the edge of the penalty area as well, needing treatment. So again, little signs here from Bournemouth. Put a cross in, and they can certainly worry Chelsea.
Yeah, Caicedo's down. I think it's a knock. He wants treatment, so therefore he'll have to go off.
We're going to see both Gusto and Nkunku coming on very shortly.
Yeah, well, the game needs something, because Bournemouth they've been the better side second half.
Yep.
We've got the goal, which actually our first half performances deserved the second goal. That's not really been the story of the second half. We're on 62.5 minutes into this game, and you know, we're now into the realms of Bournemouth is still very much, as we know, involved in this game. This game is not cooked, no, by some distance. I've sat here, Dave, and done games where Chelsea have been in control, and you don't feel like the opposition are going to get the next goal to make it.
So Chelsea are going to make a treble change here, I think. because Ugo Chukwu is also going to come on. That might be for Caicedo. So Raheem Sterling is the first to come off, and he'll be replaced by Nkunku.
Yeah, Chelsea, he's done all right, Raheem.
Yep, and got the second goal.
Yep, done all right,
also coming off is Madueke. Gusto is coming on for him.
Yeah, Madueke's had. It's been a bit of a frustrating afternoon, I would say, for him. Gusto is probably, he played actually, if you remember, came off the bench against Bournemouth, against Brighton, I do apologise, where he played higher up in front of Reece before Reece got sent off. Be interesting to see what he does do now. What are we doing?
Well, that third change is Caicedo, who can't continue, so Ugo Chukwu is coming on.
Yeah, so Ugo Chukwu comes on. That's a straight place. Gusto and Chalobah having a conversation. We'll keep an eye on exactly what this means for Chelsea's shape.
Currently just watching a replay of the Caicedo goal again. Yeah. That was what the big cheer was for. So it's away now down the left by Badiashile, but only half away. One back by Gallagher down the left. Gallagher moving clear, being faced there by Cook, who's done superbly there. Gallagher playing it forward for a first touch for Nkunku, out towards the left, and Kukurea.
Brilliant once again. He's gone about his work
well. They've gone to a 3 here, Jay.
No, they haven't. It's the same as before. Kukurea's coming inside, it's inverted. Okay. Gusto has come out to the right-hand side. Yes, it's been this all game.
Yeah.
Kukurea. When we lose the ball, Kukurea's on it now. He's playing centre midfield. He's been doing that last 4 games, 3 games, whatever it is. But the shape of the team, Gusto is playing higher and wider. Therefore, the shape of the team is still, in my opinion, in possession. A 3 at the back. Then you've got 3. You've got Kukurea playing in alongside Chukwemeka.
Ugo Chukwu,
I do apologise. And now the best space on the left-hand side.
Indeed, Chelsea coming forward with Nkunku finding Kukurea. Kukurea, it seems to be everywhere, Kukurea at the moment. This time he's right down the left touchline. So the awareness of where to be in the attacking phase and defensive phase, Kukurea's done really well. Here's a score for you. Crystal Palace, who have turned into Barcelona or whatever, they're falling off against Aston Villa.
Yeah, so I think there's a case to be said that Villa have got top 4, and that they've Palace are on the crest of a wave going up. Villa have got top 4. I'm not condoning a 4-0 defeat. It's terrible, but anyway, let's concentrate on our own business.
Silva playing it forward for Chelsea. Chalobah back to Petrovic with 65 on the clock. Chelsea lead here by 2-1. Petrovic towards the right, where Gusto has to scamper to keep the ball in play, and then play it back to his goalkeeper with Unai, who stayed as the front man here for Bournemouth. Solanke is playing just behind him, and they made a mess of that lower Bournemouth. And now here go Chelsea down the right-hand side with Nicholas Jackson. Jackson, can he play in Palmer? Yes, he can. Palmer in the area, lays it square, might have gone for goal himself. Couldn't quite find Gallagher, and in came the foot of Zabani, and it goes back to Neto.
Oh, what a chance! What a chance! Ball given away though.
Another one here, mistake by Kirkes, and here is Gusto now to Palmer once again. Palmer, right corner of the penalty area, left-footed ball towards the edge of the box now, and Conor Gallagher flicking it through to Palmer again, headed clear by Lewis Cook, further away edge of the area for Bournemouth, and one back for Chelsea. Here's a chance for Gusto to play it forward. Gusto finding Gallagher.
Run on the outside. Gusto's got
to make the run.
Yeah, there needs to be movement. He needs movement in front of him there. Gusto stood still.
Gallagher again for Gusto. Gusto's got difficult to get a cross in from there. He's got a couple of Bournemouth players facing him. Here's Gallagher. Gallagher flicking it through. Neat ball by Gallagher finding Ugo Chukwu. Tries to play it back to Gallagher. Faced by Solanke in the area. It's worked back out to Gusto. Gusto gets the cross in. Gallagher has gone down the edge of the area, which the referee is not interested in. Then Kukurea is taken out by Ouattara, and that will be a Chelsea free kick, and there might be a yellow card there for Ouattara.
It is. Conor Gallagher's down on this left-hand side. Let's see what happened here. Has he stood on his foot?
He's been involved with Ryan Christie.
Well, do you know what? VAR is going to look at this.
Well, that's interesting.
You know that's a penalty.
That one away.
That's a penalty.
Ryan Christie has put his foot in, and this will be very interesting to see if VAR do take a look at that. Chelsea are spotting up a free kick here in the meantime, and it's one of those. It's whether that foot on was enough of a contact.
They've not done anything.
Well, it looks like the free kick's going to get taken, so clearly not. Palmer with a free kick here. Referee, there's no indication the referee is being told
you know what? I've got to tell
you,
I've seen penalties given for that, Dave.
Well, we have seen that this season, no question. Free kick, Palmer into the area, headed over the crossbar by Nkunku, and it stays 2-1.
I want to see this again, the stand on the foot. I mean, I cannot believe that VAR had not looked at it. Conor goes down. That is a foul. Anyway, the ball comes in, Nkunku, he's under pressure. It's not an easy chance.
He's underneath it a little bit, can't quite get, but encouraging signs that he's getting in there. And now there's a problem here.
Problem is for Unal, for Bournemouth, who receives treatment.
Yeah, he's...
Spurs are 3-0 up at Sheffield United, so that's job done there. Kulusevski has got the third goal. Manchester City lead West Ham 3-1 with Rodri, so they're going to be champions this afternoon. So really, this issue of sixth place is perhaps one of the ones with real jeopardy on it at the moment, because if Bournemouth do score a goal here, then that does make panic stations in the closing stages. Don't forget, Chelsea need 1 point here with Newcastle in front at the GTEC, leading comfortably against Brentford. Unal is receiving treatment in his own penalty area. Others taking the opportunity for a drink on what's a very warm afternoon. And we'll restart very shortly with a goal kick to Bournemouth, who have just over 20 minutes to get themselves back in the game. They are about to make another change. I think Philip Billing is going to be coming on very shortly. Yes, he is. Billing will replace Unal. Experienced player, Philip Billing, who previously played, of course, for Huddersfield Town, and got a decent strike on him too. And he will be coming on. And we're also going to see a change at the back as well, where Alex Scott, who's a very talented player, brought in from Bristol City in the summer transfer window, he has replaced Max Aarons. Not sure if he'll play right back, but we'll see how they realign. But Bournemouth, certainly in contrast to 3 or 4 years ago, they've got players to bring off the bench who can make a difference. Decent Premier League squad now, Bournemouth.
Well, we've not really seen much of Dominic Solanke as yet, but that's...
And he will now go as the front man now that Unal's come off.
There is bags of time. There's 20 plus. We know what the Premier League can be like in terms of minutes added on. But last 5 minutes, Chelsea have been good, you know. Those substitutions have made a difference.
And they may do so now here with Nkunku trying to play it forward for Jackson. Jackson on to Palmer, just went beyond him. Kirkes will clear for Bournemouth deep inside his own half. And Semenyo holds up now down the left. He did really well, in fact, now looking to play it up towards the left-hand side. Dominic Solanke loses the throw-in, in fact. Thought it was his ball, but it wasn't. And we have got 20 minutes to go here, plus stoppage time. It's Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1 on the final day of the Premier League season. Chelsea closing in on European football next season, but the job not complete yet. Thiago Silva looking for Badiashile. Badiashile towards the left-hand side, and Marc Cucurella. Cucurella for Nkunku. Nkunku runs into a couple of Bournemouth players. They win it back, and here's Alex Scott with his first touch, finding Ryan Christie. Christie played it back. It almost was intercepted by Cole Palmer. Long ball forward by Zabani towards the left. That's very neat control by Semenyo. Up against Trevor Chalobah. Chalobah comes in and makes the challenge. It will be a corner. Is there a case for Trevor Chalobah being one of the Premier League's most consistent defenders, certainly in the last 3 or 4 months?
He has been. He goes under the radar, Dave. Yeah. He's had injuries this season. He didn't make his first start for months and months, but he's reliable. I think it's a case to say that he has been our most consistent defender alongside Gusto this season. I'd say that much.
Crystal Palace 5, Aston Villa 0 at Selhurst Park as the Bournemouth players prepare their corner. Alex Scott over it on the left-hand side. May well leave it for Lewis Cook. With 19 minutes to go here. Chelsea lead by 2-1. Lewis Cook with the corner for Bournemouth. Delivered in towards the near post. Flipped across the penalty area. My word, Solanke, can he turn and shoot? He can't quite, because Ogachukwu has got in there to clear, and then the clearance hit his own man, Cucurella, and goes out for a second Bournemouth corner.
Yeah, nervy moments at the back. There's still plenty of this game left. We're only on 72 minutes. Chelsea couldn't quite deal with it. They managed to scramble it away. As you said there, Ogachukwu there tries to clear the ball to the running Jackson. It comes off Cucurella, who's 10 yards away, hits him on his back and goes by him for another set piece.
Which Ryan Christie will take away on the right with his left foot. Lots of movement inside the penalty area. Christie's corner comes in, and Tanasi was up there with the header. Gallagher, again, 2 Chelsea players go for the clash of heads there. The centre back goal was by Billing and Wide, and we've got Conor Gallagher down, and a second Chelsea player down.
Thiago Silva.
Well, Silva. And they were, again, a bit panicky, both playing the same ball.
Wasn't great, was it? The first ball is a lovely delivery on that left-hand side by Christie. It's whipped in. It's one of those that misses out the first man. You often hear, don't hit the first man. He doesn't. In the end, the ball it goes up as opposed to out. And then you've got Conor Gallagher and Thiago Silva, both underneath it, both trying to win the ball. One of them does. I think it might have been Conor. They clash heads, and now they're both laid on their backs. Medical staff
in there. I think it's just a clashed head. I don't think there's going to be anything other than just a little bit of treatment, a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, breather and a chance to reset. The instructions are being handed out by Areola on the touchline to Bournemouth players. Chelsea players, some of them being handed drinks. With 17 to go, plus, as you said, as we've become used to, substantial stoppage time, you would imagine. Thiago Silva's back on his feet, and hopefully Conor Gallagher will be shortly. Just doing a few concussion checks. Of course, Chelsea without Mudryk today due to concussion, picked up at Brighton on Wednesday. And Conor Gallagher is up and okay as well. So they're okay, and it will be a goal kick because Billing sent the ball wide when it went out of play. So the physios make their way off the field. No more changes required as yet. And Petrovic will take the goal kick here for Chelsea, leading by 2-1. It's been certainly nervy at times in the second half. As soon as Unal got Bournemouth back in the game, Brentford get one back against Newcastle. 2-3 there. Brentford 2, Newcastle 3.
That could change things. Well,
that could change if they get a third.
They're in the same position as us right now.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. One ball play forward then by Petrovic. Flicked on by Nkunku, looking for Jackson to run in behind. He's done well there, Jackson. Have a foul given against him there.
Soft.
Not sure there's too much in that.
Soft, really soft. Honestly, those little nudges in the back, we saw that, didn't we, with Diego Carlos, I think it's a foul, but I've got to tell you, I don't think it's a VAR foul. Billing making a big run from deep.
Billing up against Badiashile down the right, down by the corner flag. Badiashile has forced him out, but he's done well to flick it out towards the right-hand side. Watara tries to knock it into the area for Solanke. In comes Ugachukwu to take it away from Solanke, and does really well there actually to bring it away down the left-hand side. Now laid off by Nkunku, finding Jackson. Ugachukwu again, Nkunku, good move here. Jackson into the area, towards the edge of the area, just cut out at the vital moment where Palmer was trying to steam in, and we'll go from end to end again because Bournemouth will now come forward. Antoine Semenyo over the halfway line, left-hand side with Solanke and Watara on the edge of the area. Semenyo still going out towards the left, and Kirkes, that was a loose ball there. It enabled the chance for Chalobah to step in once again and concede the throw. Still
brilliant
2-1.
defending. Gusto and him linking up. Gusto saying, take the runner, I've got the ball. Take the runner, I've got the ball, and he does that. Brilliant play between the pair of them.
But Bournemouth in possession once again here with Alex Scott up against Ugachukwu. Feeds it right-hand side to Lewis Cook. Lewis Cook out further towards the right, and Watara will come in from that right-hand side, flick it to nowhere in particular. Certainly went well beyond Philip Billing and straight through to Petrovic, and we have 15 to go here. It's still 2-1 to Chelsea. Bournemouth trying to probe away here.
Yeah, the game has had a pattern about it from pretty much the first minute. It's been like this all game, Dave. It's end-to-end, been open, both sides enjoying good possession. There's neither side. I think the possession stats will probably be pretty equal. The shots, I think it'll be a pretty even game. It's just the difference in the two sides right now is the fact that we've got our noses in front.
I think the game has proved beyond all doubt, and I think we knew it already, that Bournemouth have established themselves as a serious Premier League force. Because that's not being disrespectful to what's on the ball there, but
no, and they've got their style of play, and they're working it around. As we said, Areola's done a brilliant job. Conor Gallagher's down. It looks like
I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he said his foot stood on the laces. I'd love to see that again, from that challenge where Conor has his foot stuck. How many times have you seen them giving us a foul?
Again, if the referee gives it, if he sees it and gives it, it wouldn't get overturned.
No,
I think that's the situation. So the free kick taken by Petrovic for Chelsea. Jackson tries to flick on against Zavani. One back for Bournemouth, who launch it clear towards halfway. Again, the challenge for the header by Chalobah, can't quite keep it in play, but Bournemouth get the throw in over on the left.
Doesn't it do that, Gusto? He's kicked the ball away. Yeah, Ryan Christie's going to get there. Is a yellow card? He's got no choice. Referee's got no choice. He's only young. I believe it's his birthday.
Gusto is 21 today. Yes.
21 today. Well, look, when you're 21, you make those sort of learn from it. As long as that's
but the thing is, don't now make a silly foul and get yourself sent off. That's,
well, we saw that with Breach, right?
Well, yeah, more experienced player. Down goes Semenyo, but he will be told to get up after the challenge by Thiago Silva. Gusto with a loose ball, but it's well dealt with by Gallagher. Looking for Cucurella. Cucurella away down the left-hand side.
Scrappy.
Yeah,
Scrappy.
Scott wins it back here.
We look a little dishevelled, I have to say. We've not had a sustained amount of possession. Bournemouth, much the better side at the moment, much.
Brentford 2, Newcastle 4, so they're back in control. Ball out on the right-hand side now with Ouattara for Bournemouth towards the penalty area right-hand side. Skipping his way through, trying to find Solanke, went down. Nothing was given, nothing was really asked for there by the players. A few shouts from the Bournemouth crowd.
Yeah, we need to get ourselves on the ball.
Alex Scott
no control in this game at the moment.
Gets it back in the area, headed clear by Thiago Silva.
No control.
Again,
Bournemouth coming again, wave after wave, Dave.
Yeah, Bournemouth midway inside the Chelsea half. Kirkes might get it back. Instead they'll play in Semenyo, faced by Chalobah. Semenyo being forced a little bit back, but Scott is very involved, and now Christie, edge of the D, flicking it through. Chance here for Bournemouth, Solanke towards goal. Angled shot, saved by Petrovic.
He would have been offside. I've just seen the referee and the linesman in communication with one. I think he's offside, Dave. Let's have a look at this here.
Ooh, that would have been tight.
Ooh, that's tight.
Thankfully, not required.
But the truth is, we're second best at the moment, all over the pitch. Bournemouth are closest. They've done
it again here. Cucurella's lost out, and now Solanke turns inside the area, gets past Silva, drives just across the face of goal and wide. That is so close from Dominic Solanke, and there's no doubt the Bournemouth changes have worked better than the Chelsea changes so far.
Right at the moment, we are on the back foot. There is no question. The Chelsea players out there, no one's taken responsibility. Pick up the ball, control the tempo. No one. Hardly mentioned Cole Palmer's name recently. Got to make sure. Bournemouth are all over us. With the high press, they want the ball.
That is so close from Solanke. He's beaten the keeper, gone across the face of goal, and it's so nearly clipped the outside of the post. But it stays 2-1 with 11.5 minutes to go. Thiago Silva chips the goal kick forward for Chelsea towards Nicholas Jackson, who holds up well and brings Chelsea forward. Have his shirt tugged there, so Senese's asking for a yellow card and gets it, and that again is a bit of time out of the game for Chelsea.
They kill it. By the way, Jackson's hold-up play at times is superb.
Kirkes has now kicked the ball out to play. A player who's already on a yellow card, by the way.
Well, the thing is, why would you waste time when you're losing? I don't understand that either. It's stupid from him. But why would you waste time?
Crazy, absolutely.
Chelsea at the moment just need some sustained possession. You know what we're doing right now. Connor coming dropping into deep.
And Kunku, the Cucurella, great flick on into Nicholas Jackson. Jackson drives into the area. Palmer in so much space. Across it goes. Oh, he couldn't quite pick him out, and it flicked off Senesi and went through to Neto. That was the golden chance there to kill things off and make it 3-1. They couldn't quite get it done, but Chelsea come forward again here with Gusto out towards the right, finding Chalobah. Can he put a cross in for the right hand side? There a 3-3 match if he can. Lays it square to Gusto. Gusto's back heel to
keep the ball.
Chalobah once again. Chelsea keep the play. Ogachukwu drives towards the edge of the area. Good play. Ogachukwu. Cole Palmer onto his left. Back to Cucurella. Will there be a shot? Cucurella towards the left-hand side. Jackson cutting in field now. He tries to shoot it. Comes off Jackson. It comes off for Palmer from Jackson's shot. And now Gallagher once again to Ogachukwu, who gets out towards the right, and Gusto, right corner of the Bournemouth penalty area, cuts infield. Malo Gusto goes for goal. Neto makes the save. Hacked away further away that time for Bournemouth, and Solanke will try and hold the ball up and loses out to Gallagher and Cucurella and Silva.
Yeah, this is better. Yes, to the last 15 minutes, it's the best passage to play for Chelsea.
Here's Gusto finding Cole Palmer on the right-hand side. Gusto's gone again for the return. Palmer's cut in field, looks to feed it through. Palmer going alone, runs into Christie and goes down. No question of penalty there.
Not at all. No, not at all. Palmer's got to get himself up because we're out of shape, out of position. Jackson's now going to get himself back. Gusto on this left-hand side.
And Lewis Cook going down the right here for Bournemouth. Lewis Cook finding Ouattara, who's up against Cucurella. He's done him as well. He's gone down. There's no free kick given by Anthony Taylor.
Gets enough of the ball. It's close. Oh, Cucurella getting in possession there.
It just feels so nervous.
Well, we know what's at stake. We all know a point is enough. But my gosh, you do not want to be going in like we were at Brentford.
Brighton.
Oh, by the way, it's a foul. So Brighton. I thought we got some on the ball, Dave. You called it absolutely right. It is a foul. Taylor misses that one. Yeah, I mean, we all know where we felt against Brighton, Dave.
And that was about 3 minutes worth, wasn't it? So, Anyway, Chelsea have been better in the last 5 or so, and they have it down the left-hand side with Nkunku. Jackson making the run through. Nkunku, can he pick him out? Jackson's in behind here. Nicholas Jackson, chance to finish it off. Curls inside once again. Can he lay it square? Being forced out. There's the shot. Oh, keeper has saved it. And Nkunku had come back with the shot, but Neto has saved again and Chelsea denied. And now Gallagher has found his man, but the referee says play on, and Phil Billing goes charging forward. Correa steams in, throw in, end-to-end stuff here.
Oh my word! Where do I start? It's a lovely piece of play. Nkunku plays the ball over the top. Jackson down the left-hand side. He cuts back in. He's under pressure. He plays the ball back. Nkunku is hit at him. Can't quite get enough pace on the ball. Neto goes down to his left-hand side.
It stays 2-1, 7 minutes to go. Bournemouth in possession with Semenyo. That's well played by Senesi, who's been impressive for Bournemouth. Finding Alex Scott. Scott chips it forward looking for Solanke. That one is too long, and Petrovic does exactly the right thing there. Lets it go for a goal kick. Stays 2-1, and are we going to see a change here? We are going to see a change. Lloyd Kelly is coming on here to replace Senesi for Bournemouth. As with Solanke, Kelly is a player who's being linked with possible move elsewhere in the summer. And also coming on, Casadei is going to come on shortly for Chelsea. Not quite yet, been told to put the training top back on, but I think that's the next Chelsea change at some stage, with the clock counting down here to 84 minutes at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea 2, Bournemouth 1. And there will be stoppage time, of course, to come beyond that. Petrovic taking his time over this goal kick after the change was made. But it has been better in the last 5 or so minutes.
Well, we needed
a couple of chances.
We felt like we were penned in.
Yeah.
Bournemouth have, whatever happens here, oh gosh.
Bournemouth have a man down. Alex Scott, I think he's going to get back to his feet. Chalabar away. Oh, Chalabar's clearance attempted forward, actually gone backward, and that's giving Badiashile an issue here against Solanke, and it's won back for Bournemouth by Christie. Really messy stuff here for Chelsea. Ouattara on the right hand side has been a real danger man, has got the better of Ugachukwu down the right. Can he find Billing? Yes he can. Ouattara back out towards the right once again. Lewis Cook towards Ouattara. Ouattara square ball to Semenyo out towards the left, and Kirkes being challenged by Gusto.
Gusto needs to be careful.
Yeah.
I've seen Gusto go in there, and I think he saw that there's a chance to win it, and he knows he's on a yellow. Has to make sure he doesn't give another foul away to give the referee a decision.
Phil Billing for Bournemouth, faced by Kukurea. Billing gets out towards the right, looking for Ouattara. Badiashile comes across to cover that one off, and then hacks it clear towards halfway. Jackson battling there with Zabani, and it flicks back to Neto outside the penalty area. Short ball, finding Lloyd Kelly, the substitute. Back to the goalkeeper again.
Good pressure. I see Ugachukwu just in that middle of the park. That's a big boost to Phil from Casado. Casado has had a stellar last 3 months, 4 months. He's been absolutely crucial.
It's justified the money that you pay.
Well,
you produce those sort of performances.
It's big money, and then we'll see, because you'll only find out in 2 or 3 years if that's. But right now he's been, and I think since he's come off, there's a little bit of the control of the game that's gone. Big boost to Phil. Ugachukwu, as we said, is in the middle of the park alongside Connor.
Flicked on looking for Jackson, but Lloyd Kelly deals with it for Bournemouth, finding Lewis Cook. Lewis Cook away for the Cherries. Alex Scott. We've got 4 minutes to go here plus stoppage time.
Excruciating, I know. I know we only need a point. I know that, and right now we're in a nice position. But I've got to tell you, the way that Bournemouth play, it does feel like they get 1, they might get 2. That's what it feels like.
Scott has found Semenyo on the left. Gusto has come in with a good challenge. Dealt with that very well. Semenyo once again for Bournemouth to the halfway line, and Kelly. Casadei will be coming on shortly for Chelsea. It's sprayed out towards the right for Bournemouth. Superb ball picked out to Ouattara. Kukurea with the challenge. That's well played by Kukurea to get the better of Ouattara, and now Nkunku brings Chelsea clear, and he'll find Ugachukwu, and Chelsea on the break here. Ugachukwu finding Gusto, back to Ugachukwu once more. Can he spray it right hand side? Yes he can. Picking out Cole Palmer. Chelsea striding forward here late in the game. Cole Palmer in the penalty area, turning inside. Cole Palmer again. Shot takes numerous ricochets, goes beyond Gusto. I don't think was quite sure where the ball was, and it comes out towards this far right hand side, stays in play, and Bournemouth will only half clear. Chelsea keep possession. Chalabar is laying it back to halfway, and Silva found urging him forward. Chelsea need control of the game at this stage of play.
3 left, 3
to go, plus stoppage time. Palmer back with Chalabar. Now Thiago Silva looking to sign off in style here this afternoon. As things stand, that will happen. Badiashile back towards Ugachukwu, back to his keeper, Petrovic. Petrovic will take his time and now clear towards halfway, but that's nowhere near either Nkunku or Jackson.
No, it's not. That's not ideal at all.
Because that enables Billing to hold the ball up and lay it forward to Christie, who'll play it right-hand side to Ouattara here for Bournemouth. On the right-hand side, Cucurella again being forced to challenge. Ouattara steams towards the central position. Ouattara shoots. Great save by Petrovic out for a corner. Wow.
Well, it's all come from Petrovic going long. He apologises now, but he makes up for it with a good save. It's a save he should make. Ouattara's on that left-hand side. Cucurella goes across for company, cuts back on the left-hand side, goes across the edge of the box, has one touch, has two touches, opens it out, whips it towards that far stick, and then he's equal to it, pushes it behind for a corner. 2 minutes to go, plus whatever the referee decides to add.
Standing ovation here for Cole Palmer coming off the field of play. Casadei is coming on. Jace, very quickly, Cole Palmer, the impression he has made this season,
outstanding, honestly, over and above what anyone thought we'd be getting. Outstanding young man. Hasn't had his best game or the most influential game today, but my word, what a player he has become. How important and how integral. Now we've got to make sure we get this over line. Casadei has come on. He's a big lad, set piece to have to deal with there.
In the 89th minute, a corner kick for Bournemouth, which Cook will take into the penalty area. It goes, and Chelsea have dealt with that header in the penalty area. It comes out clear. It's going to be worked out to Cook, though, once again for a secondary cross. It comes to Semenyo now, drives a terrible ball across the face of goal, way high, way wide. That's exactly what Chelsea wanted.
Oh my gosh,
as we head for 89.
Isn't it just? Isn't it just? My gosh, when you're under pressure and you're kind of begging and hoping that someone makes a mistake, but my God, their bodies in the box, and to drill that the way, I mean, it almost goes in the shed upper.
That was incredible, but they've got everyone still forward from the corner. You're asking for delivery if you're Bournemouth, and he just didn't do so. We move into the 90th minute here at Stamford Bridge.
All eyes on.
What do you reckon?
All eyes.
Do you think 6 minutes? Stoppage time?
Well, it tends to be something like that, doesn't it?
It's still 4-2 to Newcastle at Brentford, by the way, so that is...
Arsenal still drawing?
Arsenal still drawing and City are still winning. So that title race is on for City for their fourth successive league title. Here go Chelsea with Nicholas Jackson holding the ball up out towards the right-hand side it goes, and Nkunku. Gusto, I should say. Gusto down the right here for Chelsea, faced by a couple.
Yeah, he has to release that. Gusto, he's got to release that. He doesn't. Gets crowded out. He's got to come back. Chalobah's there saying to him, "Come back. We start again. Keep possession. Giving the ball away."
89:55 on the clock. Here we go. With how much stoppage time we have to endure here at Stamford Bridge. 7 minutes is the amount. I'm not surprised. That's
no, I'm not. But it's just excruciating.
Because Bournemouth, you can be sure, will let it go. Ouattara playing it forward to Ryan Christie in the centre circle. Christie out towards the left-hand side. Kirkes in plenty of space here against Chalobah. Kirkes gets a really terrible cross in again.
2 out of 2.
Yeah, keep it going.
Dave, that's what you want. I mean, they're probably not as many as the first one.
They've still got Solanke and they've got Billing. And
well, Solanke, I mean, Billing's capable.
Billing's about 7'3" anyway.
Yeah, and they've got bodies there. You know, give Chelsea an issue to deal with. Now Petrovic has taken as long as he can. He's gone from one side, which is absolutely his right. Anthony Taylor, I'm watching him. He's saying there, just come on, chewed up a few more seconds. Nearly 1 of the 7 have gone.
Petrovic will clear eventually for Chelsea. There's no hurry about this whatsoever. He gets it clear now. Up and over halfway it goes, looking for Casadei to flick on and gets ahead onto it. And it clear though by Zabani for Bournemouth, but Chelsea get the throw in down the right hand side, and again every set piece, every time the ball goes out of play for a restart, Pochettino doing a bit of ball juggling on the touchline. If he can complete this season in 6th place, taking Chelsea into what may well be the Europa League next season, but certainly European football from where things were, that is some turnaround and something to build on for the summer as well. When you think that Chelsea only scored 44 points last season, how bad was that towards the end of the campaign? Things have improved. Ugachukwu playing it forward to Casadei. Back to Ugachukwu again. Bournemouth are challenging. Chalobah is forced back to the goalkeeper. Petrovic outside the area. Needs good contact on the ball and does. What you don't want is for Bournemouth to retrieve and do what Clash did earlier.
When he's out of his box, and he just doesn't quite clear the ball the way that he would have liked. He scuffs it. In the end, there's a fight ball. But the point you're making, Dave, is he's out of his area, but he's out to the right. You know, he's not out of his area like
we saw Neto, ball down
Now
left-hand side.
Cucurella gets free down the left-hand side. Cucurella across the box, that goes through to the goalkeeper.
There's been a lot of those, Dave.
Yeah.
Those final passes, that final ball, that final selection of your cross shot, wherever it is, haven't quite been on point.
Cassidy steps into the throwing on Kirkes. Here's Jackson. Jackson can't quite find it through. Here's Gallagher though. Gallagher saved by the keeper. Neto makes a great save. It stays 2-1.
Wow, Conor Gallagher desperate to score. He does everything right. The ball's given away. Cassidy does ever so well. Jackson's onside because Lloyd is deep. Plays on the left-hand side, cuts back one way, goes to his left foot, drills it straight down the throat of Neto. He should save that. He should really get a big palm on it, and he does. It's well struck though.
West Ham get one back at the Etihad. They trail by 3-2, but it'll still be the title for Manchester City as things stand. Conor Gallagher taking his time over this corner for Chelsea with 3 minutes of the 7 stoppage time having been played. Gallagher will take the Chelsea corner as the short option being provided by Malo Gusto. Gallagher will take the corner down the right, deep in stoppage time here, leading by 2-1. Here comes the corner now, taken by Conor Gallagher. Up it goes to the far post. Castleday rising there. Badiashile couldn't quite turn in from Thiago Silva. What a finish that would have been. But now Badiashile and Silva are both out of position. There's one back by Cucurella once more, and Cucurella is not fouled. Bournemouth will come forward. Silva is way out of position, and now Semenyo driving forward, and Semenyo flicks it through, and Mutara's in here, and Mutara is denied. It might bounce out to Christie, and now Solanke puts it over the crossbar. My word, how on earth have Bournemouth not scored there? There are Bournemouth players on the ground all over the field who can't believe they haven't equalised. It's still 2-1 in stoppage time.
Oh my God! Oh my word! Honestly, this team puts you through it. They get on the right side. We've got so many bodies forward. There needs to be a maturity about us. Amatara goes for it. It's a poor shot. He goes down. He saves it. Petrovic. Conor Gallagher goes diving in. Dominic Solanke, left foot, goal gaping. He has to score. How's he missed that? I have no idea. Oh my word! Let off in the biggest way.
Arsenal lead Everton 2-1. Kai Havertz there. It won't be enough for them as things stand. They're taking it right to the wire. Petrovic taking his time. Nottingham Forest have won at Burnley. They are safe. Luton are down. The issues being decided here in the Premier League this afternoon. We have played nearly 5 minutes of stoppage time.
It's terrible here. Honestly, it shouldn't be in this position. I say should. No, come on, give credit
this
for
is Chelsea in the season, Jason. It's if they get through, then we can all laugh about it. At the end, Chelsea have got a throw in, and again, time being taken out of the game here with Malo Gusto with the throw in deep inside Bournemouth territory, throwing it straight to Kirkes, and Semenyo will clear. Semenyo away to Christie, who turns in a tight space, and again Castleday with the challenge. Now Jackson, pass one, challenge, pass two. Jackson in the area for Chelsea, just being forced out of it by Lloyd Kelly, and Kelly will clear for Bournemouth, but Thiago Silva steps in. Again, the ball was loose. Silva once more. Silva boots it clear, looking for Nkunku. Nkunku is beaten to it by Lewis Cook. Bournemouth away again, down the right-hand side. Watara, who's been so dangerous since he came on, up against Cucurella. Watara goes past Cucurella, goes past Cassidy, who gets it. Cassidy again has made the challenge.
Cassidy's
and
played
now
well.
Look at this, it's 4 against 3. 4 against 3 as Chelsea come forward. It's played forward for Malo Gusto. Gusto on the right-hand side, retrieved from Nkunku. Nkunku has it, holds the ball up. Bournemouth have got men back now in numbers, but Nkunku still has the ball.
Yeah, Bournemouth are back in numbers, but there's not a lot of shape about them. Go back and start again.
Gusto back for Nkunku. Now Gusto gets in down the right-hand side, and he's surely found the play will go on. Gusto does superbly, holds the ball up, flicks it through, gets the throw in down the right-hand side, won't get the free kick, but it's more time out of the game, and we're in the final minute of stoppage time.
Well, indeed. Gusto's held up. We're in the final minute of the last game of this season, and my God, what a massive 3 points this is to secure European football next year. Who knows what's going to happen at Wembley next weekend? We're all Manchester City fans, aren't we? Making sure that they take that away from Manchester United. Still some work to be done. Half a minute left.
Gusto throws in, and Nkunku goes down, but there was no free kick given by Anthony Taylor, who's left up quite a lot of goal here this afternoon. Now Ogachukwu heads it forward for Chelsea. Bournemouth half away, headed down looking for the left-hand side, and Semenyo skipping past tackles, but in seems Badiashile to whack it clear. We have now played the 7 minutes of stoppage time. It's just a question of how much more is to be added on. One ball forward, right-hand side. Bournemouth again on the attack with Lewis Cook driving forward, cuts inside. Lewis Cook has it once again for Bournemouth, and there is the final whistle, and it will be European football at Stamford Bridge next season. Poch has done it from an implausible situation halfway through the campaign when Chelsea were marooned in mid-table. They have finished so strongly. 1 defeat in 15, 5 straight wins over the finishing line against Bournemouth 2-1. It is the finishing line for Thiago Silva, who has sunk to the floor.
Yes.
He has been a stalwart, a legend over the last 4 seasons here at Stamford Bridge. And as the song rings out, it's Chelsea's day. It's a blue day at Stamford Bridge, and Chelsea in Europe after beating Bournemouth by 2-1.
Chelsea 6, who would have thought that if you go back 6 weeks ago, 6 months ago? My God, this football club has come on a journey, but it's a 38-game season. A lot of conjecture about after 19, 10 games, we already scored, we were struggling. But I've got to tell you, the last 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks have been good. There's a bit of momentum since.
Players have come back, that's made a difference towards the end, but there is now something to build on, and whether it's Europa League or Conference League, we'll have to wait and see after the cup final next week, but there is something big to build on. Manchester City have beaten West Ham by 3-1. They are Premier League champions this season. They win it for the 4th season running. Spurs have won at Sheffield United. They will finish 5th, but Chelsea do confirm 6th place. And they were marooned, Jace. They were marooned 11th or 12th for weeks and weeks.
Honestly,
it's sun run. It's sun run.
Dave, we're on a treadmill. We won't get anywhere. We might go from 11th to 9th, and we might stay at 10th for a few weeks. And then we might flirt with 8th. Then we're back in 11th. Honestly, it's brilliant. But I've got to tell you, the push towards the end of the season to get ourselves in this position, to finish above Newcastle, to finish above Man United, and be only 3 points behind Spurs. Got to tell you, that is. I know that it's a 38-game season and every game counts, but I've got to say, since Boxing Day, since then, we have gone on this journey. We've done brilliantly well, and I've got to say, I'm so proud of what the boys have done. So proud. This momentum that we've built now has to continue next season. And Kunku's coming back. He looks like he's going to be a player. Got to stay fit. Fitness is key, of course it is. But I've got to say, there's a lot of hugging down there, and the Chelsea fans, most of them, are enjoying what's been a turbulent, difficult season. Turbulent, difficult last 2 seasons, let's be honest. But we found ourselves in a position where we can actually hold our heads up and high and say, do you know what? There is something going on at this club. There is something moving. Can't quite put your finger on where it's going to go just yet,
But at the moment, it feels as though this football club is starting to get back off what's been its knees. You know, there's been so much change at this football club. Changing ownership, managerial change, the squad, bringing in this new idea, we are starting to see and feel as though this